Yeah, I was asking only because the industry I work in, I'm just going to be honest, sometimes we hire people who, when they originally get hired, I'm just like, I would trust this person to walk my dog, and 5 years into it, they're considered an expert. And they really are, you know. And I just, I was just wondering, like, does that happen across the board, and especially in higher education? But my last question for you, and I'm sorry to take up so much time, but do you think that the Chicago Teachers Union and other teachers unions are, I know they're destroying politics in Chicago, but are they the ones that are destroying, I'll say, students? Are they the problem overall? Because I went to Chicago public schools. I was lucky enough to go to good enough schools where I didn't have, and I was semi-smart enough to do my homework and pay attention. But do you think that they're the ones encouraging? And I know you don't know the answer to how to stop them, but there's got to be a way to kind of reverse what they're doing, right?
Yeah, I do disagree with my mom was a public school teacher. I kind of have that history of an educator in my background. So, what I've seen in Chicago is just a very different model that, this type of machine politics, that a lot of other cities in the United States, like San Antonio and Houston, Texas, and ones that were founded, past 1920 or were not, this kind of machine, strong mayor.
Okay, this is Roger.
He's kind of antecedent, kind of the old racial politics kind of model of machine politics that still persists here in Chicago, and that's very, very evident in the activities of the Chicago Teacher Union. And one thing I'm particularly concerned about CTU, and for somebody I was born in Illinois, but I grew up in North Carolina, Texas, and Florida. It's like coming to Illinois, I'm just like, yeah, this isn't the way you run things. This is why are the Chicago Teacher Unions they're getting involved in other domains of policy, like housing policy and immigration and debt service. It's very damaging to the finances of the state, because ultimately the state of Illinois has to act as the financial gear for Chicago if they're economically responsible. But it's I've never seen something like this, seeing people from Chicago teachers unions at the Democratic Socialist conferences, this reactionary libertarian politics that began in the 1960s and continued under Bill Ayers. It's always been a funny contention of me. My dad, particularly, who was a Vietnam era veteran, he's just when I joined UIC, he's Bill Ayers was a terrorist. That the Weather Underground killed 4 people in bombings of the New York Police headquarters and all these other places like that. And UIC hired him as a professor of education. And I was just always what kind of city has somebody who is an actual, for real terrorist who bombed rural facilities and killed numerous people? The organization killed numerous people. Was on the run by the FBI for 10 years and then goes to Columbia and then gets EDD and then becomes a professor at UIC, and just that same liberatory politics. And I'll say that's another thing about UIC that I posted on my account, is that UIC is a critical anchor of kind of reactionary politics in the city of Chicago. Remember that, I forgot the name of the guy, Rodriguez or something, the guy who shot those 2 innocent Jewish people in Washington, D.C. about a month or 2 ago.
Yeah.
Generations of students have come to some of our universities, and they go into sociology and psychology and gender studies and ethnic studies programs that teach critical theory, they teach reactionary, libertarian, anti-colonial, anti-capitalism, all that other stuff like that. So we have this kind of confluence between our institutions that we're funding far left progressive political movements through taxpayer-funded dollars and calling it education. And I do hope that this administration does something about it. Like, my case notwithstanding, that's not something that's perhaps directly germane to my program, but it's something I talked about. Is just like, as a veteran, what do I do when I'm a faculty member and I come to a school where people are teaching, destruction of the West and anti-capitalism and taking things down by force and anti-Semitism and stuff like that. It's like our public institutions should not be funding these things. And I say credit to the Trump administration for actually working to remove the funding. We're tired. If you want to have crazy political beliefs, fund it on your own dime. Oh, that's right. You don't have your own dime because it's all taxpayer funded. So cut the head off at the source, the hydra, and then it will stop growing back.
I appreciate it. Like I said, I know a couple people who work for colleges. They're not professors. They work in the college, and they're very. They tell me all the time that they don't know what the hell. I have a friend who works at Purdue, and there's a room where college students can go like color stuff if they're like triggered, and I'm just like, what the fuck is happening in college? You know what I mean? Like, but I feel like it's rooted somewhere. Like places, the CT I focus on the CTU guys. Obviously, I'm from Chicago and I went to CPS, but like there has to be other public school systems that are just as insane as CTU.
Yeah, in Los Angeles, New York, all the usual suspects, pretty much. But yeah, just if you go after the funding, these things will disappear. But it's just a challenge. But I think the funding environment that's hitting some of the public universities. There is this distinction between faculty, because there's the humanities and social sciences and the arts, and then there's like the STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And the people who bring in the big money and the people who really want to just bear down, do science, develop new technologies, aerospace and computer science and all the other stuff like that, they're starting to hit really hard up against the crazies, which are in a lot of the social science departments, who are the ones that are doing all this. And the universities are like, well, the people doing this political protesting, they're not bringing in $5 million National Science Foundation grants, and they're not bringing in $20 million NIH grants. If you want the institution to survive, you better understand where your bread is buttered, where your money's coming from. And second of all, it's like the people who are creating the maximum exposure to the institutions are the crazies who are doing all this anti-Semitic stuff. They're doing all their kind of far left politics and stuff like that. So I think there's kind of a come to Jesus movement that's coming up in academia saying, look, we are not going to sacrifice the entirety of an academic institution, its reputation, and its function in society so that you can use this as your postmodern, far left political platform, for taxpayer-funded activism. And I'm happy to see that come to a close. I don't know if my career is going to be able to withstand that era, but if it does, great. If not, I'll just be happy to see what emerges from after on the other side of this.
I appreciate you taking the time to answer.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I want to make sure I'm not taking too much of the time off from any sort of designated speakers or anything like that.
No, you're good, Stephen. I appreciate all your answers. And I'm really happy and encouraged to hear that there's also voice from within the colleges that's coming, to reason, and not just this administration. So, that gives me a little bit slightly higher hope than what I have right now. So that's good to hear. John.
Oh yeah, no, I want to speak quickly. I'll say I don't have tenure. I was a non-tenured faculty member I stood up for this, and I paid the price for doing what is supposed to be normal academic governance. But ultimately, if we're going to have tenure, we're going to need to get those tenured professors. And I think that the dam is broken, the social taboo is broken, that people are starting to stand up now and publicly on social media and stuff saying it's like, what we did was insane. We can't have science and basic forms of scientific progress that operate under some of these kind of domains. So, like, I'm happy to see people come forward, but man, it's a scary place being way out on the tip of the spear. So,
hey, Stefan,
thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Stefan, John. Yeah, Stefan, I've really enjoyed everything you've said. I think you're hitting all the nails on the head, and I can tell that you're a good professor, and whatever your students, I'm sure, are very lucky and fortunate, and they, you sound like a caring person. I've been doing online social audio conversations and debates for the past 5 years, and I use this app called Clubhouse, and we talk to a lot of what they self-describe as liberal, populist, Democrat, socialists, or there's a lot of anarchists in these apps. So my question to you, and this is a question I always like to ask people on the far left or the far right, if you were made king of the world, or let's say the governor of Illinois, let's just start at the governor of Illinois. This is like an all or nothing question. If you were the governor of Illinois, what would be your top 3 priorities for we the people?
Was it the debate of education, or?
No, it's an all or nothing question. You're the top dog, the number one guy in Illinois. You're the governor. What are your list of priorities for we the people?
Okay, so we the people, I guess one of the standard things about economic liberty and security, but it's like, we're the very bottom, I believe, at or near the bottom in job creation. That's really looking at, I think first it's like right-sizing government. I think that we have a tremendous drain that a lot of the policies that are kind of wrapped around, the economics, the things that are killing business creation and business development is the high tax burden and regulatory compliance burden. Everything from permitting, taxes to just red tape and graft and corruption and whatnot. So to promote greater prosperity and wealth, and to start end this hemorrhaging of population loss. We're surrounded by 3 states that are growing in population and have added hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of jobs. Whereas we do that, so I think the number one priority is just right-sizing government, kind of deregulatory, that's sort of, I guess, a deregulatory approach to removing some of the structural things that are impeding economic development. Let's see, number 2, I'm also behind the linkages between these different policy areas. I'm involved in the higher ed space, but the problem with that links us to our economic development problems is something like 15 or 50% of people who go off to university leave the state of Illinois because our tuition in-state is higher than out-of-state tuition in a lot of places in the country. So you have students. I think the number one destination for Illinois students outside of Illinois is Auburn, then the University of Kansas and Iowa and Nebraska. And when those people go to college, they don't come back. So we've had very minor population growth in Illinois, but our population growth has mostly come from immigration, and particularly not what people consider legal immigration. So we're replacing high wage growth. We're replacing our residents, long-term multi-generational residents with multi-generational wealth and advanced degrees, and the ones that are really kind of the gold standard for economic development, and we're replacing them with low-skilled, unskilled, ones that have a higher degree of dependence on the state. And until we get tuition down, Purdue, somebody mentioned Purdue earlier. I read earlier today, Purdue has not upped tuition in 14 years. They have a balanced budget amendment. They are required by law to balance their budget each year. I guess that might even be going into my third point is like, it'd be a really heavy lift to do in Illinois given the political dynamics, but having a balanced budget amendment and controlling the growth of the state, but it's like a lot of these costs that are associated with keeping tuition high are paying for all these wraparound services, for all these sinecures, for all these kind of, using the university system as a job creation mechanism. And I can tell you from when I was a faculty member at UIC, I believe,
restart this line.
our budget was only, the departments and colleges, some of them only get like 4 or 5% of their budget from state appropriations. It's almost all tuition driven, which is why we've had to be dependent on international students. And now that international students are not necessarily wanting to come to the U.S. to study, so I guess it's a combination of deregulation and addressing the job killing regulations, helping to end the brain drain due to the high cost of tuition and the tremendous kind of administrative load that is driving our most talented and multi-generational wealth out of the state, and then a balanced budget initiative that kind of goes back to that same concept of right-sizing government and enforcing fiscal discipline. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
That's awesome. You're ready for common sense politics, Stephen.
I feel like I should run for something at some point.
I was going to say that myself.
Yeah, I kind of get into like this. I call it TED Talk mode when I'm chatting on some of these things without having prompts. But yeah, I have a pretty good understanding of most areas of policy and things like that. But it's just like, I was born in Illinois. I've lived other places and have kind of a comparative perspective. But it's just like, this isn't how state government runs. That even if we kind of align with progressive values, that like we can't have one side of one aspect of society just using the other as its piggy bank and just demanding more and more and deciding stuff. So like there's going to have to be something, I think we're kind of getting to that point. There's going to be either a taxpayer revolt or the city or the state is going to have to declare financial exigency, and discipline is going to have to be imposed through agencies of the federal government because we don't have the capacity for the responsible people who are kind of currently in charge of the institutions who are willing to take the political risk to right-size everything.
I fully agree. I think we're getting there. John, I'm going to go to you now. I know you introduced yourself briefly. I had a few questions for you. One thing I wanted to know was you said you live in Chicago, right? So how did you decide to run for position in District 16 out of all places?
Yeah, so I live in Chicago. I was born in Chicago. My dad was a cop for 30 years in this city. And I ran as committee man in Jefferson Park here in Chicago. And that's when I had my first taste of Chicago or Cook County GOP politics. And, I'm a veteran. I've been through a lot in my life. And I got to tell you, getting sued by the Cook County GOP and going through that whole experience of getting pushed off the ballot and seeing a committee person get installed, that's what triggered me and made me realize that these little cliques and these little clubs are not inclusive. And so having met people through that organization, I was encouraged to run against Darren LaHood as a good strategic option. Other people told me to run in other districts, but it's my belief that even looking at Darren LaHood's analytics or replies or retweets or comments, he doesn't have a very engaged group of constituents and voters. So to me, he's somebody that I could, theoretically knock off and, become the Republican congressperson of that district. I'm setting up debates with the Democratic candidates because I want to see what their economic theories and policies are and whether they're frugal and fiscally conservative. So to me, Darren LaHood is one of the worst offenders when you look at how much debt he has voted for and created. And using grok and going through congressional acts is incredible. And He's raised over $10 million from healthcare, health insurance companies, big pharma, Verizon, AT&T, Comcast. He's a big pusher of rural broadband, spending another $100 billion there. So to me, we have to stop borrowing and stop spending. It's pretty common sense. It's very practical and pragmatic. And as Stefan just said, without a balanced budget, and generating 5 trillion a year in taxes and spending 7 trillion when you already have 37 trillion, it's not sustainable. In 2050, we'll be $50 trillion in debt and paying 4 trillion a year on the national interest. So the time is now in order to get our fiscal conservatism and prudent fiscal policies into place. We can't keep borrowing and spending. So this is why I'm running primarily.
Okay. And I understand that, and yeah, I mean, I respect your thoughts on it, but Darren LaHood, I think this is his third or fourth term, right? And it seems like he's got a very strong base in his district. So you're saying that your advisors have told you that is still the place that
No, it's not advisors. You just look at his X account, his Instagram account. He's got no real concessions. I'm saying it's a paper tiger. He just based on the analytics. But listen, I understand it's a big network.
So I'm sorry, I'm not talking about social media analytics. I'm talking about the votes that he got, and historically, right? So
well, that's not
have you looked at that?
Listen, the principle why I'm running is I believe there should be 10 challengers against Darren LaHood in the Republican Party. There should be 10 challengers in the Democrat Party. There's nobody running. This guy is going to run unopposed. So if we really want to make Illinois great again and make America great again, we need thousands of people getting more activated and involved in running in politics. It's not that hard to do. You may lose, I may lose. That's not the point. The principle is we are so far into debt, and Darren LaHood for 10 years has created this debt. In my opinion, as an Illinois resident, a lifelong Illinoisan and Chicagoan, I mean, it's my duty and responsibility to do this. It's not some advisors or advisor. The point is I'm doing this for me, and I'm doing this for the people in the 16th district in the state of Illinois and for America, because as everybody knows, we're going to $50 trillion in debt. And as I said, that would be a $4 trillion a year interest payment. We're only taking in $5 trillion a year in taxes. Does Darren LaHood care about that? Does he talk about that all the time? The guy does photo ops and social media propaganda in the same way that AOC does. I respect the guy, and I'm sure he's a wonderful man and father and husband, but in terms of debt creation, he is a hypocrite. He's got to go. And a lot of people in Illinois got to go. You live here, I live here. It's run like clown world. Darren is a participant in clown world. See that photo with Ron Paul in my PTR? I helped him with his campaign in California because I believe in fiscal conservatism. The government is broke, and we just keep kicking the can down the road. Darren LaHood is a professional can kicker. I am not. I want to smash that can and recycle it. I'm complete. Thanks for letting me speak.
Okay. Anybody from 16th District here have any questions for John? You can come up and request to speak. The Red Pill, I see you requested to speak. Did you have a question or a comment?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Hello, everybody. I live in the 15th District of Illinois, and I wanted to report in something very interesting that happened. I grew up in the 15th District, lived in Chicago for 20 years, and then came back here. I live in a small town of 550 people along Highway 36, kind of in between Decatur and Champaign. And this little town was a disaster during the pandemic. We had all kinds of crime here, and the village board was run by a bunch of elderly, aging Democrats. And they were very unpopular. The town was very upset. And one by one, they started leaving the board or retiring. And one by one, we replaced them with MAGA Republicans. And the small village now has a brand new board and a brand new village board president. The whole group is of a Republican mindset, and we are going to fix this little town. And just like a small town perspective is helpful because sometimes you're in such a big city, you see so many people, you lose sight of these things. But in a town of 550 people, the Democrats who were in charge here were fining everyone and treating it like a homeowners association. If your grass is 2 inches too tall, you're getting a fine. And they, if you don't pay your water bill exactly on time, your water bill shut off, you're fined $400. Like things that were absolutely outrageous, and people were leaving this town, and I can't blame them because it was turning into a very bad place, crime out of control, things like that. And we're going to fix this town. We have to build a new water tower eventually. But the woman who was the village clerk, she, also a Democrat, left stacks of unpaid bills for the next people. And they're having to do all kinds of things. But I am joining this village board. I'm very proud and very happy. And we've got to flip Illinois red from the bottom to the top. And I read everybody's posts. I'm just very glad to be here, and I don't get out much because it's a small town, not like I used to when I lived in good old Chicago, and I could just go to any restaurant and museum anytime I wanted to. I'm a little more isolated now, but I read everybody's posts on here and try to retweet as much as I can. But it's just good to hear like the different perspective because this is a different world. I lived in Chicago for 20 years. I know that world, but coming back home to my hometown was a big adjustment. I got stuck here during the pandemic, but there's going to be a resurgence in the state, and I think MAGA needs to understand that Illinois is not a blue state. Illinois is a red state that needs to be liberated, and that's pretty much what I wanted to say.
Great, thanks a lot for coming up, and thanks for sharing that success story. That does give us all a little bit more hope. I think the difference is that, being a smaller town, people felt the impact directly, right? And there was less gaslighting that happens constantly, through media and everything, where, people are feeling one thing, but they're told to believe in something else, right? And here, you felt it directly, and you took responsibility and took charge and made the change. So that's really good to hear. And I thank you for all your engagement. I do see that you're always engaged within the community, with everybody. So thanks for everything.
Yeah, you too.
Kyle, how's it going?
Another day on this side of the dirt, my friend. So, a quick question for John. Well, one, nice talking to you again. Joining you in your little book club earlier today. Question: what is not the message? Because the message you have is correct. But what steps are you taking in terms of contact with like precinct committee men, people on the ground? What's your plan of attack to actually defeat LaHood? And again, just with ACDC's point, with him having such a big backing, be it good or bad, irrelevant on the point, what's your plan of attack to actually defeat him? And I agree with you, there needs to be more people. The fact you're a Ron Paul fan, man after my own heart. But more or less, I guess I'm just looking for the semantics that you have planned or laid out that you're currently working on or need help with, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, when I ran for committeeman here in Chicago, I hired people from the South Side off of Craigslist to gather signatures for me. I gathered, 700 or 1,200 signatures. It took me 30 days to gather all the signatures. When I got sued and I looked at Stella Richards, the woman who ran against me, they generated her signatures in one day, and the ballots were so perfect, it looks like nobody ever even touched them. So my strategy is to get the amount of signatures to get on the ballot for the March primary. It's going to be a lot of work. I live in the northwest side of Chicago. I can hire people through Craigslist to generate these signatures for me, but I'll tell you, the people that gather signatures for you, it's a challenge to get them to affordably get these signatures created. Um, but I'm going to try to recruit political activists from the left and from the right to help me get the signatures. What that's the whole goal. If I can get on the ballot, that's a big win for me. He's got $10 million to advertise to the 16th district, and he's going to spend that money. Yesterday, he re-announced that he's definitely running. So I live in Chicago. I see Krishnamurti ads nonstop. They have an unbelievable amount of money to control the narrative and to run ads. And, if you witnessed Pritzker's run for governor, I used to work at Google as an account manager. Pritzker blanketed the media in a way that is unstoppable. Everything is Pritzker. He's the solution to everything. So the mass media, or the mind control of all of our cell phones, is very difficult to break through. And unless you have the money to advertise on Google, on Meta, on X, it's very challenging. X would be a good place to start for my campaign. But the strategy is to get on the to win the primary, or to get on the ballot. I mean, if I can't get on the ballot, it's nowhere to go. It's going nowhere. So that's my first goal and objective, is to get enough sufficient signatures that can be confirmed. Because during the challenging process, I mean, they literally go signature by signature and challenge every single signature. They will sit there and waste their time challenging every single signature by signature. I've been through the process. It's exhausting and ridiculous. But just to confirm and actually data verify every signature, to confirm that we actually have enough signatures to be on the ballot, in March, and hopefully get voted for. Because the voters in Peoria, in Rockford, if they're just going to be party loyalists and toss, vote for Darren LaHood over and over again for, going on 10 years. Plus, Darren LaHood signed a limitations. Anyways, the point is, that's the goal. I hope that's a sufficient answer for it.
No, it is. I mean, it is. Are you using, or do you have anyone with access to software like Numina or anything of that, to where you know what doors to knock to essentially assure your vote, assure your signature spot at least?
No, I have no back-end data verification or any type of software again, these are going to be volunteers that I'll be paying out of my own pocket to gather signatures at grocery stores in Rockford, in Peoria, in Bloomington, Normal.
Okay. Yeah, it might be worth just seeing if any of the local PCs. And I'm not a fan of the tribalism. I don't like the down ballot R or down ballot D. I'd rather R if you're just going to down ballot one of them, but I'd rather an educated voter. That's why I say I'm more of a paleo libertarian. But nonetheless, I would reach out to possibly some PCs that might be able to assist you with the door knocking aspect of what doors you want to hit.
Hello, John. So you can get the Cook County data at the 69 West Washington Street, both Chicago City data for voter, and the Cook County voter data at that address.
Got it. Yeah. I mean, again, it's really just getting these people organized, 10 people, 10 towns. Yeah, and then doing a back end. I could try that. I can go down there and see what I can pull after I start generating signatures. But thank you.
Yes. Do you also have a petition lawyer?
Well, I know Abazi from my first time running for committee person, but I don't have a lawyer working with me right now. No.
If you need one, I can introduce you one.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
What about as far as media? Someone like Greg Bishop, he does a lot of conservative stuff. Next News, Gary Franchi. Also, I'm just thinking here. Shannon Adcock does a lot of things, and she's been on Fox News. I think she seems pretty plugged into how to get onto the TV and things like that. You should be getting on all the podcasts, trying to make national news as much as you can with what you're doing. It seems like the national perception of Illinois is that it's just a blue state. They don't understand that it's full of Republicans. And to get on some of these national outlets, I think you'd have to have a good story, give them a backgrounder. But I would think you would be able to, and then start trying to get these relationships going now. See if you can contact Scott Pressler. See if you can contact Charlie Kirk's camp over at Turning Point, and see what they can do for you. See how you can partner with them and get involved with what they're doing and plug in. You know.
Yeah, so someone reached out to Scott Pressler. He said no, Illinois is a lost cause. He will not come here. For Charlie Kirk, if you can mix through, primary, you have a better chance, because there's so many people want to get on his platform. I know, Terry Newsom knows Charlie Kirk. That's the way you can get, but, there's so many people, if you can get through primary, you have a better chance, because he's very busy. He's only have 1 or 2 days a month, a time off.
Even if Scott Pressler won't come to Illinois,
no,
just a phone call to the people he works with to see what their best practices are.
Yeah.
Learned how they've done it, what their techniques are.
Yeah.
It's something that he could learn from for his campaign. Because I agree.
Yeah.
I expect Scott Pressler campaign. Asking for advice would be good.
I can, ask someone, say if he can get on Zoom call or something, what he does is register people. That's what he does. He has like 70 some, people in his team spreading out, all over the place.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm going to go to Rich. Rich, thanks for coming up. Did you have a question for John or for Stephen or anyone?
Yeah, I was going to ask John. First question would be, do you believe that we should cut government subsidization into universities and stuff like that, and all the money that we're dumping into it from the federal government and also the state government? The second question would be, what are you going to do if elected for the 16th district?
Yes, Yes, I know Rich. I invited him here from Clubhouse. He is a big critic of Islam, which I think is an important topic to discuss at times. But yes, I asked Stefan here, why is the federal government sending $790 million to Northwestern? They have huge endowments, but little do you know, just as your average taxpayer and average worker, the federal government through these grants and subsidies are sending hundreds of billions of dollars a year to university. I went to university. I understand they get state funding or federal funding, but when you look at how much it is versus the endowments of some of these super Ivy League schools, it's absolutely insane that the government is subsidizing these schools when they can generate hundreds of millions of dollars a year in yield on their vast portfolios. And for the District of 16 in Central Illinois, I want to be their Rand Paul, their Thomas Massey, their Ron Paul. If Illinois is Abraham Lincoln's state, a Republican, if we don't study Abraham Lincoln, study his philosophy, if we don't understand the history of the Republican Party, and all we do is spend $2 trillion more every single year for the rest of our lives, we will destroy the dollar. We will destroy your children's future. We will create perpetual debt. People in this country should be born with a $200,000 plus surplus to put them through college and maybe give them some money for a down payment on a house. Instead, you're born $110,000 in debt right at the bat. Go to usdebtclock.org and study the tables. Find out the true fiscal and financial situation in America. It's dire. We're spending $2 trillion a year Medicare, Medicaid, $1 trillion Social Security, $1 trillion on national defense. The NDAA at $1 trillion a year is a big problem. We have forever wars because we're funding our war machine at $1 trillion a year. So, Stefan is a veteran. We have to cut how much we're borrowing and spending. We can't keep doing this. So this is the message. And the most important thing that I want to emphasize to voters in 16 is that we have to be fiscal conservatives. We have to stop borrowing and spending. The big, beautiful bill that Darren LaHood voted on adds trillions of dollars to the national debt. We have to stop borrowing and spending. We have to be prudent and set priorities. If you look at what DOGE has cut and identified, It's all wokeism. It's all DEI, international climate change education contracts, hundreds of billions of dollars in education grants to study, climate change and gender studies in Guatemala, things like that. It's insane. USAID has been shut down. The Trump administration is making great advances in what's the priority. So if we don't really focus our priorities and cut borrowing and spending, it's like getting a credit card. Darren LaHood has gotten a credit card mailer for 10 years and went and bought $20 trillion worth of stuff that he didn't have the money to pay for. If you want to keep voting for people who have a black card and just keep running up the debt on your behalf, but giving you nothing, mind you, most of that money is going to Blue Cross Health Insurance, to AT&T, Verizon. He's giving it to all of his lobbyists. Go to Open Secrets and view Darren LaHood's lobbyist contributions, and you can see where all the flow of money goes. He's just skimming. He's a skimmer and a can kicker. Okay, he's got $10 million, and I hope that answers your question. Thanks, Richard.
I got a question, just the yes or no question. So you are against the One Beautiful bill?
Do you really have to ask yes or no questions? Because I'm for it and I'm against it. I believe that if we strip funding, the engine will get destroyed. You can't take the oil out of this machine. You'll destroy it. So I'm not against spending. I'm against the way we're spending it, where we're spending it, how we're spending it. The five, who, what, where, when, why, and how.
The bill is about spending it specifically and where they're spending it. So, I mean, it's okay. I mean, many people are, so I just want to know if you're against it or for it.
Well, it's big, but it's not beautiful.
Okay. Stephen, go ahead.
It's Stephen.
Sorry, John, I was addressing you as Stephen, so I thought literally I was getting it wrong. So, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. No, but John's right. It's like, having taught public policy, one of the things that, like, 2/3 of federal spending is not what we call discretionary. Only 1/3 of what we spend each year actually goes through the congressional appropriation process, and of that, almost half of it is defense spending. So I think that's something like 1/6. If you take out defense, only about 1/6 of the budget is actually health and human services, housing, urban development, park service, all that stuff. 2/3 of it is mandatory entitlements, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, VA benefits, and as you mentioned, increasing spending on the national debt. Debt services, I believe, is either has or will soon overtake defense spending in terms of proportion of our revenue. So it's just like, it isn't sustainable, and it's getting larger. But one of the problems is that, like, because we've become addicted to this, as you mentioned, you just can't take it out of the machine. I think something like 1/6 of our GDP is on health spending. And if you try to withdraw funds too quickly, essentially you'll create a great recession that will end up, creating a much larger debt spiral. And because we like Keynesian solutions, we're going to end up, having stimuluses and other things like that. But I think there's, the need to enforce fiscal discipline is just something to right-size government. But there's been this kind of creeping. I see it in my own field of public administration, but this kind of, just increasing need to integrate government into all aspects of society that, as a proportion of state spending, the federal government, provides tremendous subsidy to states. You look back to like 1930s and 40s, hardly any of the money came from the federal government to fund state programs and things like private universities. Now it's like, it's a majority of funding. So like, we've got to find a way to push towards privatization, deleveraging the state, and just bringing all these things down. And just kind of like, I don't know if it's a related or unrelated point, but I figure it hasn't stopped me before. In terms of accountability, as one thing that most people know here is, that, or or one thing I've discovered, particularly in my own episode, is that the media here does not cover stories that are critical of the political leadership in Chicago and Illinois unless they've already broken nationally. Like in my own case, I contacted WGN and the Tribune months before I contacted others, and they wouldn't even, even return my emails or phone calls. And I think one of the things that people don't know is that Illinois has a very extensive open data and FOIA kind of landscape. And I think that part of the solution, that we don't have a lot of policy capacity in Illinois. We have Illinois Policy Institutes and other different groups, but I tell you from my own case, you can just request. Illinois has one of the most generous Freedom of Information Acts, where you can find. We have open data portals. It's like data.chicago.gov. Cook County has a portal. Almost every county, major city in the state of Illinois has publicly available documents and data sets. Another thing where you can look through budgets, you can find stuff, and I can tell you just from looking through this stuff, there's a whole movement called civic technology and database journalism that I've engaged with here in Chicago, where they teach people how to file a FOIA request to get the information they need. And then we have a new institutional model because people aren't relying on the Tribune, people aren't relying on CNN or MSNBC or other news sources to bring stories. Just regular citizens like you or I can request budgets, data, information, can look through it, and find the story, and then just like Aaron Severian at the Free Beacon and other people just post it to your Twitter account and then at somebody in the federal administration, and they'll, it'll bring it to their attention, or somebody the big problem with our politics here in Illinois is there's so much corruption and stuff, and there's a tremendous paper trail and traditional data resources, but we just don't have people who are requesting and looking at them. And I'd like to, I think in some aspirational world, and this might go back to what I was, the big questions that I had before, is I'd love it if there was a way to help get conservative political science students or public policy majors who do internships to just FOIA stuff and just put it out in the open domain and just do a lot of the investigative journalism that isn't being done. And I think that's part of the accountability mission. When people are finding oh, well, I did a FOIA request and I discovered that $3 million, $3 million contract got it, no bid contract went to Brandon Johnson's former pastor or something like that. It's all out there, and it's all, they've acted with so much impunity for so long that they've not really hidden much of it, and there's such a tremendous paper trail that I think I might even end up posting some sort of session about, how to request these things, but it's all there, but nobody's looking for it. And I think that's at least the first step in addressing this question of budgets and bloated government and misuse and appropriation, because there's a tax that's being paid for institutional corruption, graft, and all that other stuff like that. And that's kind of the low-hanging fruit before we start making cuts to things that might be more politically less popular. But let's go over the wildly illegal stuff first. And even and I'll just finish on this. There's a group of employees, the Department of Human Services in Minnesota, and they've kind of gone rogue. They have a Twitter account, but they've gone rogue in just we're exposing hundreds of $1 million in corruption at the Minnesota Department of Health or Human Services or whatever they like that. Is there any way we can get people inside government? There's a lot of conservatives who work in state government and work in the city of Chicago. They know about ghost payrolling. They know about no-bid contracts. They know about these patronage positions and stuff like that. If we can provide some sort of mechanism via a website or reporting or anonymous tip line that they can give us information, there's people who are connected to the GOP, to national political organizations that know how to amplify that to the right stuff. So I think we're evolving into a new era of how politics is played, and I think to some respect we're kind of lagging in that, but I don't know if we're so much as lagging network that helps provide kind of like a one-stop shop. But basically if you just do a Google search for Chicago, for Illinois government, any agency, Chicago Parks or anything like that, there's always a FOIA page. But like the city of Chicago has a FOIA page. By law, they're supposed to answer your request within 5 days. In reality, they're a little bit overworked, and they always put in an extension request, so it usually ends up taking you about 2 weeks. But I've known people in the state of like one journalist I've been working with. He's got FOIA request in Michigan where he's put in a request, and it's taken 2 years, and they've passed through 3 different FOIA officers during the time that it just kept on getting handed off and handed off. So as accountability goes, you take some of that. You shine some sunlight or shine some light on it, watch the roaches scatter. But like we do have, luckily, the legal framework to provide a very important accountability mechanism and use some of the principles of data journalism, which have been employed, I'd say, very effectively, particularly for progressive causes. And I've learned some of these techniques. I'd be glad to host a training for people who are interested in doing this. And I can probably come down and speak and just kind of show how it's done. But like all that information's out there. Everything we need to do accountability. It's a force multiplier in a way that you probably won't understand, that you wouldn't expect. But the ability for you as an average citizen to just discover these stories and then post them on social media and then forward them to, the GOP vice chair of some committee or something like that, they can amplify it to their circles, and it will go up the chain to the national party organizations. And that's kind of how my thing worked. It just takes a little bit of knowledge to know how the system works, and a little bit of preparation to know what you're supposed to be looking for. But after that, you just start seeing the dominoes fall.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to be closing the space down here. We've gone over the hour and a half that we usually allot for this every week. But I'll give the last question to Rich, and then we'll kind of wrap it up after that. Go ahead, Rich.
Awesome, thank you. I appreciate it. So first thing I was going to ask John, could you bullet point 3 specific things that you would do if elected for the 16th district in the first, say, 100 days? What would be your main goals and objectives? And then secondly, I was going to mention if anybody's giving a heart or a 100 or a thumbs up to John Kitover, if you're interested in helping him, get elected, then definitely feel free to reach out to him, see what we can do to help. Thanks.
Yeah, hey Rich. Every HR act that comes across my desk, like Darren LaHood, the can kicker, I will crush that can and I will say no. I am against all future additions to borrowing and spending. I want to see drastic cuts to Medicare, Medicaid. I think $2 trillion for the health outcomes that we get in this country. If we were to take $100 billion and build federal gymnasiums around the country and get people working out and watching their diet, you could easily cut hundreds of billions of dollars from Medicare, Medicaid. So it's not popular because Blue Cross Blue Shield really needs that money. And your local hospital chain really needs that money. I mean, when's the last time you went to a doctor? They do data entry. You'd be better off going to a physical therapist if your health sucks. All they do is do data entry and prescriptions. I would hardly call that being a doctor. That's like being a robot in a healthcare facility. So I think at 35, with all this debt, if we don't change the way we're doing business and functioning as a society and get fiscally frugal as a people, I mean, the Constitution allows soldiers to go in your house, in times of emergency war. We have nothing to really worry about in terms of national security, invasion, things like that. We have to cut the NDAA by hundreds of billions of dollars. So, I mean, that's the message, I want to tell people in Illinois 16 is that Darren LaHood is never going to say no. You can use Grok and look at his congressional record and see countless trillion after trillion after trillion HR acts that he votes yes on. He's bought and paid for by big pharma, by big telecom, and he's going to keep funding the money, and he's going to keep increasing the debt at a linear level. So if you want to join me in my campaign and help contribute money so I can find young people in the top 10 towns in the 16th district to go to grocery stores this upcoming weekend to start gathering signatures, because this is a now operation. I have to get 20 signatures a day in order to get on the ballot in March. So if you want to help me, go to johnforcongress.com. It's a basic little website. I wrote a little essay on there because I was contacted by a news agency. And if you want to join the campaign, just follow my profile here. If you want to follow the campaign, just click my profile, and I would love for you to join me on this journey. It's only going to last a couple months. And I thank you all for listening here. And I want to thank Libs of Chicago, who posts incredible content, who exposes the rot in Illinois. And ACDC, thank you for having me on my show. And Kyle, nice chatting with you earlier. I do a book club this morning. I read the Constitution and created YouTube clips. So I think part of this is a communication war. We have no choice but to speak up and to spam them back, because the media and what all these politicians are doing, they're just creating spam. And when AOC is worth $20 million and Nancy Pelosi is worth $420 million with $175,000 a year salary, the fix is in. They're manipulating the outcomes for themselves, and they just keep kicking the can down the road and pummeling us with nonstop taxation, nonstop borrowing, and nonstop spending. And I'm sick of living in clown world. So thanks for listening to me, and I hope you all have a great evening.
All right, great. Thanks, John. Thanks for coming up. Thanks, Stephen, for coming up, and all the rest of the speakers, and the new speakers also, and all the listeners, of course. And with that, we're going to end the space tonight, and we're going to continue next week. We have a great candidate. I'm in talks with James Mendrick to come on to the space, so hopefully he can make it next week or the week after, but we're going to have him on soon here too. So with that, I'm going to wrap up the space. Everybody have a great evening, and we'll talk again next week.
Okay, go to johnforcongress.com. Thanks for joining me here. That was a live X stream. Let's jump into Clownhouse and see what the great Mojo X is pontificating on now.
Going to young people, and when you get young people on your side, or just to know who they are, and yeah, even if their parents think differently, there's something about being free of all that stuff that is attractive.
Okay, we're going to cut this and start the new live stream on the Mojo X show. Hope you guys enjoyed that last live stream. Hit the like button and subscribe now.
People that are facing going out there in the world.
It's interesting to me. When I was younger, I thought I had more influence in changing the world. This is why we move toward the center as we age, in part because we realize we have far less impact on our society and more than less than we thought we did. I'm not saying you can't organize and make a difference, but
Yo, I'm in the Mojo room.
we realize
Dude, that bitch kicked me at first. Yes, they did.
Yeah, they're very prickly.
Finicky bullshit dickheads.
Typical. You've seen them all.
ask me that I don't.
Man,
Talk about.
Do you have a voiceover role for me where we need someone who smokes a lot of weed? Sounds like.
I don't think Mojo smokes weed, right? Mojo, you don't smoke weed, right?
maybe not. Since I turned 18, I could count on two hands how many times. Like, there's been like rare occasions where you're around the right people, and it's just kind of like, oh, for old time's sake type of thing. It's always made me tired and hungry. It's never really been my jam.
It's just a vegetable. You can go to Walgreens, any gas station, buy unlimited cigarettes and poison yourself. But for 40 years in this country, we have imprisoned, destroyed people's lives for choosing to smoke a different plant. Explain that to me, America.
I think Thomas Massey got it right. I don't even smoke pot, but he said that whenever laws apply to onions should be the same laws that apply to marijuana. Congressman Kitover, or future Congressman Kitover, there's going to be a room on Tuesday in the Brain Trust House, and I spoke to Alan, who is hosting it. He's going to be talking about taxation. I recommended that you attend, and he indicated that he had a bad experience with you previously, and I shared with him that I will show up. I'll be bringing the future congressman, and we'll both behave ourselves. We're going to talk about taxes now. Brain trust.
Great. He's very, very sensitive about vaccines, and I promise you, I won't bring up vaccines once. Strictly taxation.
Maybe what we can do is participate in the conversation, and if you're feeling ornery towards the end, maybe take a parting shot.
Hey, Mojo, were you a little upset that Brent left? I think you were.
Brent? Nah, he'll be back.
Maybe it affects the Brent.
Brent is one of those interesting people. I've never seen someone. You'd have to go to boxing, like when Mickey Ward and Arturo Gotti, they'd have the awards, right? But at least those guys had some wins on their record. Imagine a guy that takes a pummeling like that, but has never landed a punch and never won a fight. That's Brent. And so there's something about his resilience that I actually admire, if I'm being honest.
No, but there was national. Which one would you think is more resilient? National?
Well, Brent's got just a lot longer tenure here. So, Brent's been doing this for years.
But National, he had a fight. He had him send him to the kill quite a few times.
Yeah, well, I tend to send people to goof. They don't shut the fuck up. You can disagree with me. You can tell me that you think my idea is stupid, all that kind of jazz. I'll probably have a response for it, but I'll let you get your licks in. The one thing that I do allow is for people to get their punches in. It's not my fault that he doesn't land them.
No, but you were giving him, you were like, you're giving it to him, and he just hung in there. He stayed in there with you. I think you got to fight back.
Hey, Dr. Mojo, I'd like to ask you a question.
Go for it.
This is in regards to the title of the room. How can we end terrorism? Do you think that all the terrorism we have seen in the past 25 years has been authentic? Or do you think that perhaps the CIA and others in the U.S. government faked terrorism?
I don't think they faked terrorism, but I think it's one of those things similar to having awareness of the Pearl Harbor attack in 1941. I don't know how you classify it, but if you know that something's happening and you allow it to happen because it creates a good narrative for you, it's not exactly that you did it or that you orchestrated it even, but there is some guilt associated with allowing these things to take place.
Well, I'm only asking because our glorious president, Donald Trump, has clearly identify that fake news is real and that MSNBC, CNN, and all the others just spam us with clickbait titles, which is all just a bunch of fluff. So I'm just wondering, with the NDAA being at $1 trillion a year, is $1 trillion a year still needed to fight the war on terror?
As far as the expenditures that we have, if we were legitimately looking for terrorists with the intent of taking them off the playing field, I would support that. In fact, I would trade all the Social Security dollars. I would trade all of the Medicare dollars. I would trade a lot of dollars to be able to do that. The problem that I see is that we can know that these guys are in play. What's up with when we hear that the CIA is tracking a terrorist cell and then we're listening because we're looking at why not just when we spot them, we take them out. I think we need a much more zero tolerance policy on this stuff. If we can identify them and we know that then just remove them from the field now.
Well, let me ask you a follow-up. If we were to slash the NDAA by $300 billion a year and bring that annual expenditure down to a mere $700 billion a year, and we were to look at the priorities in the military in terms of lethal force that are used to defend the freedom and the security of this country, would you imagine that $300 billion worth of a jobs program, as they usually call it in a lot of federal agencies, when you ask questions, they say, oh, that's a jobs program. So I'm just wondering, do you think that possibly at $1 trillion a year, we can identify $300 billion worth of a jobs program that is used to defend the security and freedom of this country?
Let me answer that for a second. When I found out that the Iranian strike, in the process, for over 20 years, they were devising how they were going to do something that couldn't be done. Do you know how much money that costs? And you know how you have to set aside money to do it? And that's just one project. Who knows what they have going? That costs money. You could throw around, you could say $200 billion to go for jobs. You could say that. But this is an expensive planet we live on. And terrorism is an expensive fight that must be fought. And I'm sure glad they spent 20 years, I don't know how many billions, to knock out Iranian's nuclear weapons. So, you throw money, you can spit it out in any amount that you want. You gotta itemize, you gotta look, I'm from the old accounting school, show me the income, show me the expenses, show me. You just can't throw out a $200 billion job program, and who's going to be against the $200 billion job program? But if that $200 billion job program was millions of lives, because we didn't think right, no, it's not worth it.
Just a quick question. As an actor that your voice reminds me of, who is that actor? Because I can't figure it out.
Christopher Walken.
Not at all.
Jules, well, I have a New York accent.
Hey, Romano.
No, it's not real well.
Tim, I hate to interrupt. I gotta ask Jules a question because he's a former IRS, I believe, International Revenue Officer. Jules, why don't you explain to the wonderful people in this room what it was like as an IRS officer, and what was it like just filling out a simple sheet to figure out whether you could take a plane or had to take a car?
When I went overseas, I couldn't take a car. So I don't know what your question is.
I'm just making a joke about determining whether it's more affordable to fly by car or by plane because they make it so complicated as an employee at the IRS. It's a waste of everybody's time. That's part of the jobs program I'm talking about. I'm just saying, Jules, you worked at the IRS and the annual budget there is $60 billion a year. They bring in $5 trillion a year. That's a 0.08 ROI or a 0.86 ROI. Does the Treasury even spend too much money doing what they do, Jules? Is there no automation, no optimization? Is there no cost savings possible?
I think there are cost savings, but you can't. You don't know what's being. Talk about the military. You don't know what is being spent spent. Were you surprised to hear that 20 years in the making? You know, what was it? Iranian nuclear bomb program? I was surprised as hell. I didn't have that crap in the IRS. I had to fill out travel vouchers when I traveled. You know, I wasn't allowed to, you know, and people looked it over and said, what the hell, you know, what the hell's that? I mean, can I tell you a funny story about that? I got it real quick. No, Alan Martin. A lot of other people don't know this. Alan Martin. Wow, I don't know. He had a lot of time. Everyone's Alan Arkin. I'm Gary Glenross. Yeah, very good. Yeah, I make it sound like him. My throat's a little raspy. But here's a funny story on travel vouchers. They were very strict on travel vouchers. So, one of my friends went to London. You know, I think it was with me at the time. And he comes back and fills out his travel voucher. The manager says, look at this. Look at this travel voucher. I can't approve of this. For example, you have a hat. What's this? You put a hat? You bought a hat. She said, yeah, I was walking in the streets of London. There was a heavy wind, blew my hat. It went under a bus and destroyed the hat. So he goes, I'm not accepting this travel voucher. Do it over. I will not accept it. So he does it over, gives him the travel voucher. It's the same exact amount, but no hat. So the manager goes, how could it be the same amount? Where's the hat? He goes, you find it. Sure, we thought that was pretty.
Well, I mean, do you have any criticism of the IRS, any whistleblower statements about egregious spending or activity against citizens of this country?
Nobody was out to get citizens. Look, no one was out to get citizens. Matter of fact, the first year or so, I was in an office audit where you get people making $7,000 back then, and their household expenses was $15,000. So, you know, I had leniency on them. I had leniency on people who were driving cabs and didn't report all their tips like, you know, people don't do. But my leniency changed as it went up the line. And for most of my career, I was an international examiner in the financial service area. We had big dollars.
Imperial Harvest, I mean, I know Michael Shorter. I've been reading that non-intervention too for a while.
You know, and that's where I really enjoyed my job. We're not out to, the IRS wasn't out to get the person. The IRS was to make sure that the laws that the rich people made was followed, and usually it wasn't. Okay, so I want to jump in real quick. The reason you were asked that was tying it back to the title. John is just bringing up the point that sometimes the U.S. does things that we spend money and don't solve problems as they pertain to terrorism. In fact, he's alluding to the possibility that maybe we might even like some of the terrorism that takes place because it creates a need for budgets to be spent and a jobs program, quote unquote. So let's get back to the title of the room. How can we end terrorism? Well, you're talking about the military-industrial complex. Yes, well, that's one thing. I want to just holistically think about how can we solve this problem. Can we agree that we have a terrorism problem globally? Yes. So what are we going to do to fucking solve it? I have some ideas. Hold on. If I share my thought, you guys will think I'm crazy. I might even get clipped. So I want to hear your thoughts.
Save it to the end.
I think that, so, speaking on this, particularly of issues with the option B, which is outlining illicit immigration. The reason I say that is because of the fact that it disassociates us with countries that are majority Muslim and could be increased chances of ending Islamic terrorism.
Moderators, put me in the queue, please.
Okay, you're in the queue. You're right behind the next person that might want to speak. Okay, let's go.
Jules, were you going to say something?
since somebody's speaking, you can't do it on the cheap. That's number one. You can't. Terrorism is something they want you to spend a lot of money to fight them. It's like whack-a-mole. They're kind of popping up all over the place. So, Roger, you can't do it on the cheap.
What about this? Here's a thought. I'm gonna throw a fucking thought at you, okay? Okay? You ready? We give, instead of the $1 trillion that we spend half that giving it to Israel, okay? And again, you know how I feel about foreign aid, so bear with me on this thought. We give the money to Israel, we tell them to gather all the intel, and then they're going to train the troops. We're going to build an army, and the army is going to be built off of the people that we detain that have entered this country illegally. And then what we do is we tell them, look, we're going to ship you over to Iran. You're going to do a land war with Iran. You're going to go ahead and defeat the IRGC, and once the victory is completed, you will have U.S. citizenship. What is it?
No good.
And you hate Mexicans that much?
Wait, who gets the citizenship?
The Mexicans get the citizenship. We detain all of the illegal aliens, and then we put them aboard a Navy ship. We train them for war. We send them over to Iran, and Israel will do all the intelligence gathering, the war planning, and then the troops on the ground will be would-be U.S. citizens that'll go and fight the war. They'll be from places like Panama and Nicaragua and Mexico and places like that.
Well, I think you're describing the Bay of Pigs invasion almost to the T.
Yeah, but this is the Bay of the other pigs.
It's like send some pigs to the other pigs bay, like transatlantic pigs.
Our big problem is fighting terrorism. Number one, isn't cheap. And number two, maybe even more important, it is not so constitutional, if you know what I mean. We have to break some eggs, to make the omelet. And that's probably a bigger problem than money. We can break it.
Especially with the cost of eggs these days, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right. It goes up all the time, yes.
Can I just say
So we
that
got a big problem.
borrowing and spending more to fight terrorism with the ridiculous hope to think that you can actually end it would be the dumbest thing we as Americans can do. If we don't reprioritize our current spend and drastically cut spending, we won't kill two birds with one stone, and we have to start taking a multi-approach action to solving the fiscal crisis and ending the security crisis, which is always an illusion. There is an illusion of security. And spending more money and borrowing more money does not bring you the security that you think it does.
You not only brought up a great point, you linked the two, and they are linked. You're right. We're so much in the hole financially that we can't prioritize our spending.
Do you think it would help if we just educated the world? Because most of these terrorist groups are Islamic fundamentalists, right? What if we just did dropped leaflets and educated the population of all these Muslim countries that the Prophet Muhammad was a pedophile? Do you think that might help?
No.
I think that might help with our prisons, basically, who get attracted to Islam. We just, if they found out they're wrong, that sucks for the people. That might be to reconsider.
They have kindergarten classes that talk about killing Americans and killing Jews and killing the other religions. You gotta stop that culture. You gotta allow for Islam to exist, but not the extreme Islam. If we take any extreme culture, which preaches they're the only, they're correct, only their culture should exist. It's not, we're going to have conflict and war. I don't know if we can do this, but we have to stop the extreme culture. How do you go into other countries and make it illegal to teach hate of other religions, women, or whatever? You can't.
Wait, hold on. No, but hold on. You got to slow it down. before they write the textbooks of killing people, they bought into this idea that the perfect man was this guy that married a 6-year-old and fucked a 9-year-old. Like, I think what we have to do is we have to say, look, pedophilia bad, and ergo Prophet Muhammad bad, ergo Islam bad. Like, and no disrespect intended to any of the people that have been subjected to this cult. I have a lot of empathy for you if you happen to be a cult member. We can deprogram you once we end Islam.
Yeah,
I just don't think.
Wait, let's hear from Frank. Frank, I don't think he's had a chance to speak. He hasn't been able to take it. Frank, go ahead. Hit me with all the wisdom you got.
Yeah, thank you. I think as long as the world demands terrorists, so when demands is there, supply will be created. Doesn't matter how you behave. So the only problem is.
This is called Clubhouse. This is how can we end terrorism?
That is a question.
Okay. I know this is going to sound extreme, especially from somebody that doesn't like initiating wars on nonviolent people, but wouldn't it be easier if we just kind of said, hey, if you're living in a place that's really sandy and you worship a prophet that fucks kids, like what if we just glassed the whole fucking thing? What if we just said, you know what, fuck the norms, we're just going to pack up the bombers, move the subs, and just fucking nuke the shit out of the entire fucking region. I'm not saying I'm advocating for that. That sounds genocidal. I'm just throwing it out there as a thought experiment. That covers my ass. We're getting clipped. Go ahead.
Okay, got it. Okay, but do you believe that a religion that tells you to go to Allah because God promised people 2,000 years ago is also like it?
Oh, you're talking about this. Are you talking about the Jews?
Extremism and
Hold on, guys. I can have Phoenix. I hear where your question is coming from. Let me just say this. I think that when you have a derivative interpretation of other texts, for example, this idea that religions works. Let me get this point across to you guys. And no offense to my Christian brothers and sisters here, or even members that are part of Islam. The Bible, right, outside of the first 5 books that make up the Torah, you have created fan fiction. I know it's old fan fiction, and it's been used in the States. Great work on not exactly Congressman John Kitover. It's just kind of saying, hey, those are cool ideas. That's an organized people. Let's write our own book. And then you guys just started adding expanded universe for Star Wars. Just to, you can make money off of it, but not really make art.
Each house shall be the judge. 5.
Shall expire at the end of the next session.
Someone else's home because if he don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it because it is mentioned in his book that God promised him that place 2,000 years ago. What about that?
Phoenix, you're bringing up a good point here because, look, who the fuck are we to argue with God? Like you said yourself, God promised it to a chosen group of people, and you know who that chosen group of people is not? These fucking phony-ass motherfuckers that came up with the name Palestinians. What the fuck is a Palestinian? It's like, Palestine is like Narnia. It does not exist. You would agree with that, right, Phoenix?
Yeah, it seems like what you said about it. They say,
yes. So if that's the logic, then as an East African, because I'm Ethiopian, I would appreciate all the Arabs and Berbers to leave North Africa, because you weren't there either first. So Africa.
yeah, so now I think
Phoenix, hold on. I want you to respond to what the woman just said. I know that the delicate sounds of a woman's voice is probably something that you're not used to hearing, but I would never stereotype. I know, but I want you to respond to what she said. Without going on your own little soapbox, can you respond to what she said? But I thought I heard her say something brilliant. We call that in America a mic drop.
Yeah, I was responding while you interrupted me, like, can you control yourself so I can respond to her? So yeah, she mentioned that Arabs are in Africa, and I don't think that is motivated because God promised them Africa 2,000 years ago.
It doesn't matter the motivation. Why are you giving North Africa? I need you to leave. I need all of you, Berbers, leave, whatever. You're not African. You shouldn't even be there.
Yeah, so
applies to on Syria.
Does that apply to like Native Americans?
I think it doesn't apply to anybody. Phoenix, it doesn't apply to anybody. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, so it doesn't apply to
A lot of people watching this live stream. Amazing.
Yeah, it doesn't
This is called Clown House, aka Clubhouse. Subscribe now. Thanks for joining me on this YouTube live stream. There's only 6 people here. What the fuck, guys?
like religious kind of
Religion doesn't teach that. Religion doesn't teach that.
Okay, so you go to a certain place and
Who's smoking hot?
to be that kind of holy city where you
She's smoking hot.
Or it's a cultural thing, but certainly the religion doesn't teach that they should obtain Israel by force or something like that.
Yeah, I think that even Palestinians are cultural about their land. There are Palestinians who are atheists. There's Palestinians who are Christians. There are Palestinians who are Christians.
Hold on one second, Jason. Two rules of the road here. We're gonna let people finish what they're saying. Try to make 1 point, maybe 2 at the most, and then once you're done, then somebody will respond. I think this will work better if we let people say what they have to say, even if we disagree with them. Phoenix is probably going to have opinions that are less popular with this stage, but even more reason to give him space and give him grace, and then we can respond to him in whichever way we see fit. Just don't interrupt. Interrupting is the problem.
Yeah, let's chill. Don't freak out.
So Phoenix, you're in the middle of saying something. I think Roger wanted you to finish.
Yeah, Phoenix, I was saying all of that to say, please finish uninterrupted. Jason, you heathen.
So the criticism is that there is a certain religious stuff going on with Muslims not being able to like there is the bad intentions towards the others, right? And then I believe that you should not actually people should not mix politics with religion, right? But the thing is that there is a man that went into the Middle East. He's from Brooklyn, and he went there because a religious text told him that God promised him that place 2,000 years ago. Isn't something that motivated by religious kind of witnessing.
Sure, that's motivated by religion. And I think 2 wrongs don't make a right. So maybe we could discuss whether this guy.
But Jason, 3 rights make a left.
So we could discuss whether this guy did a wrong by going there. I don't think he did. But it wouldn't change the fact that when you look at various communities all over the world, there are some sub-communities of Islam that have a real hard time following the law in their chosen countries. Okay? Not all of them. In fact, many of them are quite law-abiding. We see earlier waves of immigration in France, for example. We're quite successful. But we do see in various parts of the world some very troubling stuff in connection with Islamic society. And sometimes in their own countries too, Islamic people have a lot of trouble with extremism. The greatest victims of Islamic terror are Muslim people in Muslim countries. So I don't know that we can say all we want about this guy from Brooklyn, but it doesn't change the fact that there is legit
concern regarding it. We can also talk about this guy from Brooklyn, but one of these is not going to pay for or solve or cancel out the other.
I totally agree. But to be honest, this is just a very like conversation and argument because they don't want to do state solution. They want to watch state solution, so it doesn't even matter.
Joseph for the comments. I don't know your number. Did you text me?
Can I terrorism as a whole is one of the worst things our nation has had to deal with in the last 40 years.
Is that Rich? Yeah, it's Rich. You want the link to the clown house? It's in the mouth.
Therefore, I don't think we have a right to say Arabs into Africa because immigration is good for the world. And the point is, you have to.
It's good for Africa. So Africans have to share the land, deal with y'all, but no one else should.
MG, we're all from Africa. My answer
Oh, you're going to add you to the group chat?
That's not the point. The point
70,000 years ago.
It's a continuous conversation. They want a one-state solution. That's the whole point. They want a one-state solution. They're not interested in having an honest conversation and finding a solution because of Islam. They just want they want a caliphate.
Well, some Muslims don't. Okay, I don't think that Saudi Arabia wants a caliphate.
They don't already have a caliphate?
A lot of these countries do not want a caliphate. They want some variation of constitutional monarchy or democratic republic or various other things.
Actually, like Islamism was created as something to stop what's called Arabic nationalism, which was a little bit communist and socialist in its nature, right? And there was this struggle between communism and capitalism, which is like that's why it's someone here like masturbating.
Yeah, Johnny Boy, mute your mic or get kicked from the stage.
My bad, dude. My bad. I'll do nachos. Sorry.
Nacho cheese!
My bad, guys. I'm sorry. I don't mean that. I'm sorry, guys.
Well, I feel like this is a good segue, Phoenix, because I don't want you to center yourself. But, Phoenix, in 3 sentences or less, tell us how you would end terrorism.
Good question, y'all.
So I think that we end privilege kind of mentality and the certain status quo that make a certain people privileged and a certain people not privileged, and there's this kind of equal rights for everyone, and the well-being of everyone is be considered not just a small minority to have well-being as a priority, and the other people are going to have well-being as secondary. That's a good start.
Are you talking about America or like in Islamic countries, like in Syria?
No, I'm talking about capitalism and capitalistic materialism and that.
So you're talking about America or how about America?
No, about the worldwide. So Islamic countries are capitalist also.
Oh, they are. They are. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think socialism is really good. So.
Hold on. Let me clear my ears out. Did you say, I just want to make sure I wasn't in the matrix. Did you say that I think socialism is really good?
Yeah, I think socialism, equal rights for everyone. There is no privilege, kind of,
The hell are you saying? Hold on. Listen. You're free to practice whatever fucking religion or be whatever cult. When you come into my space, you son of a bitch, talking about socialism if it's a good thing. Good for who? Good for who? The people that you've stolen from? Huh?
No, it's good for the world that all people have well-being to be taking consideration of the well-being of everyone, not just to exploit other
Wait, hold on. Let me explain something. Shut up, you son of a bitch. You shut your mouth. You shut your mouth. You shut your mouth. You shut your fucking stinking goat fucking mouth. You shut your fucking socialist mouth, you commie. Shut your fucking mouth. Listen to me. I like what Friedrich Hayek says about socialists. If socialists understood economics, they would be socialists. Carry on.
Well, you know, Phoenix, you're quite a contrarian, aren't you? You work in a bookshop in Mecca, and you are a confirmed LGBTQ. So I'm just wondering, how do you?
Wait, he lives or works in Mecca?
Yeah, he works in a bookshop, and he's gay. He's a gay man living in Mecca.
I think we should wait till an Islamic holiday and all the Muslims are in Mecca doing that little fucking weird thing where they're like, where they're like in a slow motion fucking punk rock pit. And I think what we should do is we should drop the mother of all bombs on Mecca. What do you guys say?
Oh, okay, that's what I call terrorism then.
Too soon? Too soon?
Yeah, I remember one of the convictions in the mosque being built in Ground Zero saying that, Muslims can build a mosque at your Ground Zero when we can build a synagogue in Mecca.
Great point. And why?
By speaking like that, I don't know why you do that. Every action has a reaction. We have creating hate. I don't know why.
Well, why don't you think it's okay that Ben Gvir can't pray in Jerusalem wherever he wants? Why do Muslims in Jerusalem get special treatment? Why can't Jews pray where Muslims pray?
I don't mind, personally.
Yeah, you don't mind.
Bring attention to the fucking poll. Hold on. Hey. Everyone, stop. Everyone mute yourself. Listen, there's a poll of, it's not a trick question. Somehow, some people are getting it wrong, but, how many zeros are in 37 trillion? Well, let John Kitover talk to you about what the 37 trillion might represent.
Listen, the IRS that Jules and I used to work for brings in $5 trillion a year. We spend $7 trillion. In 2050, if you ask Grok at $50 trillion in debt in 2050, we will be paying $4 trillion a year on the national interest, which is about an 8% APY. Your Congress, your senators have had black cards, and they keep borrowing on your behalf. And what are you getting for it? You're getting shitty medical service. You're getting immigrants pouring in through the gaps. Your children's future has been mortgaged. We have the biggest mortgage on the biggest clown house you've ever heard, and we're spending $1 trillion a year in national interest. And when I ask people on Clown House, what is 100 times 1,000? They can't even do that simple mathematical equation. Even though.
Hold on, let's put this to the test. Phoenix, what's 100 times 1,000? 100,000. Man, wow, the phone a friend was powerful.
Okay, wait, Phoenix. Phoenix, what is 900 times 1,000?
Okay, so I missed the mathematics class. I think mathematics is boring.
Got it. So, as we have proven again, that Clown House is actually an ESL training app, and you're all just wasting your time centering Phoenix.
And Phoenix wants to divvy up the money when he can't count.
I think he's a decent person.
Hey, Phoenix, I got a question for you. How many zeros are in 37 trillion?
Oh, that's a lot.
That's in the title, I get, but how many is it?
I don't know because I believe in socialism.
Wait, you don't have it makes sense. You believe in socialism, so you can't do math. Perfect.
No, I don't think that there should be trillionaires.
No, he just likes being social. That's what he thinks socialism.
No, I don't.
Hold on, Phoenix. Hold on. If the first time I tell you to fucking hold up, if you just muted yourself, you goddamn mic, we wouldn't
wouldn't have to repeat myself. I just want to say that on the bright side of this poll, nobody believes that there's only 10 zeros in 37 trillion. So there is that. Nobody selected 10.
Mojo, can I ask another very simple but yet important question?
I hope you do.
If we wanted to take the national debt from $37 trillion to $30 trillion in 2 years, can anyone explain that simple math to me?
It's not that simple because the answer would be 3.5 trillion per year plus interest. And if you're trying to calculate the interest on that, the interest on the 37 trillion is about a trillion a year. So in over 2 years, if you wanted to pay it down, you would be closer to 4.5 trillion per year in order to pay it down 7 trillion. Thank you.
So let me ask one more question for anybody in the room. If we were to double the tax rate in America and take us from an average of, say, 40% to 80%, how much would we collect in income tax? Thank you.
Not enough. Not enough.
Well, if we take in $5 trillion and we double the tax rate collection to twofold, that would be how much? $10 trillion a year.
But you say that's going to come the operating cost, and then you're going to have the expectation that the top 5% are willing to take that and that part of their money overseas and leave the U.S. alone. Brad's right. He's right.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I heard that U.S. national debt reason exists because there is a demand out there, a lot of money out there that they like to park the money with a secure place. Therefore, the U.S. created bonds and debt in order to sell those bonds for people to invest on a secure haven. That's the reason that exists.
I'm just saying, if we were to raise the tax rate to 10 trillion, but yet we still spent 7 trillion, and we only netted 3 trillion, and we were to take that off the deficit, off the total, we would still be at 34 trillion. So what I'm trying to point out is that short-term, long-term, we're already at a critical level of debt. And if we can't cut Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, national defense, if we don't stop borrowing and spending, we are all a bunch of what?
Tax increases in tax is not going to cut the deficit. Just remember that. It only pays the interest. By the way, since we're talking about this, that fucking Powell should lower the interest rate. He's playing politics, and he's hurting every one of us in this room right now. He's killing us. And Trump is right, and I hope Trump fights his ass.
Well, home inventory is through the roof. There's more sellers now than ever before, but there's no buyers because nobody wants to pay triple what they were paying in 2021. You'd be a sucker to get a mortgage at 6-7% based on how other people bought their homes at 2%, 2.5%.
Well, I think when the world became more safe place to invest elsewhere than U.S., that's the time the interest rate will go low. When the interest rate goes low, then people will sell the bonds and invest somewhere else. But until that demand is there's the reason the interest rate will stay high because people get interested to purchase those bonds.
Well, I hate to ask maybe a controversial question, but how much did the United States spend on the COVID-19 response since 2020?
The question should be why did the United States spend the money and not make China spend the money? That's the question.
Well, yet another question to ask would be, why did the U.S. pay for gain-of-function research in a lab in Wuhan, China, to create a virus in the first place?
And since we're asking the question, why is Fauci walking around a free man? It's a great question, Mark. wasn't prosecuted. I got a film coming out October 19th. It's called Last Dragon. Answer the $1 trillion question. Mojo will have you come to wherever he's at and party at the theater. And Mojo can tell you more about that.
Yeah. Hey, I'm waiting for the details on the specifics for which theater it's going to be in. I'm guessing it'll be the big AMC in downtown Seattle. But on the premiere dates, I will make sure that we have all the film enthusiasts out there, and we are going to be selling merchandise. We're hoping that we can get the Last Dragon himself, Timok, to come and sign autographs.
Mojo, you don't need to sell anything. It's just party and have a good time. And don't invite any losers. Well, invite everybody. October 19th, the Last Dragon releases to AMC theaters. Get your tickets. Get the reminder on the app.
Do you think we can have a show enough costume party there? Do you think that would be fun?
What? If you go to my Instagram, you'll see. Well, and if you go to all that, they have Southern University marching band playing all these huge bands, you know, like musicians playing the glow, right? The glow. And I thought of having 50 show notes show up in the marching, and when they do it again, you know, what do you think of that?
I love that. By the way, that's a great idea. I want to see that video because there is a junior high school that typically wins the top band throughout the state. That's not too far from where I live. And I can go and talk to the music teacher there.
Yeah, I would expect it to feel scary. You go to the Last Dragon, marching band. Yeah, I'm interested in it.
That's amazing. It's amazing. Welcome out, Normo. Norm, off the top of your head, how many zeros in 37 trillion?
I'm guessing 12.
That's a good guess, my friend. You're better than some of the people here that are answering this question.
Is it true? Am I right?
Yeah, you nailed it. It's exactly 12.
I put it in the chat right there if you want to take a look at the marching band plans. I don't have them in the streets yet, they're in the scans right now.
I love it. Has anybody here not seen The Last Dragon? Anybody? Is anyone, any Luddites here that just didn't see this? By the way, Tom, I was looking at films that you, in 1985, when it was released, that Last Dragon outperformed in terms of the domestic box office. It wasn't quite up there with like Beverly Hills Cop or whatever. What was the other one that came out?
Oh no, I think I did tell you. You know they didn't promote the film because they had this whole thing about, I think that it's more of a black thing, and it was diverse, but they weren't promoting across the country, so it went to number 2 in the country and dropped out.
Well, I would highly encourage people, even without the promotion, go look at how it did in comparison to some of the movies that you've grown up on, that you love, think of as classics. It actually did perform pretty well. And I think it was like 27, 31, for the year. I mean, there's a lot of films that generated more money.
32 or 33 at that time. It was a $10 million or $12 million budget at that time. And they see it somebody that produces soaps and money.
And you have to imagine that when it got to video, the secondary market, it did very well, because I know that's where I was consuming it regularly.
It's amazing. Enough about me. Back to the board conversation.
I saw the adult version. I don't know if I saw the original.
Can I just ask another important question to the room? Who here believes that the COVID-19 vaccines are 100% safe and effective? And if so, why do we keep hearing stories about myocarditis, heart attacks, as well as turbo cancers?
Are you suggesting, John, that the cure was worse than the disease?
Yes. Was the vaccine worse than the virus itself? Was our emergency coordinated response from the Pentagon, known as Operation Warp Speed, which pumped in hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars in funding, were we our own worst enemy in this particular situation? Anyone?
Yes, we were. We followed science. We panicked. I remember standing 4 feet back of somebody in a scuba, and I got yelled at for not standing 5 feet with my mask on like an idiot. You're right. You're right. Right away, because we handled this so poorly, as you said, Congressman, we can expect something in the future that the banking on the air will just promote.
I don't know if I got the anthrax vaccine. First said they vaccinated the army.
But why do you think that they
In
did
charge.
that?
I'm sorry, what was your question again?
Why do you think they did this?
Well, I saw a document from the Bush administration that this pandemic, scamdemic was always in the works because prior to the innovation of big tech platforms, there was this thing called Big Pharma. And guess where all your taxpayer dollars have been going for the past 30 years? To Big Pharma and big health insurance companies. So what I'm saying is this most definitely was one of those conspiracy theories that wasn't a conspiracy theory. It was your government and the Pentagon and Pfizer and Moderna and J&J and Bill Gates and the media orchestrating one giant group think of stupidity. And then people went to their local fire department community center and got vaccinated as if it was free candy for a baby. Yeah, when my mom told me that she decided to go get this free shot, I'm like, how stupid could you be that you're going to get a government-administered shot? None of this would have been possible if it wasn't for the Federal Reserve and our ability to borrow. The first act is called the HEROES Act in March of 2020. Go look at the congressional record and look how the spending's associated with ramping up production, creating a $100 billion corporation out of thin air to make this vaccine. Do you know how many Indian manufacturers came out of the woodworks and manufactured this patented vaccine? This is a multi-year project. There's a lot of information in this, but this vaccine has caused turbo cancers and myocarditis. Doctors are speaking out. It's all on X, but you'll never hear it actually put into the spoken word on MSNBC. Will make Rachel Maddow screams about Trump and Pritzker screams about redistricting in Texas. This is all just swept conveniently under the rug. There will be no repercussions. Pfizer's been given immunity, and Senator Kennedy recently pulled funding for mRNA. So there's, it's a war against a multi-trillion-dollar cartel, just in the same way that there's a banking cartel, there is a pharmaceutical cartel, and they want your taxpayer dollars. And they need your taxpayer dollars because they're offering you products that you would never buy and go and take out a loan to purchase unless your federal government decided on your behalf to give your future to a big pharma corporation for your health. Does this sound like healthcare to you?
Let me add insult to injury, Congressman. I was not in the pharmaceutical group, but they get tax breaks up the ass. With all the money they're making and all the deals they have going, they get unbelievable tax breaks. So not only are they killing us, we're paying for them to kill us. That's how bad it is. You are right.
Do you think that we'll ever be able to seek justice? Or any of our family members that have,
No, I have friends who are really sick and the doctors say it was from the shots. I have friends who died from the shots. We will never seek justice. No. How we can seek justice?
You can get justice in the social media court of justice. That's about it, and unfortunately, you can't hire a lawyer and get any compensation.
Right, there's no compensation. I have a friend who had so many things happen to her. She's in the midst of losing her eyesight now, skin diseases, everything, all from the shot. And every lawyer says we can't touch it.
You sure she doesn't have AIDS?
Shots.
You know, it absolutely amazes me that some people don't believe in the simple concept of cause and effect. So autism rates are through the roof. Through the roof. I wonder, are 59, 89 injections for a newborn baby necessary for a 3-year-old baby? It's insane what we're doing to ourselves. We are poisoning ourselves nonstop, and we're borrowing to do it. This is the sickest and the dumbest situation, I think, and nobody can see it. It's right there, right in front of you. It's called cause and effect.
Well, it's like, I believe that the vaccine can be harmful. I believe that it can cause many of the things we're talking about. But I also think that it probably saved lives and saved my life, even though I don't take it anymore. I was an asthmatic. I got really bad cases of COVID, even with the vaccine. And well, I shouldn't say I got really bad cases. It attenuated the pathogen to a degree that I was able to survive it. So in some cases, it saved lives.
Okay, but the amount of people that lives were saved versus the adverse reaction. I mean, I know you're not Grok, Dr. Jordan, but let's call a spade a spade. This isn't a vitamin booster to help you. You're infecting people with spike proteins and causing genetic disorders in human bodies. Next thing you know, Zuckerberg and his wife open an anti-inflammation $100 billion nonprofit. They're connected, Dr. Jordan. We're poisoning ourselves. We're not protecting ourselves. We are poisoning ourselves.
Let me ask you a question. Can everyone see the poll book? Because I only have 6 people.
Dr. Jordan with the chat.
So if you guys need to refresh your the poll feature, you guys might need to refresh your app if you can't see it. But if you see it, go ahead and respond to one of those things, because we'd like to get some folks in here to figure out what you guys think. Was the vaccine worse? Was the disease worse? Are you unsure?
Well, you got these beautiful people in the United States. You gotta get some help to promote this right here.
Listen, sometimes I prefer smaller rooms, especially when we got the lovely ladies here. We don't need a sausage party in here, but we can share the room if you like. But it is ladies' night, so I will be modding all the pretty ladies. And if you're a lady and you don't get modded, maybe I don't think you're pretty.
I don't want to bust you on to Roger, but what do you mean worse? Cost-wise, health-wise, future-wise,
I know. How many characters do you want me to write in this fucking thing?
Well, okay. Well, you can explain it now. I mean, little kids didn't go to school for 2 years. Or that fucked them up. I'll give you.
Is it a net? Which was worse? Net. The vaccine or the disease?
Okay, you got me. I'll vote. I'm voting.
You mean you were holding up your vote because you were being pedantic? Is that what you're saying?
No, because I didn't see it up on top when you said go look on top.
Oh, let's see.
There we go. Got my vote.
There we go. We got 14 votes. 15 votes. This room doesn't close until I get 1,000 votes. I'll keep this thing going all week. I'll keep it going all week. Fuck it. You said 1,000? Yeah, 1,000. Yeah. Brilliant. YouTube just 985 more votes. Wow, Jimmy. John, do you want to ask me your question? We have a qualifying question for people here. John, do you want to ask him the basic qualifying question?
Yes, what is 500 times 1,000?
Oh, my God. 500 times 1,000 is 500,000. All right. He can stay. You may
smarter than a fifth grader. Mojo, could we vote twice like a real elections?
Hope you're dead.
Okay, that's good. That's good. When you came to bring it, that was a quick time. I was so quick, Mojo. You were so quick. I love this guy. Dr. Jordan, there is something called placebo effect, right? So it could be that that was it. In my old field, when I was infectious disease biologist, I understood we always use the model. Dr. Jordan, sorry. We always use the model control, prevent, control, eradicate, right? And then we use a medical model which is based on vaccinology. So we don't know that, like, if you don't vaccinate a population and you allow the pathogen to mutate, we could all be dead. So yes, there are negatives. There are certainly negatives, but I'm not so sure that we end up saving saving all of civilization because that's a little dramatic. But the point is that
it is a little traumatic considering the fact that I had COVID, and when I had COVID, I got some cold chills. I've had common colds that impacted me worse. Certainly bronchitis is worse. The flu knocks me out. I'm not saying that people might not have been impacted in a more severe way than I was, but I have to tell you, I think it was oversold. When I got it, I was just freaking the fuck out. I was like ordering ivermectin. I was like, man, and the cold chills, that's all that did. What do you have in Dr. Jordan? I'm not saying we were on Ventura Boulevard. Yeah. But I'm having an organic Southwest style chicken wrap from Trader Joe's. We had one. I eat one of those every fucking day. Yeah, I think you're gonna have to back channel me that because, but I'm glad you're not eating at the place we went to because I would feel a little weird about that. I feel like you're cheating. No, I'm in my car. I gotta go to the bed. He's in my car. I used to Trader Joe's in Hollywood right there above the line. They get this sandwich over and over. Hey, Tony, remember when we used to argue about stupid shit? Yeah. Yeah, you know what? You answered a math question, now you're part of the in crowd. I'm pretty smart. I wouldn't go that far, but you're part of the in crowd now.
Let me read to the room what I wrote to Grok, and I added A.G. Huff. Many of you know him from this app, and Augustus, because he was a whistleblower who clearly showed that Peter Strzok and Fauci were funding Wuhan. He wrote a book about it. But this is what I asked Grok. Hey, Grok, so you are 100% sure that the COVID-19 vaccines are and were safe and effective? Please explain why turbo cancers have been associated with the vaccines, but why you don't believe there's a connection. Grok wrote back, I'm not 100% sure of anything in science, but evidence from the CDC, FDA, and study shows COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective, reducing severe illness, 33% VE against ED visits in 2025. Turbo cancer is a myth. Claims stem from misinformation, anecdotal reports, and observational data like a Japanese study showing 2022 mortality rises, but it doesn't prove causation. Factors like pandemic delays and screening explain increases. No rigorous evidence links vaccines to cancer in any way whatsoever. Then, PhD Dr. Andrew Huff wrote, Grok, that is false. Have you analyzed the DMED data, which clearly showed a dramatic increase in neoplasms among mRNA-vaccinated members of the military? Grok wrote back, the DMED data initially appeared to show spikes in neoplasms and other conditions in 2021, but this was due to underreported baselines for 2016 to 2020 from a database error. Official DoD corrections confirm no vaccine-related increase. Rates remain stable or decline. Claims of dramatic rises are based on uncorrected, flawed data. Andrew Huff wrote back, awesome question. For the record, I am in your camp, it seems, on this issue. So, to me, You can just go off of this artificial data. It's like Chicago, the mayor releasing the crime statistics, or the FBI and MSNBC releasing crime statistics. Crime is down, down, down. Really? And you think vaccine cancers and myocarditis are non-existent or less than 1 in 100,000? Give me a break. Grow the fuck up.
He just choked on his chicken sandwich. I have a question for the group. I just heard not too long ago the term long COVID. Anybody hear of it? Is it true? Or do we know anything about it? Long COVID. Yeah, true. T-Mac, you said you first. What? Talk to me. Yeah, it's pronounced time up. Yeah, I'm sorry. Not saying that. I think there are people that are having long COVID. Yeah, anytime your immune system is compromised, you're not fired. It's not, you're not firing. Your body's not being fired minerals and things that actually be healthy. You're going to deal with fatigue. And I think that's one of the symptoms of long COVID is fatigue. So is that caused by COVID? That's just time off. Some people are saying that I'm not being done. And some people are saying that I know that not John can read you all that stuff. Oh, hi, MG. Hi, everybody. How are you guys? Wow, that great. Guys, I went to this college.
So let me ask a follow-up question to this very dramatic vaccine conversation. Who here would go to Walgreens right now and get another COVID-19 vaccine injection to protect them from future variants of the COVID-19 virus?
I would not. What else? Roswell Home says that they said we had to. We have the shots. I did. I made up my own pads. I was not getting shot.
You may have committed a felony, young man. You should be careful. The CDC police are going to send a secret squad to your house and have you arrested and vaccinated.
I might have, but this girl talked to me. She said, go and check her, box. I'm like, oh shit, I go to work now. I don't like taking shots. Definitely putting shit in my body that I don't know what the outcome might be.
Who here thinks that getting an annual flu shot is also a great idea?
Nobody. I don't know. I get it. But I was going to say that the people who are worried about putting things in their body are probably also going to be very healthy. They have no idea what they're putting in their body. I do eat a lot of fruit and water and no pork. I try to eat healthy a lot of times. I've been driving. Are you eating organic, freely, organic, fruit, organic, or what are you eating? I want to go that far, but I don't get sick. That's what I eat. But to me, you're about to say what again? Yeah, but you don't know how much in terms of like a phosphates that you're consuming. So I'm just making. I know you understand.
Well, can I ask a follow-up question? Who here thinks that getting a measles vaccine this shot this year is important?
These are good questions that you have. I'm sure John, maybe Mojo wants to do a poll later and some of those questions. That's a good question because measles resurfaced in America. I had measles when I was young, so I'm not going to get a shot.
I only got one shot that I was in control of. That was not in control of. That was the one with the chicken pox growing up.
You don't get measles boosters throughout life, so you're right.
Okay, I got another follow-up question on another exciting vaccine option for you. Who here thinks that getting a Hep C vaccine injection this year might be a great idea?
And that's something different.
I'm not into it. Yeah, but John, you know, the issue is, you know, you're bringing up all these things which are valid. You have to give them with the option to not do other things. I don't take any of these vaccines. I don't need them. So what's the kind of options that you're giving?
Well, I think Dr. Jordan's belches there might be indicative that I'm wondering here if anybody is interested in getting the government to pay for your Ozempic injections this year.
Here's the interesting thing, though, right? Like, so the pathogens belching vaccination, by the way. I mean, when we talk about these pathogens, I mean, people make it sound like, you know, parasites, bacteria, virus, are all like these closely related things. The diversity among the pathogens are far greater than vertebrate species, right? So, like, the notion of the notion of immunizing people against these pathogens depends on the platform, the type of pathogen. It's so complicated. It's like comparing. It's the difference between comparing like cars and boats to a Mercedes and a BMW. I mean, the degree of diversity is so rich that combating it with these vaccines, you can't compare one vaccine to the next. Is what I'm trying to get. I need to focus on driving here. Roger knows it.
Well, just that's a really good point. But I'll just say this: I took the shingles shot. If you anybody ever seen anybody with shingles, you're gonna take the fucking shot. Let me tell you, that is wicked. I'm gonna tell you this: ever since I've been in LA, I'm not too many shots. I turned to one of you guys drinking fresh juice and acai and shit like that, and working out 5 days out of the week. So it's like, I don't want to do shots no more.
Yeah, but again, that you can be the most physically fit person in the world. It's like suggesting that you're the most physically fit person in the world, but you carry it. You are a carrier of a chronic disease gene, right? And no matter how healthy you are, you may express that. You may end up getting that disease, right? Because you carry it. So that looks at an infectious disease in the same way.
I get you.
It's interesting when doctors tell people with things like fourth-stage cancer that they only have 6 months to live. They die pretty quickly. And when they fight that, they don't die. They think about it, they have to find other ways to heal themselves. But it's just interesting the power that a doctor has.
Oh, psychology, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's not just belief, it's facts. The power that people. I'm into meditation. There's proof on doing certain meditations on how it keeps the immune system high. So there's that.
But each immune system is within its limitations. Certain genes for that. Would you agree with that?
I'm not a scientist. I know some scientists that will be able to answer that fully. I'd highly recommend some of you guys that are interested in health this way to read Dr. Joe Dispenza's book called You Are the Placebo.
I'm gonna definitely look into it. I can tell you this ever since I came back to Houston. I've always been on the urge of eating chicken wings in the strip club. I'm almost going backwards. Let me go back to work.
Mojo looks like chicken with that outfit he's wearing. He need a lot of napkins, chicken wings, shit look. The vaccine was absolutely safe, effective, and in compliance with all the safety and efficacy standards. Always finished up propaganda that the vaccine was not safe or effective. It's completely baseless and has no necessary. Was it necessary? Yes, it was.
Nas,
I have some dead friends that disagree with you. I gotta speak for them. Well,
Nas, maybe.
Listen, there's no safe drug ever. Water every day has a high safety. You need to say safe. Yes, it is. You have the medicine. We have the criteria to determine what is safe and what is not. Safety is not 100%. There is no 100% safety for anything. There is no 100% safety for the water you drink. The water you drink can kill you. It's a quick question. Go ahead. If I took the shit, I took one shot, and I got COVID soon afterwards. A few weeks afterwards. There is nothing wrong with that. You have to understand the purpose of the vaccine. The purpose of the vaccine is not to prevent people from getting infected. The purpose is to do three things. Number one, to reduce the rate of infection. Number two, to make which is no proof that it reduces the rate of infection. Yes, it did. Look at the entire environment. I'm a scientist by training, and that's the area of specialty. So, yes, it did.
This is your area of specialty? Okay, let me ask you a question, Nas. What are the top 3 vaccines in the big pharma marketplace?
Well, what do you mean the top
In
vaccine?
terms of revenue.
For COVID or in general?
In general.
Now, that's a great question. Of course, Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca produce the largest vaccines for COVID. Messenger RNA is used for so many different things that's long before COVID. Originally, it was used actually to help us understand how the protein mutate, and then we can understand it more accurately for cancer treatment. That was the main purpose. If we don't have these techniques and you try to build a vaccine today, it would take you a minimum of 2 to 3 years, and it would be at best able to vaccinate less than 5% of the U.S. population. Messenger RNA technology is beyond belief. It's far advanced and far more efficient. Is it perfect? No, there is no such thing as perfect medicine. There is nothing perfect in life. Yes, how many COVID shots have you taken? I've taken 6. And by the way,
wow.
Yes, I'm just all of them, and I've never got it.
And you're never, are you at the healthiest point of your life? Like, how healthy do you feel?
I am perfectly healthy.
Wow, that's amazing news.
You just said it doesn't affect whether you get it or not. I did not say that. That last statement's meaningless. You never got it. What do you mean? You said that. You said the shot. I did not say such a thing. When I tried to time out, am I crazy? Time out. Okay, to reduce the rate of infection and to help you to resist more. It's not 100% guaranteed. Again, this is a notion. It's a false notion. There is nothing in Earth 100% guaranteed.
We get it now. Please stop repeating yourself. We've heard it. All right. I've asked Brock the following question. What are the top 10 vaccines in the big pharma marketplace, and how much do they generate a year? No, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you what I asked Brock. It says, based on 2024 data from company reports in the World Health Organization, number 1, Gardasil by Merck for HPV. It generates $8.6 billion a year for HPV. Prevnar by Pfizer generates $6.4 billion a year for PCV. Comirnaty, which is by Pfizer, treats COVID, which does $5.4 billion a year. Next, we have at number 4, Shingrix, which is GlaxoSmithKline, which treats shingles at $4.3 billion a year. Number 5, Spikevax by Moderna for COVID, $3 billion a year. Number 6, DTaP combos, Sanofi, $3 billion a year. Number 7, influenza vaccines by Sanofi generates $2.8 billion a year. Number 8, ProQuad MMR Veravax by Merck, $2.5 billion. Number 9, Beyfortus, Sanofi RSV at $1.8 billion. We're almost there. Number 10, Meningitis Group, Sanofi, $1.4 billion. These top 10 vaccines generate annually $70 billion a year in marketplace revenue.
Spinal surgeons, and most surgeons do not have their own family members get spinal surgery. How much money do they make, John? Thanks for saying that, because I just had spinal surgery. All right.
Well, listen, I'm just praying for everybody's health, wealth, and love here. I'm merely trying to draw attention to reckless spending and maybe bad outcomes for vaccines. And people like Nas who make all or nothing statements like the COVID-19 vaccine is 100% safe and effective. Never trust anybody who makes all or nothing statements. That's what a Sith Lord does. And don't forget, this is an ESL training platform.
Never trust anyone who talks about religious to try them out.
Well, go ahead, Moose. Do you think the COVID-19 vaccines are 100% safe and effective?
I wasn't speak on it, but I did get them, so I've had it, man. You're right. I've had it. I wanted to dope some of the sheep or the pandemic. Did you get COVID? I did. How many vaccines did you take? Not too many. I'm not crazy. I probably took 27. Yeah, alright. That should, your left leg's gonna fall off by tomorrow. That's okay. Alright, well, hey, I've been actually working on your dance technique and I was a lot of hopping. It was perfect.
And don't forget, if you don't get vaxxed this coming Thanksgiving, you could kill your grandparents if you don't get vaxxed. So be sure everybody gets vaxxed again.
And the turkey, too. You know my favorite part about the vaccine was when we went to restaurants where we had to put the mask on, but then we sat down and we could take the mask off, and then when you leave, you put the mask back on. It's the most intelligent virus I've ever seen. It's just amazing how it knows if you're walking in or out of the restaurant or if you're sitting down. That was probably my favorite part. Yeah, it's virus with the brain. You're right. I wish that scientists would come back. I wanted to ask them about the masks. How effective the masks were. If he still thinks they are effective or were effective. I mean, we were duped. Everybody knows we were duped. Like I said to Congressman before, these pharmaceutical companies got away with murder. They created their tax laws for them. They were paying like next to nothing, and it still wasn't good enough. They wanted to pay nothing. It was ridiculous. And for Fauci to be the highest paid government employer in the country, what can I say? Get his ass for perjury. Just follow the money, Yeah, well, that was my job. That was my job. You're right. The money. I was 6 feet apart, but actually genuinely missed that. I missed that too. I mentioned before you were on, I was on a line and I was like 4 feet away from somebody with my mask on, beginning stages. I got yelled at by a security guard, for not being 6 feet. So I took a step back, and everybody said to take a step back, so I took a step back. It was like being in 3rd grade again.
What I don't understand is if this was a conspiracy of some sort, why didn't they do an actual back-end tracking, or did they? Because passing out a 3x5 card with your vaccination name and dates to me, I mean, I faked my card. My friend printed me something up from a PDF he had, and that's what I used to go into the bars and the sporting events, wherever they were, wherever the Nazi Gestapo employees said, "Show me your papers." I just showed him my fake little paper. So that's what I can't understand. Why didn't they do a real vaccine lockdown?
Well, you say it was a conspiracy. I think it was more of ignorance. Like, government sometimes feels, Congressman, you can agree with this, government sometimes feels like they have to do something. It might be wrong, it might be not scientifically based, it might be just to shut people up, but they feel they have to do something. All right, now, everybody, nobody's going to school anymore until we clear it. Nobody's going to stand, no touching, no shaking hands, no, I wrote a funny thing, I think it was funny on Facebook, dating for COVID patients. I got a good reviews on that. One person had it, one person didn't have it. They both tested negative. It was just a whole combination of things. Dating on via the computer first. It was ridiculous, as was the disease. Nobody knew anything. That's what I think. I don't think it was a conspiracy. I think nobody knew anything.
Well, what about the mass communication effort on behalf of mainstream media, who are all sponsored by Pfizer, that encouraged everyone to get vaccinated by herd psychology? You don't think that we were all manipulated into getting vaccinated through mass communication scandals?
Yes, I do. You're right. But I think it's for lack of knowledge. There was no knowledge to back that up. So, the media.
So here's the question for you, John, because you can't simultaneously hold two positions that the government is completely incompetent and they're capable of this level of conspiracy. It's one or the other. So do you think that they're highly sophisticated and this is a conspiracy, or do you think that they are incompetent like I do?
No, I think they're incompetent, but I put some things in the chat earlier from A.G. Huff on what he was replying to with people's comments. I just think, follow the money. And if you can see where all the Congress people are voting for HEROES Act and the CARES Act, these are multi-trillion-dollar omnibus bills passed in the middle of the night that funded Operation Warp Speed and exploded profits amongst hospital chains, creating a catastrophic chain of events where the medical industrial complex started billing everything to COVID. If you died, from a car accident, it was COVID. You were labeled a COVID victim. So there was just a lot of fraud going on. And every time the government prints up trillions of dollars through omnibus bills, it creates a double jeopardy of fraud. The PPP loans, $1 trillion there, $800 billion in fraud loans. A lot of the clubhouse gangbangers on this app should be in jail for PPP loan fraud, but they've never been arrested because it was rampant. There's not enough enforcement to go after the low-hanging fruit.
You were right. I had a friend who died of a heart attack, and he was sitting on the charters of COVID. He had COVID, had a heart attack, so of course it was COVID. Hey, Marshall, how you doing, Marshall?
Hey, what you said about the whole of the privacy with it, they actually are going after everybody. They actually removed the what's the thing called when you grab this too far out, they can't charge you for it. I can't think of the name right now. Like,
No, he's not thinking community. You're thinking international limitations.
They removed that for the PDP. And yeah, so whenever we had PPP fraud and stuff like that, more likely we're going to get in trouble for it.
Marshall, you came in the room. How many COVID shots did you take, and how many plans to get COVID?
I was told by my doctor to take twice, and then the third one got sick, and I've had COVID one time.
Do you feel that it protected you from getting sicker from the COVID-19 virus from Wuhan?
I feel like I'm not a doctor, not qualified to make that. That's why I asked my doctor. I ain't gonna fucking know. So.
You mean you can't answer a simple question like whether or not you feel that it protected you?
I don't substitute my own view of what it is and what medical.
So you rely on a doctor's opinion and not your own opinion about how you feel.
I rely on having my issues with my doctor settled my way. And that's how I want to settle. You don't have the right to tell me I can't settle that way.
Do you think it's okay for the government to give Pfizer immunity to protect and give them vaccines?
I have the right to either listen to my doctor or not listen to my doctor. And guess what I chose? Listen to my fucking doctor because I had an autoimmune disease and I was in the group. Couldn't get sick easily. You know, it's fucking like that. But your idea that I would trust the medical expertise and that you would like that is stupid. It would be like you getting told you had stage 4 cancer and laughing at the doctor because you thought they make money off of it. You thought you diagnosis and a cure. Right? Like you just, it's not like you have a right to do things your way. I have a right to do things my way. And that's the way I do it.
I agree. I'm just asking some sensitive questions. I know they're sensitive questions, but we have to ask the hard questions.
You want me to substitute what I think about a medical procedure for somebody who fucking went to medical school and has been my doctor for a decade? I'm obviously not going to choose myself because I don't have that kind of medical expertise. It's not that fucking hard.
Marshall, I agree with what you said. The only thing is, I take your point of view. I didn't think the medical field knew enough about COVID at the time. So I certainly respect your opinion. And I asked doctors too. And something they weren't sure, you know.
Well, I didn't want to force on anybody else. But the fact that I consulted with my doctor, that's the thing for me, is not an addition there now.
No, I was just, you know, and even when he told you what to do, it was still your decision, right?
Yeah.
So, how's the doctor tell you?
Very good. Just a kid. Oh no, just a second kid.
That's a good thing. Well, there's a lot of doctors that give recommendations and their health sucks.
You're not being very healthy.
Is it because, you know, a doctor with poor health can give recommendations, right? I mean, where are you going on that? What did you say, Joseph? I mean, I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying a lot of doctors have poor health, but they give recommendations. And a lot of doctors really suck to begin with. So it's another story.
Well, but they went to medical school, Jules. Of course they're ethical, honest, and moral people. They went to medical school.
I know. Say, I know me $500. Anytime say, I'm going to be $500. I know.
Marshall.
They're a doctor. They make $40 billion around the million. $40 billion. And as far as spinal surgery, $40 billion in the whole world. Next year will be going up to $75 billion. $75 billion around the world. And they think, I know doctors, a lot of them think they're holy and shit, you know? It's hard to find. I mean, you can find a good, competent doctor, or a down-to-earth doctor. You know, I don't know. When I'm in New York, I think the best of them. But some I like, some I don't. It's like everything else. Some you like, some you don't like.
Well, the vaccine payout sheets are out there. Well, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J would pay health practitioners based on the number of people they got vaccinated and what their bonuses were. It's all in the paperwork.
All right, I don't. It's not about vaccine. Listen, I think it's important though to first learn about health yourself. You know, I think we put too much on looking to other people and then doctors on being responsible for your health. And I think you should.
But Tim, like the vaccines were 100% safe and effective, and they protected you from getting the virus. I'm just asking a difficult question based on the title of the room.
Don't get obnoxious. T-Mac, what you're saying is right.
But T-Mac doesn't want to talk about the vaccines anymore.
payback. That's like me telling you learn your own taxes before you come in and ask you to file a tax return for you. No, it's not a good example. It's something that you're not getting out of it. You can tell with your own body if you're not willing to pay attention. Taxes don't fit. Well, there's certain things. I'm not a doctor. I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is right. You know what you're saying? And you're right. You have to understand your body to give that knowledge to the doctor, and he takes the ball.
Do you realize nurses are?
Let Tay-Mac talk. I'm asking Tay-Mac a question. I said it. I think you're saying you have to understand your body as much as you could because it's your body, and give that knowledge to the doctor who has medical knowledge to be able to carry the ball. The doctor, if you trust that doctor, right? Yes. I think you should first, get to know yourself and your body, not just your body. Get to know yourself.
Well, what about the doctors? Do they get to know their patients? When you're in a hospice dying, and a doctor comes up to you and says, "Have you got your annual flu and COVID-19 vaccine?" and you're dying in a hospice, does that make sense for a doctor to ask you if you need a vaccine while you're dying in hospice? Because that's what they do. You've never had enough.
I think you're pretty pissed off with me. We're all pissed off with segments of society. But you have a gripe about everyone.
Well, everything is tied to the annual budget, is it not?
Hope you're not a Yankees fan because we can scream and kick them down the road too. But you can bitch about everything. You're right. The budget's important. Because I think the Astros would beat them with it.
Well, I'm trying to get justice for people like Ann.
I get John a break. Because he's trying to get information that people like not really have. So maybe that.
Well, Ann asked earlier about justice for COVID-19 vaccine victims. I'm just really trying to get Ann a little social audio equity justice.
That's the only kind of justice you can get, unfortunately.
See, instead of being shouted down, I should be applauded for asking the difficult questions that guys like Marshall Rankin get very emotionally upset about.
Well, when you personalize it, I like you. I'm on your side in a lot of cases, a lot of things we spoke. But, when you personalize it, people get pissed off. I disagree with Marshall on so many issues. But when we personalize it, it doesn't work out well.
Well, he says he has an autoimmune deficiency system, as William Wallace in the chat pointed out. If you have an autoimmune deficiency system, you are one of the groups of people who should not have gotten the vaccine. So I don't understand where he comes from on anything.
Well, his doctor told him because you have an autoimmune deficiency problem, you should take the vaccination.
No, that's the exact opposite of what they were saying.
Well, we know that now, don't we?
No, not now, then. Marshall, in my opinion, is a nincompoop. And everybody loves to say he's the greatest, but I think he's a schmuck.
I disagree with Marshall issues. I'm not going to call him a nincompoop. I'm not going to call him a schmuck unless he's on stage here. No, I don't. But, he has his own viewpoint. And look, this was a time of unknown when COVID hit. I'll give you an example of my situation. You'll tell me I'm crazy. I don't believe in the vaccination, okay? Right from the beginning, I was skeptical. I would say maybe the last plane back from Tel Aviv where there was no COVID. I landed, and my son and his family were coming back from LA the next day. My son got sick on the plane. Everybody was getting sick, and within 2 days, COVID broke out. Now, I got a number of grandchildren that I want to see. And I didn't want to take the vaccination. I held off. I didn't have COVID. I held off. His whole family, my son's whole family, got COVID to a certain degree. Mostly mild because they're kids. My son got it really, really bad. There's going to be questions about it. Look up this, look up that. So nobody knew what the hell was going on. When it came time, several months later, I wanted to see my grandkids. And he was afraid. He didn't know. He's a scientific guy in the first place. He has a material science engineering degree. But he's smart. He just wanted to know. He was afraid for me and my wife to see our grandchildren. What's wrong with that? And this is the beginning stages. Nobody knew anything. He didn't go to the hospital. Everybody was quarantined anyhow. But when things started easing off, I took one of the shots, vaccine shots. I wanted to see my grandchildren. Now, you could criticize me for that. That's the only shot I took. And that was the only reason I took the shot. So if you want to criticize me for that...
Well, you're describing the psychology of why people decided to take an experimental, mass-marketed needle injection.
That's right.
But it had no positive health outcomes. It doesn't stop infection. It doesn't stop transmission. It only makes you sick.
If I knew that then, I wouldn't have taken it. But the idea was, I didn't want to get sick. I didn't trust the vaccination. I thought, but that's, you know how it went. And I was one of the skeptical ones. But
So you were willing to sacrifice your personal liberty for a little bit of health security?
I wanted to see my grandchildren who I'm living for, the one reason I'm living for.
I'm not trying to dig into you. I'm merely trying to bring out the truths which people easily forget about the mass COVID-19 vaccine response.
Nobody knew the truth at the beginning. If you remember, we were all quarantined. I mean, come on. Nobody could go down and get the mail without seeing another person in the elevator. It was wild.
Well, nobody knew the truth, but people were suspicious. Why is everybody going to rush out and get the same injection?
I was too. I didn't find out later that it evolved into DNA, and it had really fucked up things about it. I think Fauci should be tried, convicted, and I'd like a first row seat with some popcorn if that ever happened. But, that bothered me too. To me, now, the rest of our lives, everybody's gone from here, but Mojo's still here, Pockets, Serendipity, all you guys are still here. We're going to live the rest of our lives. We're not going to trust the government on any health issues in the future. And there's a whole lot of health issues that can pop up here and there. Why should we trust? We saw what happened. It was unbelievable how if you remember, people from China were flying in, and Nancy Pelosi was going to festivals in San Francisco and New York, Chinatown festivals, showing that there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and Trump was labeled a racist for preventing the Chinese from coming in. It was the first accusation. He's a racist.
That's right. He's a racist because the unknown Chinese flu that came from China, he was trying to prevent people from getting. Whatever Trump does, Trump derangement syndrome takes over. And the opposite is what they think. If Trump said there's no God, they would be demanding everybody worship tomorrow. Worship a God tomorrow. It's just, we live in an insane world. And, like Marshall Watts looks up to his doctor for medical decisions. we all look up to people for certain decisions in life. I mentioned tax, the stuff you have to do, real estate, buying a car. And you can't trust anybody anymore. We live in a day and age. I got maybe 14, 40 phone calls today about selling property, about I want money. And that's on the phone. That's not on Facebook, which I get $100 a day. Chinese women who want to meet me. All over the world. We're in a world. I just pity the kids. They're not going to grow up like I grew up, watching Mickey Mantle play baseball, going to Yankee Stadium when I was 12 years old on the train from Brooklyn to the Bronx with no problems. No
Jules, if everything is a scam, then you should take everything, with a grain of salt. And let's go back to the poll. 48% out of 25 votes believe that the vaccine was worse. 28% believe the disease was worse. And 24% of people, which is about a quarter, are still unsure. What was worse, getting the vaccine or getting the disease?
Maybe those numbers again, because I can look at
48% of respondents out of 25 votes believe that the vaccine was worse than the disease itself, and that 28% believe that getting the COVID-19 virus was worse than getting the vaccine. And 25% are still unsure of whether or not it was worse to get the vaccine or the disease.
Wow, that says a lot right there. That says a lot. Who the hell's going to take a vaccine that, it won't make it better, you still can get it, it's going to fuck up your DNA, it's just so stupid. And I wonder what the question would have been, if the question would have been for children. That's what bothered me too. They knew that children have very little risk of having any damage, whether if they got COVID, cold, whatever, and they still demand that children get the vaccine. You don't have to be a Rhodes Scholar to understand what that meant. Every time I talk on Clubhouse, my nose gets stuffy. Is there a vaccine I can take for this? Pockets, are you just listening or are you there? Come on, Pocket, say something.
I'm listening.
Okay. So I'm talking to Congressman, nobody else is butting in and say something.
Well, I think, healthcare shipments, scams. Like, I work in Medicare, I help seniors find doctors, I help navigate their insurance. Dude, it's just, it's fucking, it's a scam. Like, it's all a scam, I don't believe that, the vaccination we're given the second we're born, the second we come out the womb, they're jabbing us with, I don't even know to this day when I was jabbed with, the second I was born. So it's just, I don't know. I feel like we're just getting things to the start. And, you can either change your life now or, stick in that path, but,
Right. We were jammed as soon as we were born. But I think, I don't know, I think the jabs then were more, how can I say, more viable, or, now the trust of getting jabbed now is so much, is such a problem. Maybe you're right. Maybe they were just experimenting with us back then. Who knows? You're a good boy. You're in a tough. You work in healthcare. The healthcare business. It is very. You must be very suspicious about everything. Go ahead. You want to say something?
I work in a numbers game of healthcare, which is so fucked up. There's a sales part of healthcare, which is so weird. They literally go on a market And it's just, you know, I don't know, to me, there's like a whole other side of healthcare, the marketing business side, real money making side, you know, it's sick. It's just sick.
Yeah, that's well, they try to not follow the tax guy, you know that. So they try to avoid paying taxes too.
Oh no, a lot of like places were doing kickbacks to like insurance agents, right? So they were paying agents. Yeah, so that's, and there were doctors that were illegally, you know, docking procedures that never happened, shit like that. There's a lot of shit that's out there. That's just so, you know,
it's a little like, Nico, just a second, Nico. I mean, I brought my car in today. You know, it's if you pay cash, it's this. If you don't pay cash, it's that. You know what that means. You don't want to pay taxes. Nobody wants to pay taxes. You know, remember Crazy Eddie? His brother owned the store. I don't know if you remember Crazy Eddie. They had the biggest record store on Park Row in the city. And him and his brother, and they had that ad, you can't believe our prices. They're crazy. The prices are so low, can't be beat. You know why they're so low? I just found out he did time because they could pay their taxes. They were able to undercut, you know, other businesses. So that's like our national pastime is don't pay your taxes. So when people talk about not having the IRS, you know, I think the IRS serves a purpose. At least makes you pay some of your taxes, or you know, we catch some of that. I know it's not you know, a thing that you want to say. But
Jules, do you know what the effective tax rate before the invention of the IRS was?
Zero, wasn't it?
Zero. So, problem, cause, solution. We are our own problem. We've created a taxation system that only funds 5 out of 7 trillion a year in spending. We are taxing ourselves too much already as is, and we are spending way more than we can sustain. Ma Jules is a former federal officer of the Treasury Department. Just where this conversation is rapidly coming to a close, anyways, but you know, I asked Brock how much was dispersed in the PPP loan program. It's close to 100 or close to $1 trillion, and they estimate 64 billion of that is fraud, and they've only recouped about 3 billion.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
So $60 billion got skimmed by the government because they decided to create a new loan package. 60 billion. Woo, bye.
Yeah, well, you know.
So,
I mean, you know, not paying your taxes is one thing. I told you I was an international examiner in financial service. I caught huge sums of money in the biggest financial service area, and it was not illegal. They were just arming with the and disciplining the militia corporations. I can't go into it in detail. I could. It was his right. They had to pay a lot back. You know. But they made the law. I probably want to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, you know, so you're running into the can't do workers. I mean, I think it's interesting though. Like, one of the things that's me is like the thing that's the thing I don't understand about MAGA. Like, you know, I mean, if that's talking, it's not racism or not. I mean, but in general.
Nico, your problem is framing people as MAGA is some kind of all or nothing position statement. I wear this red hat mostly because I want people to get upset just by me wearing it. I'm not some MAGA. I'm a Republican American who believes in fiscal prudence and not borrowing and spending. That doesn't make me MAGA. Finish your question.
my question is the thing that I know that they all share in common is the fact that they think that Trump, a billionaire, a guy who thinks his life is worth basically got $1 billion loan from his father, that he understands what they're going through in life, and his largest donors were people like Elon Musk, who has more wealth than maybe like definitely well beyond $1 million lifetimes. But that's really the thing about MAGA that to me it's difficult for me to relate to is how they can trust a guy, like how they can ever trust billionaires, how their best interests.
So you're saying we should never vote for a guy like Mamdani, whose parents have a compound in Uganda, although he has in Uganda, have billions and billions of dollars. That you won't object to, right? That's okay.
When did Mamdani come into discussion?
Well, you're talking about
Where Jules, let's ask young Necro here a very simple question that solves what you're asking. Necro, how do we lower the annual deficit and how do we lower the national debt?
Yes, that's the ultimate question.
Well, you either raise revenue or you cut spending. Which one's it going to be?
So, I think the public majority, Donald Trump has no solution to lowering the debt. So I don't think this is an issue that is, that you can frame as one side is guilty of all of the fact that the Democrats.
Tell me what Biden's solution.
The Democrats at least don't lie about the fact that
They don't lie.
About lowering the debt, yes.
They don't talk about lowering the debt, Necro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that don't lie. The Republicans
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They talk about raising the debt. By the way, I think it's a bipartisan. Well, I think it's a bipartisan funding. Okay, I agree with part of what you're saying, but the Democrats, they spend money like there's no tomorrow. You see that list of shit that Dogecoin, that they're spending money for Ugandan transsexual classes. It's just so ridiculous. But Congressman, I agree with you. It's taxes won't do anything. I believe in lowering the taxes, lowering the debt, and you're right.
I believe in lowering income taxes for everybody making less than $1 million. I think that these people deserve a break. I think that I'm not in favor. In general, I'm not in favor of income taxes, mostly because it affects people who are working the greatest situationally. The richest people in the country, meanwhile, most of their taxes are done for stock, which tend to be much lower.
Necro.
Rich pay most of the taxes. Rich pay almost all the taxes in this country.
Necro, let me ask you a question.
And they still be poor.
Necro, let me ask you a question.
They steal from the poor. They steal from the poor. You gotta lose that mentality.
Necro.
They don't steal from it.
Yeah, they want to steal from the poor. They want to take
You can't steal from the poor. Have nothing. I can steal from the poor.
They want to take away Social Security. They want to take away Medicare.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Necro, let me ask you a question, Necro. What's more important, raising the taxes on the rich or cutting the spending?
I think that, cutting useless spending, but on spending that's, efficient, I think that it's good. But yeah, getting rid of wasteful spending, like all the endless wars, I think that's bad.
Hey, Negro, the poor pay no taxes. Almost half the households in this country pay no taxes, income taxes. You know that.
Well, then you know what we should do is get rid of the burdensome compliance for the bottom 50% who don't pay anything anyways, but yet they still got to pay $150 to file annually, even though they get a guess what happens though, Jules? They get a tax rebate. So actually, the IRS for the bottom 50% is actually just an annual stimulus check.
That's right, exactly. Necro, people look at capitalism.
I mean, do I sound like a socialist to you?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's the thing I never understand is that to me is the idea that simply is that you are against, people, a select few make more money, having so much power than that. You could say you hate, you hate having a system of wealth, essentially. I mean, because believe it or not, my views are actually that of Thomas Jefferson, which is particularly hated corporatism, said that, which is essentially what I am, basically. Is that
what would Thomas Jefferson say then today, right now, if he witnessed what was happening with a $2 trillion annual deficit and a $37 trillion national debt?
He would blame a lot of the corporations, because they were the ones who, the reason why we invaded Iraq, that was all about, oil, was why we invaded Iraq. So, that's why I was rejected socialism caused, of course, because the invasion of Iraq, you can't really blame socialism for that.
I blame socialism for being a sucky economic society. I'm a capitalist. Actually, this country is a capitalist country. We've done so much positive in the world, and we will continue to do so much positive in the world. But what stops it is other countries that have socialist governments that they have no freedom. They have, you go to medical school, where are you going to go? To medical school in Israel, medical school in the United States. There's very few communist, socialist medical schools run by Canada and Congressman freedom to do what you have to do. Congressman of the 16th. Negro, where do you live, Negro? What country? No, you sound like you're American.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, which person from another country will be quoting Thomas Jefferson to you?
No, you sound like an American. So can you tell me what country, what form of government do you think is more fair to more people in America make a fortune? So more fair to more people. Tell me a country you think economically is more fair to more people.
The United States.
Yeah.
There's plenty of countries that have better social safety nets than the United States. Now there's a lot of factors that go into that. You have, such as immigration. They have more stricter immigration, which is something I think should be.
No. I said economically, you like socialism. You're in the United States. One country, one socialist country, provides more and better equality opportunity to many people than America. One country, big country, big economy country.
Yeah, so for example, Norway, they have a system in which, even prisoners, convicted murderers, have been shot at life when they get out of prison.
So, I guess we pick a country in the world, and the first country, the only country we picked, was a country that gives its prisoners certain rights.
Yeah, you have people who are the lowest in society, they get a better opportunity when they go to prison.
Oh my God. That's the best you could do.
Wait, Jules, before you go any further, I want to alert you to the fact that Necro is a racist and he believes that Israel is an apartheid genocidal country.
Well, it's his belief.
All right, that one's for you, Rich.
I'm against that, of course. You know that.
FYI, Necro, I had people texting me into the show to tell you that.
Okay. And they probably very likely think that, the space, they probably think that, settlements rock. I mean,
You don't think settlement developments are a positive thing for people? I mean, living in modern day housing with security, that doesn't sound like a good thing to you.
No, not to. It's not true. So, okay, only in Arabic.
I like Joe, essentially, if you speak out against war crimes, and that makes you anti-Semite.
Don't speak out against war crimes. I must say,
It's something that I would like to see, probably Netanyahu, but he's, of course,
that girl is
exactly what to ask.
Under a hospital war crime. Is storing weapons under a mosque a war crime? Is using human kids as shields a war crime? I have a question. Can we get back to the interrogation of what country would be best? Well, which country did you say you'd prefer, Echo? He said Norway.
Yeah, so which one did these guys?
I'm gonna take a photo of just PTR. It's so ridiculous.
I have a question for you. What do you think the average income is in Norway in comparison to the United States?
I don't know.
Average income. It's the average income is 60,300 in Norway. Average income in the United States is 77,500. So more than $17,000 more. And then when you adjust for taxation, any idea of the purchasing power that you have after taxes?
I have to look into that.
Yeah. So my question is like, how are you when you're saying that something is better than another country? What are you basing it on?
Yeah. So specifically, the question was about which one is better for most people, and I think that it's clear, and that's why I gave the example is that prisoners in Norway have better opportunity, convicted murderers, people who like everybody thinks shouldn't have any chance of opportunity.
But why would your standard of measuring the success or the judiciousness of a country be based on the way that murderers fare?
Because they're just like people who are the lowest of society.
They're the people that kill people.
Yeah, so I mean, they're the people you expect to be the worst, and yet, they seem to get very good opportunity in Norway.
Nicker, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Well, but he supports Hamas, so.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Norway. They have a minimum income guarantee, right? So you probably like that.
I mean, it does sound appealing, but I haven't looked into it. I mean, like I said, I've earlier that there are a lot of dynamics of Norway that we don't have in the United States. Like, for example, having strict immigration policy, which is something I think in America should have strict immigration policy.
Why do you think Norway, despite the fact that they don't have like high income earners, on average, they earn less than us. Why do you think they're able to afford things like free healthcare, education, childcare,
many of the people either own property or they receive housing assistance from the government. Why do you think that is? Like, what do you think is the factor that allows for a country like Norway to be able to budget accordingly to be able to make those decisions? What do you think is the leading reason why they can do that?
Yeah, so they do have better education, and they also better, in general, overall, they have much better, in general,
You really want to get them, huh, Rich?
Okay, when you realize why they can afford these things, right? You gotta answer that. Why can they afford those things?
Well,
Come on.
they honestly don't know what you're trying to get at.
Well, it's an obvious thing because a lot of these countries that have these socialist economic systems that are providing things that you think are really it should have. They only can have those things because they don't spend money on their own military. In fact, they live under the security umbrella of NATO, more specifically the security umbrella of the United States. So if you're going to have a grievance about anything, the reason why they have those things is because U.S. taxpayers pay for the security assurances, so Norway can spend their money on those things.
Yeah, that's something it's also a fair point. It's one of the things I think that Trump is, really about these nations, essentially, them, the United States paying much more into their military than other countries, basically, that it's not, like, fair that they can expect us to do it. Continue on reading District 16.
So, again, now that you break that down, like imagine if we were to say, hey, no more security assurance, you gotta fund your own military. Some of those services would disappear. Would you still want to be in Norway?
I mean, like I said, I wasn't saying that I didn't say specifically that I wanted to be in Norway as a specific issue in Norway, but I mean, overall, I'm not certain right now whether I would move to Norway looking at right now.
Norway would be part of Russia then. And it would fly to that, right?
No, it would be something I would like. So,
Jules, there's a very Necro. Hold on, Jules. There's a very easy way to settle the matter with Necro. You just ask him, Necro, if you were king of the world, what would you do? What would your priorities be for your people?
Education, ending crime.
How would you do that?
Well, I mean, am I a politician now?
Well, you're the king of the world. And you end crime. What would you do to criminals?
I mean, I would impose harsh sentences on hard crime. I would,
but then treat them nice in prisons, right? That's what you say.
I mean, I would disconnect them from, if they're a danger to society, I would keep them restrained to keep them from being able to hurt other people. If that means,
in New York recently, so last week, some guy stabbed a few people to death. He had 47 arrests. Not all were violent crimes, jumping turnstiles, but there were plenty of violent crimes within the 47 arrests. Do you think that person should be allowed on the streets?
sorry, what did he do?
He stabbed 2 people to death, and he had 47 previous arrests, some violent crimes. Should that person on the streets?
No, I don't think so. I mean, not looking at the case, I can't make a judgment about the mental health, but just like I don't think they should be allowed.
Well, you're right, and mental health issues, with drug addiction too. But Necro, I'll vote for you for mayor of New York with your communist beliefs if you have strict prison sentences for all these people. I mean, we have so much crowd burning before the ground.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I would agree is like in states like California, they've capped the amount of time that you have to remain on the sex offender registry. I think that's wrong. I think that if you rape a child, you should always have to do that.
And you have seen what kind of pictures. But I guess,
Well, that's the thing, like, to me, is like, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that Trump is losing all of his, based on this issue, because they base their entire, I mean, they would choose Trump when they talk about all this thing with Epstein, but when Trump is born, probably one of the most associated people with Epstein, the only other person I can put who has to would be Bill Clinton. Well, I just said the only person who I can think of would be Bill Clinton.
So he's not even a close second. He had a fight with Epstein a long time ago. And you and all the Trump derangement syndrome people are screaming for the Epstein tapes. They want videos of Trump getting a blowjob by a little girl. I know it would give you a high like you've never had in your life. Yeah, let's admit it. It would make you thrilled. Well, it was really once all the
Extraordinary Americans.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I understand.
Was according to the American people.
I didn't say right or wrong. I couldn't say right or wrong. You want the Epstein tapes out because you're looking to get Trump. If they have a video of Trump with a little girl, my God, you guys will go be in ecstasy, right? It'll be the best thing in the world. Trump deserve the truth.
No, Jules, he's a necrophiliac. He's not a pedophile. Necro would prefer to see Trump with a dead carcass in the middle of a graveyard. That is what gets Necro's feather tickled.
Now you're going to make him sleep. I'm really happy tonight. But, it's crazy. I don't know.
You know, try to use your words, Necro. I mean, you're a necrophiliac, right?
Yeah, maybe. You have pedophiles in Norway.
Necro, you know, your response to what you would do for your people if you were king, it's not, you know, a really great leadership position. I'm just so confused. Like, are you, you know, what's it
So
called?
you disagree with people being educated, you disagree with crime,
There's no universities in America. Universities in America are the standard for the world. Was until the Anderson to the big rise. Maybe now you like it even better. But our colleges, they come from China, they come from Russia, they come from every part of the world to go to university in America. So don't tell me how
that's psychologically interesting that MAGA seems to complain that, like, with the strong judgments that are made about, racism, but that is what they are doing by associating with communism, with, everything that Democrats do. That's what they're saying about me. It never gets old in the double standard.
Do you really think there's something called MAGA, or is it really just not the Republican Party, Dr. Necro?
I think MAGA extends beyond the Republican Party. I think it's one of the reasons why Trump got independent support was because, people are just really sick of the establishment.
You know what MAGA stands for, right?
Well, I understand people, it's populist. Yeah, I understand it's a populist movement that's about, trying trying to, that means to put America first, essentially. One of the reasons why I think why the Democrats are losing voters is because of the fact that,
We're going to end this live stream in a little bit. I'm going to go exercise.
So essentially, America first is automatically more killing to, the average person. That's why to me,
Quick chat update for you, Negro. Rich says that you sound like Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, so I would like to see Rudy Giuliani be as critical as I am of Trump.
I don't think he sounds like.
Yeah, I'm a little confused, Rich. Why do you think he sounds like Rudy Giuliani?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe because you're a young man, but you sound like an old man.
I've heard people say that I sound like Craig T. Nelson. That's something I don't understand.
Necker, let me ask you a final question. When was the last time you did 10 pull-ups?
I actually just did it yesterday.
Really?
Yes.
Well, that's great news.
Are you in college, Negro?
Yes.
No, I don't want to. You don't want to tell me what state you live in.
I live on the East Coast.
On the East Coast.
Yes.
Have you given up dating trannies?
No, come on. Did you, I know you support Hamas. Did you march with you know what?
I don't support Hamas.
You don't support Israel.
I support Israel's right to, accept its own state and defend its own people. I am not okay with war crimes.
War crimes?
Yeah.
Hamas committed war crimes.
Yeah, so Israel has the right to do 10 times the damage that was committed on October 7th.
Tenfold?
What's the amount you're allowed? Is there an amount you're allowed? I mean,
Proportionate, Jules. Proportionate warfare. You kill 2,000 of ours, we only kill 2,000 of yours. Proportional war.
And are you critical of the state of Israel, the fact that they have held 7,000 people in detention and were forced through due process?
Great question. My position on that is that Israel should hold those people. They should kill them. The Hamas terrorists, and they used for exchange of hostages. So they dribble out 2 hostages and get 1,000 soldiers back to kill more Jews. That's my position. Yes, they should be killed. Because what about the hostages?
So then why should Hamas respect the state of Israel when Israel kills Palestinians? You're saying they should respect the state of Israel when Israel kills.
No, I'm not saying they should respect. I'm not saying
you don't want them to kill Israelis, and yet you're justifying what Israel should have the right to kill Palestinians who have not convicted of a crime.
Right, because killing Israelis have been convicted of crime. They went to a music concert, a rock concert. That was no crime. The existence of Israel is a crime to them. And the ones that are in prison did commit crimes, and that's how they got in prison. There are plenty of Palestinians that work in Israel before the war. Israel opened up the gates, let them work in Israel. There are plenty of Palestinians or Muslims that live in Israel have rights in the Knesset. Israel is the most democratic country in the Mideast. Israel exists mainly because there used to be a Jewish community in Syria. Not anymore. There used to be a Jewish community in Iran and Iraq and all over the Mideast. Not anymore. And when I say Jews, I mean Jews and Christians. They're dwindling down to nothing. Only one country takes people of all races, all religions, all colors, all sexuality, and that's Israel.
Except for Palestinian, they kill them.
kill Palestinians. They kill Hamas soldiers.
12,000 children have been killed lying at Israel's feet since October 7th.
They've been used as human shields by Palestine.
It's their fault.
Yes.
It's a little full guy did. He's good, but this officer could dodge, and getting his baton.
Yes, it's their fault. It's their fault.
Oh my gosh.
My gosh. Well, we got to on that phone. Look at
How many people?
People commit crimes.
Yeah, but who created crisis in Palestine? Shuts off military.
Israel left Palestine. Remember, there was a time when Israel had settlements in Palestine. Israel was a settlements in Palestine. They left. The soldiers of Israel dragged those people who had the right and own property in Palestine, and they took them out of Israel. There was Israel wanted peace. You know the expression, the background. If Israel dropped all their weapons, they'd be mutilated. If Hamas dropped all their weapons, they'd have a state.
Do you have Palestinian as a real value? Palestinian child?
No.
Everybody should
know. Hamas is killing them. Is it a war crime to use humans, human children as shields? Is that a war crime
to kill children, period?
Not by accident. If you stay in a populated area in schools, is it a war crime to use weapons on the schools, on the mosques, on the hospitals? Yes. That's what they did. They built tunnels. They didn't want a prosperous
nation. So she's spoken against the idea of, for how the universities have movements to the ground.
The only thing I have against the IDF is they put themselves in danger of not firing because there's populated areas. Yeah, they put themselves in danger. I know they try not to kill children, yes. What you tell me what country, what war ever broke out where one side has to feed the other side? You tell me what war ever broke out.
We're in existence.
Tell me what
time used to win a war.
We fed the Germans, we fed Japan during World War II. Come on.
Yeah, that's totally what it is. Israel is incomplete, it's completely...
Micro, let me ask you a question. Have you ever been to Tel Aviv or Jerusalem?
Yeah, so have you ever been to Iran?
I'm asking you. I've been a couple times. I'm just asking you. Have you been?
Your question is, the way you feel about me is yeah, I'm not answering your question.
Well, you can. You can say yes.
Okay.
And I'll tell you
to answer.
You have to answer. How about this question? If I had 3 tickets, round trip tickets, one was to Israel, you can take that. One was to Syria, and one was to Iran. Which one would you take? You have to pick one.
Yeah, it depends. If I'm Palestinian, I'd be okay.
And if you heterosexual, it's 2 tickets each for you and your girlfriend to go visit.
Yeah, like I said, if I was Palestinian, the answer would not be.
You're not the Palestinian. You're you. I'm giving you 2 tickets. Whatever you want. You have a girlfriend or wife or whatever, probably a girlfriend or boyfriend. It doesn't make a difference to me. I'm giving you 2 tickets to go to either.
It doesn't matter to me what you are now.
Damascus, Syria, or Tehran, or wherever you go, any place in Iran. Where would you go?
Yeah.
A week vacation. Where would you go?
Yeah, where would I go? It's easy to ask me as well.
Okay, you're gonna take your girlfriend to Tel Aviv for vacation for 2 weeks to the impressive Jewish nation. Okay, and you know why you picked Tel Aviv, right?
Because I am not going to be concerned with that.
Now, the answers to questions, you know? Marjorie, you listening to this?
Yeah, fine. Yeah, this is something that we need to disagree on. Overall, I mean, like, I understand.
I don't know how your mind got twisted. I really don't know how your mind got twisted.
Well, I mean,
You sound like a nice guy.
I think the majority of Americans, think that, they agree that, Israel's actions against Palestine, that they're on board with it. Because
I think almost all of the Americans think that Hamas started the war. That's what I think.
Hi, Necro. Great. Hold on, Necro. Great news. My YouTube chat audience is saying that they're going to fully fund your trip to the West Bank if you want to go. We could call it a clubhouse field trip for you.
I mean, really, so I hope you're willing to go fundraising together.
Yeah, they're going to buy your plane ticket, your bus ticket, your hotel accommodations, and all your meals. Plus, you can get $100 petty cash to buy whatever you want at the West Bank gift shop.
Will Israel allow me there if I offer food to people?
I don't think Israel has anything to do with your Clown House YouTube funded trip.
They arrested people for offering food to people in Gaza.
Well, I don't know, but I'm very excited that my YouTube chat audience has super chatted me $5,000 to send you on an all-expense paid trip to the West Bank. Okay, are you available in September?
Yeah, I mean, let's hold on for a second.
I invited Elizabeth up. You want to speak, Elizabeth?
That's so ridiculous. Isn't it funny?
Thank you, cousin. I'm really perplexed. I haven't heard everything, so I'm not going to speak upon anything like I've heard everything that's going on right now. But I have a lot of questions. Like, I'm really confounded by what I hear. So, what is actually, and I know that's actually Rikers
Marshall's back.
What is your solution for Israel and Palestine? You do know, like so many things. There's no P in the lexicon of Arabic. And it's an imaginary people group that was described by CCP and Arafat. He was fucking cool. Sorry, I really don't want to keep it together.
Modded Marshall.
Where do you get okay, breathing?
Jules Modded Marshall at Trader.
Where do you get your information? I think, yeah, that's my best question. Where do you get your information?
Marshall's going to kick me in the ring. I just promise you. He never fails.
As, like, Laura?
Sorry, what?
It'll be the exit we need. It always is.
I think it would be great to watch Revolution or something like that. I think it would be great to watch.
100%. Like, where are you getting your information? Because it's really meaningful. And I want to be, excuse me, I do apologize. I want to be very patient. I want to be very calculated. And I want to make sure that I give you the floor to really express your thoughts and opinions of where you're coming from. It's really difficult, and I'm saying that because I have like a hair trigger reaction to certain words. It's not your fault. I just want to know.
Chipotle monster.
I just answered your question.
Elizabeth, how long have you heard of the conversation?
Maybe 12 minutes.
We could go more than that. Marshall, by the way, made you moderator, but so I don't want to be
Oh, thanks, Tools. Like, this is something I understand that's been odds with Joe and maybe Marshall, maybe, but yeah, I do know what's good odds.
It's because you support terrorists.
Yeah, the bingo support, yeah. Marshall, bingo. Do I support terrorists? No. I don't think I agree with you on the topic, but no, I would not classify you as a terrorist supporter. Yeah.
He's blames Israel for the Hamas conflict. So how do you not support terrorism?
Yeah, so they've created the crisis, and so essentially, like, it's why Palestinians.
You mean the terrorists in Gaza have no responsibility for creating the crisis?
Why are you still calling them Palestinians? I don't understand that. Like, why are you still calling them Palestinians?
Just for conversational.
When you call the people of Israel presidents, that they cut off criminals, because they're not Israeli. You said they're not Israeli, right? Because Israelis, have rights to not be to not have their own planet.
You're gonna have rights too. Sorry.
Israel doesn't regard, human rights for Palestinians.
Well, Necro, sorry, I called you Nero. Necro, don't forget, we're sending you on an all-expense paid trip to the West Bank, September 15th. Pack your bags, you lucky guy.
Like I said, if they want to work the trip, then I'm going to give people that have a...
When I asked you where you would go with your girl,
The West Bank is starting.
Boyfriend, whichever, I don't think Israel. You picked Israel, right? You picked Israel.
Wait, people are starving in the West Bank, Necro?
Like you saying the Muslim countries discriminate against white guys? Is that what you're saying to me?
I'm saying that Israel is more welcoming white than they are to Palestinians.
You're white, Necro?
What is he talking about?
You're white, Necro?
Do I sound white?
I thought you were transparent. And I thought you were just a patriotic American.
I'm sorry. I mean, can you please repeat that information that you just shared with us, please? Thank you.
Yeah.
He's exhausted.
White supremacists and tell them, or to people who say that I'm not white, is to compare their skin to mine, tell me that they're whiter.
Necro, I'm being facetious, and I'm just trying to point out that I think you will go all night long, and you don't find that your position is tentative, that you might not be absolutely right in your diagnosis or your analysis.
So, Ian, I don't claim to be the arbiter of anything, and I can be wrong. But just because I can doesn't mean that I am wrong, right?
No, you might be wrong. I mean, I went to Israel I went to Israel over 20 years ago, and guess what I discovered when I was there, Necro?
So, were you in Iran?
No, guess what I discovered? Guess what the Palestinians have been doing for over 25 years? They've been putting out murder death tapes. Horrible programming, terrorism to kill Jews all the time. They're obsessed with it. They put it out in their movies, their media, their radio. All they do is talk about war, death, destruction of Israel. It's nonstop propaganda against their own people. And look what they did. On October 7th, they actually carried out what they said they were going to do.
I saw that card, thank you. Yeah,
you're crazy, Landau.
I know, but simple question. Again, not wearing my glasses. Have you been to Israel? Quick question.
No, he's only studied the genocide from the internet.
Let him talk. Let him talk. It's much more fun when he's yeah, it's not really answer the questions. Back to the public answer and then I didn't answer it, so I didn't see why.
Sorry, I can't. Well, if you don't want to answer me, just say that. Don't. Whatever. I've got a lot of bullshit going on in the background. All of us. Sorry. I'm still talking. You know. Hello. No, actually, I was asked a question also, and I was responding. And I do have like a very clear question. Well, do you want to hear my question, or do you want to?
Are you going to listen to my answer? And not repeat it as if, like, repeat the question.
Very good question.
Poor Necro.
Very good question.
Poor
And I
Necro.
ask you also, because I'm still seeing you. Hello. And you don't let me finish. So, you know what? Forget my question. I'm a woman. I'm also brown. Wow, saucy. Okay, what the fuck is your question? Yeah, okay, thanks.
So anyways, I actually gotta go, but it's fun talking to you. Actually good. Believe it or not. And Kitover, I was like,
Yeah, Necro, your valuable input will be utilized in my political campaign, but for what, I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though. It's like, we're talking about like clubhouse movies, the people who play each other on at least that person I look like is River Phoenix. So, and I guess that's pretty fair to say. Necro, what are you majoring in knowledge? Sequential learning. What? Sequential learning major. Good. That's gonna give you thought.
So let me ask you, Necro, what do you consider the word art means? What do you think the word art means?
Expression. The art is expression.
So everything is art because everything expresses itself.
Yeah, in a way, it's like everything's considered art.
Are you just LARPing? Like, is Necro an expression of your art?
Yeah, I don't know how to answer the question, but yeah, it's interesting that I just went to the clubhouse movie. Like one person that I suggested should play voiceover guy. I think that Tom DeLonge from Blink-182 that he should play. He would play voiceover guy. Because that's who he looks like, without a doubt. And the guy who plays Steve Appel would be ventriloquist Terry Fader.
Necro, I'm not taping you, but I really need a copy of your voice when you're speaking. If I have trouble going to sleep, you would put me out for 2 seconds, Necro.
He's trying to say that he finds you very entertaining and so uplifting that,
It's something like that, yeah, something like that.
So,
Are you just an ASMR chatbot network, Necro? Are you technically ChatGPT?
Are you real? That
my voice is going to be super broken and Stephen Hawking speech function. So, I guess, me.
I got a call the other day.
Yeah,
Listen to this one. This is 2 seconds. I got a call the other day, and it was obviously a robot I said, is this a robocall? So the answer was, I am not a robocall. Deborah, are you a robo?
I guess so.
Alright, there we go. It is a sorority
Robots have feelings too.
Right. It does, they do.
Okay, so my question is
Anyways,
that he doesn't
No, go ahead, roll out.
I don't know how to answer this.
And I don't have to deal with that. So it's nothing that really, under COVID, I didn't get to get TP all the time. And I'd have to find creative ways to run my own home.
that's why you need to be creative ways.
But no, I mean, but I like, but it'd be like I take a shower afterwards.
Do you believe in Good Samaritan laws? Like, do you think because you have a medical license, you should be obligated to help someone in a public place when they have an incident? Why do you have that license? Do you believe in that obligation?
I think that's where it kind of morally becomes iffy. I would say in an ideal society, yes. And so I do think that
There's no lawsuit as long as you're shielded. If you give your best efforts.
So you're on an airplane. You're on an airplane. You mind your own business. Someone has an episode on an airplane. But you have a medical license. What do you think you're supposed to do?
well, I go for that. I know that in America legally, if you are, if that is the case, you do have to render aid. I think it's probably a good thing. I don't know that it's legally a crime. I do know that you can't.
Section 1 of the United States.
That is incorrect.
Is it in all states?
It's governed by the FAA. It's federal.
No. I'm talking about, like, for example,
Well, you mentioned the flight on a plane.
okay, sure, on a plane, but if you're a nurse or an EMT or a doctor and you fail to render aid, let's just say like in a traffic accident, I don't believe it's necessarily a crime here in Arizona, but
It's a crime in the United States, but
in parts of the United States.
no, not parts, because the AMA governs how you act in the first
I don't. The AMA is not. They don't make the laws regarding. Whether or not they're an accrediting body that basically can decide whether or not you have a license, that they don't charge you with fines. Yeah, but you can run afoul of the bar association and not get criminally prosecuted.
Yeah, but with a lawyer's license, it's state by state, so it happens.
Right, and so would be the first responders, it'd be state by state.
Yeah, but you said that it was illegal because the AMA or whatever said that you had to do it. No,
You know what I'm saying? In the case of doctors, they take an oath, right? Tell them.
yeah, but that oath is not. That's not under. Yeah, but that's not under. Yeah, that does not mean for violating your oath does not mean that you'll be criminally prosecuted. If you're a doctor.
Nobody said that you're saying something about criminally prosecuted. I'm just saying that if you violate that oath.
Something about. You did say
No, I'm saying that if you violate that oath by not helping somebody, then you are in violation of the oath.
You were rebutting me trying to apply that it was criminal. Now you're just acting like a criminal.
I'm not saying anything about criminal. No, it's not.
You'll have reinsertion into the thing having fucked up your life.
Well, Abby, can I ask you
So you're asking about the $1,000 for a water bottle and whether people have moral obligations. and just generally people in society have a moral obligation to take care of someone in need. And whether, and laws are probably it made me think about the Good Samaritan laws, whether there's a moral obligation or an ethical obligation when someone has an emergency, and whether you have to render aid. And there's all kinds of Good Samaritan laws in different states. So it made me think about the doctor. That's why I asked you. My mom was
I will say this. Simon. In Arizona, if you have water available and you refuse to offer water to somebody seeking water, that is a crime.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
How is it ridiculous?
Because that's forfeiting. Again, that's simply saying the principle. I mean, morally, I probably just give the guy water. I don't care. But I'm simply saying, you don't, like, basically, that just completely negates your private property rights. That's basically saying, someone has a need. To hell with you. To hell with your
This is like two guys who repeat themselves over and over again, just saying the same things for years.
I get the libertarian, like, there's part of
libertarian. This is just property rights.
Bullshit.
Sorry. You're not like a professional altogether, right? You are a professional boxer, you do have a good occupation. I think that's a big difference, though.
Well, you might have, no, you know,
a moral standpoint.
No, that's a moral standpoint. I have no obligations to literally anyone other than maybe my children, depending on if they're
should you have your license right? So that's the question.
I don't even believe you should have a license.
Let me hear somebody.
I'm not sure about that. I think doctors obviously hold quite a unique position in society, right? I mean,
Well, Simon.
I can get into that.
Between a plumber and
because doctors have a certain privilege that comes from, some that's more professional and morally obligated.
Being a doctor is not a privilege.
Because it's all serious, dude. If you refuse to provide,
How is being a doctor?
I'm trying to explain. If you're refusing to provide care when somebody is qualified and able to do so, I think it should be treated as a criminal negligence, just as it would be if any person with an ability to prevent serious harm chooses to walk away. If a firefighter refuses to put out a fire, for example, or a police officer who can't help you in a violent crime while due to the consequences, I think it should be legal. The same standard should apply to doctors. That's what I believe. I think there are few. No, I just wanted to.
Hospitals, by the way,
Yeah.
Hospitals have that obligation in the U.S. The hospital can't deny, if someone comes in with a medical emergency. There's a federal law, it's the Emergency Medical Something Act, that requires hospitals to treat an emergency room, anyone to stabilize them and treat them. But I put it
How is that stupid, Simon? Like, how is that stupid?
Because you're literally, the government is mandating, forcing a person to die. That is ridiculous.
How do you think this country runs? Like, literally, we demand safe roads to transfer, to drive to and from work, to wherever. It doesn't matter where we drive. It's not a non-argument, okay? But even when it comes to our healthcare system, we have fucking idiots. Like, we have a bunch of fucking rules and expectations in place for our country to run. Like, you love, as much as you love to not call yourself a libertarian, like, you have the same gay fucking anarcho capitalist libertarian arguments. I said,
I will say that I know somebody who works in New York, speaks Spanish, and was essentially talking to the individuals that will come travel purely to get a double bypass surgery, or very big, like $100,000 cases in the United States. And they'll go in the operating room, get all the services rendered, and then fly back on a plane.
So okay, it was like, I mean, well over 20 years ago when I worked in hospital registration, especially in the emergency department. Basically, the guy who had you sign in when you saw a triage nurse. Yes, like there was a huge chunk of the people that were coming to the ER that we have access Arizona healthcare cost containment system. Which the acronym is access. They didn't get that, but what they got was like a yellow access card. These people didn't have social security numbers. That gave away their illegals, but it was federally funded, especially if we saw the yellow access cards. And they would come to the ER for anything. It could be sinus infection, it doesn't matter, which obviously that needs to be treated. But in terms of like getting the whole bypass surgery, I'm not familiar with that. Like, we see things could have changed quite a bit. You know, this is well before Obama when I worked there. You know, in that area, they would treat immediate symptoms. But if you had one of the things that like kind of made me somewhat sympathetic for like expanding healthcare to vulnerable people is that there was like this 20-year-old guy. He worked for a security company. He had cancer. He was having a lot of symptoms. He made too much to get Medicaid. Yet he would come into the ER all the time to basically cope with the symptoms, but he never got treated for his cancer. And to me, I'm just like, dude, this is beyond fucked up. And I remember asking him, like, have you ever thought of just like, maybe if you like quit your job, like, at the end of the day, I understand that you know, you're kind of able to maybe sustain your current lifestyle, which the security company he works for, he made next to nothing.
Pepe, what is your point?
My point is this. Shut the fuck up, Congress. My point is that like here we had this American, this young man who was like unfortunate enough to have to deal with cancer, and he was not getting. They were not treating his fucking cancer. They're dealing with the fucking kind of cancer. I do not know. I'm not a medical professional, but what I do know is that this was something the nurses were talking about. A lot of people were talking about the ER. They're like, it's a shame. This boy is coming in, and it's just like, oh, you hurt? Oh, this. Okay, we'll give you some pain meds. We'll do this. There was no. He didn't have health insurance, and he was not able to get Medicaid. This is, of course, pre-Obamacare, all of that shit. And Obamacare made it even worse. Well, Obamacare made everything a lot less affordable for everyday Americans. It's like there's obviously a huge part of me that does want to see, like, why does this American boy have to deal with this? This is bullshit.
That law came into place in the 80s because these hospitals, people like that were coming in and the hospitals were dumping them. And actually the law is like an anti-dumping law of patients where, you know, they would a private hospital where they come in and they would dump them over to another facility or try to get rid of them so they didn't have to treat them.
Well, in Arizona came in the 90s because the straw that broke the camel's back here was that there was a young girl, she was under 10, for her age, it was illegal anyway, but she had appendicitis. She kept on going. The parents went from emergency room to emergency room. He said, well, you guys don't have the ability to pay. Well, okay, like, no, we can't do anything about it. She ended up dying.
that.
Did you just make a racist Freudian slip by saying break the blacks back?
No, it's just
No, she. No.
Yes, it was a Freudian slip.
What did I say? That was a racist.
You said break the blacks back, and then you fixed it and said break the camel's back. Was that a racist?
That was a straw that broke the camel's back.
Black.
But I didn't mean to take away from what you were talking about. We talk about doctors, but I was trying to make the analogy of the bar.
The principle is that there is no moral obligation that the government should not be mandating you just because you have a good
How can you choose that morally?
I wanna also understand just because it is something that had rights on its rights.
Yeah, but as I've been saying this whole time, your morality is something.
Hey, Joe, please shut up. Sorry. I had a question that if I'm missing something, I'd love to hear it, okay? Because I'm quite a knowledgeable atheist. You've been in rooms with me, Simon, you know how much I know about the subject, but I feel like I'm missing something here, right? So I just wanted to say my piece, and you tell me if I'm missing something, so I'd love to know more about it. So from a secular perspective, I believe doctors should be legally required to help in emergencies, even off duty, right? Because they chose a profession that exists to save lives. So in the same way that a police officer or a firefighter, doctors aren't, in my opinion, just private citizens when it comes to life or death situations because they're trained for years. Yes, in some cases they swear an oath and take on a role that literally gives them special privileges and trust in society, and with that comes responsibility. So if a doctor walks away from someone dying just because they're off the clock, that goes against the very purpose of their job. So like I said before, it's like a firefighter refusing to save someone from a burning building because their shift ended, people would be outraged, and I think rightly so. The same should apply to doctors in the medical emergency. So last thing I'm going to say, like I said, if there's something I'm missing, I'd love to hear it because I'm all ears, right? We rely on people like doctors and police and emergency workers to hold society together, right? If we start saying it's okay for them to turn their backs when we need them, especially in those sort of situations, everything can break down. In a world without that duty, people will suffer and die needlessly. So yeah, I think we should definitely expect more from those people to choose those roles, because without that mindset, we're absolutely doomed to society that's built on trust and mutual care. That's how I feel about it. If I'm missing something, I'd love to hear what I'm missing. So I'm missing your lawyers.
So basically,
lawyers, we have to just so you know how it fits for us. This is a different emergency situation, but we can keep our license in. I mean, I'm in 3 states. I have this obligation in all 3.
You're not allowed to serial or something.
Pardon?
You're a serial. You're going to go to serial position. So you're going to have to first. You're not looking for your.
No. Whatever. I don't know. In order to keep our license yearly, we have to do a certain amount of pro bono work. You have to do a certain amount of freelance. We have to.
Serious?
Well, yeah, but like if you work in a firm, so we used to pass the pro bono work on to our associates and make them do it. The partners didn't have the time to do it as long as the firm provided the legal assistance. But yes, you have an obligation if you're active practicing. You have to do a certain amount of pro bono. There are ways out of it that you can. There are exceptions to it that you can request. It's like
class and like
this is absolutely so hold on. The classes are entirely different. Like I can't keep my license without. I have to take 14 credits a year. I absolutely continuing legal education. That's different. But there's a lot of states have this pro bono requirement that again there are ways around it. Whether you do something to help legal aid, different ways around it, but it still puts that obligation. So it's different. No, we don't have an obligation to give legal help if someone's in just got arrested. We have no obligation whatsoever, unless we have an attorney-client relationship with them, which is different. But I hear what you're saying about someone in and they take an oath, and it becomes requirements of their license. And that's why that obligation that they have, they can be shielded from liability. Basically malpractice and liability for acting.
That's one of the things I think they don't get is that if you're an EMT, a nurse, a doctor that tries to, with the Good Samaritan laws, if you're somebody trying to revive somebody or render aid, and they so happen to succumb to their injuries or whatever happened to them, they're not going to be held liable at all legally. Which I think is a good thing. I do think that you're incentivizing, medical professionals to render aid, and they're not going to be, if it fails, they're not going to, be held liable.
We're not talking about that. I'm simply saying, do you have a moral obligation? Like Tobias, he's basically putting way, like in my opinion, this is my opinion, he's putting way too much emphasis on the importance. I'm not trying to diminish how important doctors are, but like to say that they have special privileges and like stuff like listen, like the reality is
They don't have special privileges. They lose privileges by becoming a doctor.
He made the point that they have special privileges in society. I'm just quoting back what he said.
Okay, but I would say that we need to take their own.
Just take the fucking point.
But you paused for a long time. Okay, go ahead.
No, I didn't pause. You interrupted me. Let me just make the point. So, I think you're putting way too much importance on this. I'm simply saying a screwdriver provides you with a service, a plumber provides you with a service, a doctor provides you with a service. I'm not putting any more importance on any of those. Now, granted, yes, in a health emergency, I'd want to call a doctor. But if I live in $1 million home and my house is flooding, I'm not gonna call a doctor, but I am gonna call someone in an emergency to save $1 million home. There's $1 million, $1 million. Now, I'm just saying, all of these are just services. So, the reality is, like, I would want to just pay for that service, and if the person refuses to not accept that, refuses to, what's the word, to help me, then I go somewhere else, and then if he keeps doing that, well, nobody's gonna do it.
Okay, yeah, but at the end of the day, what you're asking for is, if you're somebody who swears an oath, okay, for example, the military. Hold on. Simon.
That's all a doctor does.
Simon
provides you with a service. The rest is all bullshit.
Okay.
I'm not gonna do harm, and I'm not gonna do this. Bro, that's all bullshit.
Okay, Simon, this is retarded.
No, it's not.
It is absolutely retarded. No, let me. So, at the end of the day, when you join the military in the United States, you have to swear an oath. Whether you're a judge, if you're somebody who's being sworn in, because you're a witness, it doesn't matter. Hold on.
A moral soldier, no, it doesn't.
Amazing. And as well as a doctor, and you don't have to necessarily be doctors, just anybody can render aid. And so, once again, you're trying to make this moral argument where somehow you feel like just because
they shouldn't force me to do something. Yes, exactly. That's the moral argument.
Okay, but when you're given law enforcement powers, the state is giving you powers that they will not give other people. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, the state is the monopoly on retaliatory use of force.
Okay, so when you get your peace officer certification in whatever state, you're given powers that are not given to other people. You can, for example, if you're a peace officer, you can carry a gun throughout the United States. You can.
You should make the deal.
That's amazing. That's not my point, though. There are things where we entrust people in certain positions that they can, they will, as part of it, and what I call it is a responsibility. For whatever reason.
The principle, like I've said,
What principle?
The government should not be telling you what you can or cannot do, morally speaking.
What the fuck is the purpose of the government then?
To protect your rights. I mean, it's like
to protect your fucking rights. To protect your fucking rights. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, but when it comes to being a doctor, for example, okay, what? Yeah, okay, but when it comes to being a doctor,
I hate to interrupt and change topics, but could we maybe get to AIPAC and Israel and whether or not Pepe agrees that it's okay for AIPAC to lobby Congress and pass out hundreds of millions of dollars? What do you think about AIPAC and Israel, Dr. Pepe?
Shut the fuck up, I need a free show.
I think I know what Pepe's saying, but if Pepe really wants to answer this, then
I'm gonna jump out. I'm sorry that I took you guys down this road. I didn't mean to, but
it's interesting. I think it can be answered.
But
I'm just looking for a principle.
I'm more on your side on this and.
Yeah, I heard what you said before you guys. I just wanted to say that I do think the logic breaks down when it comes to free market, when it comes to emergency situations, because, you know, if you fuck up the plumbing incident, there's a flood. If you fuck up the ductor incident, someone dies. It's a big difference.
Well, but the difference is in order to have the
In the Muff is still going. Apparently, In the Muff is still going, so we're going to jump back into In the Muff.
I would say 7 minutes after the first time you had sex.
In the Muff?
Yeah, because men have to get that first one out of the way. You know, either that or you have to jerk off on the way to her house. You just, in order to get the staying power, you need a round.
You stop telling little women our secrets. Come on.
I agree with 7 minutes. She's what a machine.
Yeah. I was going to say, I need 7 days to. It's ridiculous.
We call that the refractory period.
Yeah.
You're never supposed to get off first before she's got.
Oh shit! I can't wait to see Tommy's answer. This will reveal so much. Tommy, look at the poll. Please answer. And for the record, future Congressman John Kitover, I should screenshot this in case he becomes Congressman. He is.
There he is.
His favorite is now. Hey, Tommy, missionary, huh? All right, you're met. Oh my God! Look at that! My boo came in here. I hope she answers the question. Although maybe I can answer it for her. Hi, Monica. You come up and answer my question.
I've never heard your voice do that before, Mojo, but Monica came over.
Monica, I'm telling you, she has won me over so hard.
That girl's down there. Be careful, guys. I'm getting out of here.
No, let's bring that girl up here. He can't hurt you. He can't hurt you.
You drove me crazy. Oh, please.
Beaver did not get clipped. We understand that she's self-regulated. I think that the other day when I told her that the FBI should look into her, I think that scared her. She crashed out pretty hard when I told her that. Necro said her on top. Honestly, I think this is bullshit. I think he only wanted. I think like it from behind. That's what I think he was doing.
It was well played by him.
Yeah, well played. Monica, look, you can put other could mean that you don't like any of them.
Yeah, when it comes to the follow-up question,
Yeah, it's true. Monica, if you answered this question, I think this would redeem the male monkey title. I feel like this is the participation that you need to kind of just cancel that out in Clubhouse. So I can't wait. I'm just staring at her PTR, waiting for the purple to emerge on her PTR.
Do you know her at all?
We will soon. I have a feeling she is not in Nancy. But I guarantee she's smiling on the other end.
Yeah.
She's laughing. I can't go to sleep until she answers this question. So come on, I'm tired. Hurry up, honestly.
wow, now you're into Monica. Monica, miss.
Do it for Roger. Do it for Roger. He would do it for you. I like that expression. Do it for Roger. He'll do it for you.
All right, let's Tony. Tony likes her on top. Her on top is making a comeback. What is that? George, you gotta respond here. Deb, I'm gonna stop putting pressure on Monica. The one thing I've learned in this short-lived relationship that her and I have formed, it's loosely defined as a relationship, mostly by me. You can't put too much pressure on her. That's what I've learned. So, Deb, George, and Jeff is definitely gonna answer this question for sure. Jeff is gonna answer. I can predict what he's gonna answer. He is gonna answer. He's gonna put it in the purple. That's what I'm guessing. Jeff is purple.
It's an unfortunate day with the picture he has.
Jeff is coming up. He's gonna make a selection and give a speech. This will be great. Jeff, what's up?
Jeffrey.
I don't know, pick him this one.
Well, then other is your option because the others are restrictive. Okay, well then if you I like them all. Perfect, because when you select other, it comes with a follow-up question. What do you mean by other?
All of the above. Can I have a favorite?
You know, Trish comes to these rooms. Trish doesn't come on the stage. Trish doesn't participate in chat. But if Trish was to just simply choose to participate in this particular poll, that would redeem all of her lack of participation in all of the other rooms. Trish, go ahead. Select.
Thank you, Joe.
How come George hasn't responded? Trish, she typed in chat. This is a starting point. So there's 4 options here. All completely viable options. XG, I think, is going to probably pick purple. That would be my guess. I think XG is the poll.
I don't know who Phoebe Herman is.
Yeah. Jesus. Are we talking sexually?
This is crazy.
That's how I can put my hand on a woman's throat either with my left hand or with my right hand. Equally effective.
How come George hasn't selected? Trish is still thinking. Trish is definitely still thinking. Well, encourage Trish. Everyone say Trish's name. Offer some mercy.
That's the illustration.
Trish, are you not going to answer? That's fine.
And then you have to call it out. If you select other, then you have to talk about it.
I got to agree. I mean, okay, missionary is a missionary, that's pretty good, but the missionary itself, not so good. Number one's reverse cowgirl. I don't give a fuck.
First cowgirl could be technically from behind, maybe.
No, let's not be the first to be a later top two. Let's not change our feelings.
Denny has not answered the question of the group.
And if you see any find it tough to be a lefty in life?
You know, bro, it just depends on who the woman is. You know, different women, different positions.
You know, I get it. If you personally are having sex with a woman that has too big of an ass, you're just not gonna have enough cock to give it to her from behind. I get it.
Yeah, I think missionary gets a bad rap. We got another in the audience here, Stenny. So I believe follow-up questions needed.
And others, so what do you mean by other? You can type it in the chat if you'd like. You can even put it in a foreign language. We'll decipher it.
Actually, I'm a big fan of that helicopter.
Don't be racist.
Not racist.
Strong again.
Just touch that other heavy guy.
Helicopter is actually not racist. It seems like yes.
Amen.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, rules. This was fun.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Jules forever.
Good night, everybody.
Have a good night, man.
You know, the funniest thing is, go to the chat, just read the comment Chloe just put, and Ron, do me a favor, read her comment completely out loud, and then click on her profile and read her bio out loud.
The missionary position is notably splendid, particularly with sustained eye contact, slow, powerful thrust, while teasing, and the controlled application of light choking. That's definitely ChatGPT. Jesus Christ, the Messiah is risen. Jesus Christ is king.
But the question is, for how long did he rise and what voltage, how many times?
One can argue that Jesus Christ walking around spreading his ministry is a missionary. So I think you would prove.
Amber Nicole, I'm not even going to ask you to do this, but if you look above, there's a poll. You can decide if you want to participate.
Why is she not being pressured like Trish was?
I'll tell you, because Amber is different. I treat everyone differently. I treat everyone differently.
Great answer there.
I will say, Mojo, living where I do in South Florida, I got a great balcony right up here in the school. There's something about bending over the balcony. Like, it's, I think my has changed just due to the scenery involved.
Jeffrey, you a virgin?
Yes, I'm a virgin right now.
So, Jeff, why didn't you pick purple?
Because I'm also a tremendous fan of Rotop. I'm also a tremendous fan of a modified missionary position that works really well.
Can we not ask Jeff any questions?
Mike, in the morning, Mike.
My cousin told me, so he's going to try to be close to a certain self-employed. That's sort of ultimate team not working out.
George is finally answered. George picked her on top. Way to go, George. Stenny is at the other end. Nassim is
mention of being asked to participate in it, but there was no chance she was going to participate in it.
I think Serendipity said that. She's like, there's no way she's answering that. How she called it.
I mean, Monica's definitely a missionary.
Shane K is going to say purple. I can predict.
The bigger one could always like missionary. So what you have for those?
I don't know what that means, Shane. Oh, I think that's doggy style. I think that image might be a bubble.
I think that tracks, you know, Shane.
Shane's kind of one of those partial goo members.
It's a partial member.
Partial goo. He's a part-time gooer. Spends his time in the goo. He doesn't like coming up on the stage.
That's all the people that's true.
Who would you hope would come into this room right now to answer this question? If you had one person that you wish would come in, who would it be? For me, it's Shirley.
That'd be a long answer.
Trish still not answered, but that's totally okay. Casey has joined the room. Casey, I'm going to guess Casey's not going to answer this question. Although, that would be delightful if Casey would. But typically, people that TR pictures of their family are above the kind of nonsense that we have in this poll. So I'm going to doubt that he's going to respond.
I don't know. He wrote the word suck, so he might be down.
Dr. Adams is back.
Oh, Casey, dude, you're not gonna like that.
Oh, what? Casey? You like it from behind, dude? Come on, man.
Bites the dust.
Shy. That's a weird PTR, buddy.
That is oddly disturbing. No, I just got about South Africa recently, maybe a year ago. That the Dalai Lama, did y'all know that, like, after a Dalai Lama dies, they go find a kid who's supposedly a reincarnation of the previous Dalai Lama. So, like, every Dalai Lama is, they say, is the same person. Like, I'm not joking. It's great. All Dalai Lama, they look like a 9-year-old kid.
Did you see the shit a couple years ago where he grabs the child and he's suffocating and he's telling him
It's fucking Muslim, yeah.
it was fucking weird. Very weird. Sucked my tongue.
That was a harmless, playful gesture by the great Buddha, and the Buddha is not gay or a pedophile. Don't slander the Buddha.
Hey, were you in the room that we did with Kyle and a bunch of the Buddhist people? And they were defending it fucking like crazy. There was hundreds of people in here, and that fucking room was nuts. And then they made me agree that, hey, they said this story will disappear in 30 days. Let's do a follow-up room in 30 days. And when we did, nobody showed up. It was like, it was true. Like, nobody cared. But it was happening. Everybody was like, yeah, fucking Dalai Lama's fucking great.
So how do they determine who the reincarnation is, or is it like a group of young boys that they cultivate and then say this one is the best? Like, how does the transfer of power work?
Last one, they like found in like some other country, and we call it San like how? Yeah, I agree.
But isn't that just that movie? You know, that movie that popularized that? Like, is that movie actually accurate? Let me ask Brock.
There's a movie about it. I heard it from this lady else.
Yeah, there's a movie. There's a big Hollywood film. I think Richard Gere is in it.
The only people that chose that is you and Joe B. I think that means that you two should perform on each other.
I mean, I definitely have some good questions.
Joe B, you hear that? You and that girl. Bam. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean,
Pictures are a good habit.
the rock radio people is more than I want to use. So,
Necker, how old are you?
I'm 26.
And how old were you when you effed this 58-year-old woman?
I was 22.
So as a 22-year-old, you were actually attracted to a 60-year-old woman?
Yeah, absolutely.
Was she a muscle?
No, she wasn't.
What was it about a 60-year-old woman as a 20-year-old that was so attractive to you?
I mean, just in general, like, you know, there's just something satisfying about the fact that we have members that we can portray that we older dominant women, you know, who wants that submissive boy, pretty much. So.
That's what was attractive to you? That was her preference? You were her preference? I see, okay. You were desired. Are you generally not desired by women?
Oh no, I'm irresistible to a lot of true things. Like there's something about, you know, this older woman who wants me to, like, you know, be her male servant. Like,
Well, I know you formally disclosed your sexual relationships with multiple trans. I'm just wondering, when you have intercourse with a trans, what are your favorite positions?
It's interesting though. They usually don't reveal to me. They never revealed to me that they were trans, and so yeah, it was.
Is that part of the foreplay before the big surprise?
No, they just said that, you know, they said that, you know, it was really cute, and you know, I mean, I wondered why they said I didn't have to worry about anybody waking up, but they told us that they saw us necessarily. Well, advice to your council member, let's just stop talking. Yeah. Well, Marshall Judge John, you know, John Kitover. We just can go to the fact that Marshall has not only answered the question, he has to answer his follow-up. Yeah, Marshall, you're a 60 other guy. We enjoy your camp, we enjoy camp. I don't talk about what I do sexually, so you're never going to get an answer.
Marshall never kisses and tells. What a gentleman you are, Marshall.
And the other dude, that answer was the other. Yeah, I don't kiss and tell, ever. It's not my thing.
We have to wait until Marshall's had 17 beers, and we ask him this question.
Why 17 beers do we eat 4 with position? Wow.
Marshall, do you think you're a romantic kind of guy?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm not talking about that. That's what I think. Marshall, guys, fuck, bro. Marshall, let's talk about this, guys.
Hold on. Here's some things we can't talk about. Do you like holding hands in public?
Certainly, that's as far as I'm going to get. Marshall, would you rather cook dinner for a young lady, or would you rather take her out? Yeah, now, holding hands in public is what I'm going to get. As far as I'm going to get, we're having the years. We're going to cook or take her. We're going to cook. She's not romantic. He's a fucking sweetheart.
Hell, you do not want your girlfriend looking at fucking Marshall Rankin's Twitter profile, his Tinder profile. You know that shit's decked out with, like, you know, some really poetic shit. Anyways, really Marshall along. No more questions for Marshall along this line.
Well, I have a different type of question I'd like to ask Marshall, if he's willing to answer, but I have suspicions that he won't. Marshall, if you got your girlfriend pregnant, would you rather that the government give your girlfriend a check for $10,000 to have the baby, or if your girlfriend wanted to go get the abortion, would you support her decision to have, feminine health care and abort the child?
Oh, we're not talking about that either. Can you just recognize that Trish is still not answered, and Monica is also opted not to answer, but that's okay. No pressure. There's no pressure. No pressure whatsoever.
Ladies, don't be afraid to disclose your favorite sexual position. This is just geometry. And consider it geography if you're obese. Where is Dr. Adams up here? We need some analysis on obese sexual positions. Thank you, Dr. Adams, for your consideration.
I do appreciate you this. I'm just saying that. Marshall, have you ever been on a blind date?
No more questions for Marshall about his romantics. Look, he said no. It becomes harassment. After that, we can have these conversations, but we have to respect boundaries. That's why we're respecting the boundaries of Trish, Monica, and Marshall.
Mojo, your PTR to me looks like a pimp. I'm just wondering, in your life, have you ever had some emotional and romantic setbacks that you just can't let go?
Yes.
Did any of those relationships involve sexual positions that you think of from time to time?
Not anymore.
So you've let it go.
Yes.
So I guess my final question is, Dr. Mojo, what is the source of love, and how do we all find more love in our life right now?
You were talking to your doctor.
The source of love is
No, I'm saying the source of love is whatever your conception of the creator of the universe must be the source of this thing that we can't really wrap our minds around fully. We know it exists, but we can't catch it. So it must have been created by the creator. So for some people that might be God, for other people that might be something else. So for those of you that believe in God, I would answer God.
So Necro, if you're a humanitarian or a humanist, where do you believe the source of love comes from? Is it just chemical, or is it psychological?
Endorphins. Yeah, that's a pretty good story. I didn't find this increase, especially with the commission at all. So,
What's happening? Mother asked what chat.
Jody, can you look at your profile and see how this poll shows up there, and we'll stay there for the rest of your time on Clubhouse?
I don't care.
I think he goes get permanent. Joe, I just want to say I appreciate this way of your position is just at your age and know that you're a conservative Christian. So.
Well, God said to be pleasurable.
Necro's trying to break his record.
Necro, have you ever been with a GILF? See, a 60-year-old is a puma, but a GILF is an 80-year-old granny.
No, I don't think we've done that far.
That's very charming, John.
I probably would name a place for that.
Well, you don't want to make any cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, so I say fuck it. Just go GILF and don't look back on the repercussions.
Yeah, fuck it. It's like, Neil says, like that red button thing, push, like he says, push, maybe I should, but fuck it.
You know, Hakima has had more children than I think everybody in this room combined. So, Hakima, in terms of your favorite positions, have you found one or the other makes for making more babies?
Not tomorrow to do it. The girls on top, they can get pregnant with science. Why you go for that? Right.
When you're performing anal, do you prefer it to be a man or a woman?
Hey, Kima, I got one more follow-up question I want to ask you. Have you ever thought about doing a paternity test on any of your children, and do you have any suspicions that any of your children might not be yours?
How's that follow?
Well, I asked.
I think the likelihood of him having children that he's unaware of is higher than not knowing that he's the father of the kids that he's claiming.
Yeah, it's like before they have paternity tests, they were dealing with better water and what.
You know, I got a great joke I want to share with you all. Why is sex like a box of Kentucky Fried Chicken?
Just part we don't like.
Because after you're done with the breast and the thigh, the only thing left to do is stick your bone bag in that greasy box.
I thought you were going to stick with me.
I thought he was going to say finger licking good.
Oh shit, Dawn's here. We are waiting for Dawn's response. Dawn, we have a poll up above. Please help us out here.
Dawn, please say hey. Son, please say. Please join me.
Dawn, listen. Our evening will not be complete without you responding to this question.
Oh my god, let me see. Oh, are you serious?
Come on, please trust me. That's a heart attack.
Come on, Dawn, I did it.
If it helps for inspiration, I want you to think about Necro as you go through these choices.
She answered.
That's not been all safety.
Okay, well, you say the one follow-up we have is, what does something mean?
Take one position. I don't know. Listen to me for me on this position. Please say anything to that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
Dawn, I'm sorry, I was glitching. Did you say anal?
Yeah, I'm just gonna repeat what I said earlier. It's like just like living buttons. So it's doing a push. You should really fuck it. It's the second time you tried that.
Necro, have you ever had any disasters in a sexual experience? Like, in terms of making a mass mistake?
Hold on, this is getting really interesting. Double agent, get up here. Double agent.
I'll answer yes.
No, hey, no, hold on.
I told me your disasters in my experiences, and then you want to call out my name.
No, I want you to look at the poll up above. And choose wisely.
Alright, I chose.
Alright, her on top. Interesting. By her on top, like, were you picturing somebody on Clubhouse who's going to answer you?
I wasn't, but I mean, there's only anyone's probably long gone whoever would have been. I did have one.
Who would it have been?
The Ansols. I did have one Clubhouse for the Ansols.
Joey Lawyer?
Wasn't Joey Lawyer that? But no, number, actually. Please, say some word.
Dude, I would rather fucking, like, jam my fucking cock in a door frame than fuck her. She was awful.
They were really big psychopath.
Okay, alright, cool. Well, Wayfan has an answer, and, most of your has. Most of your said, most of your, you can type in the chat or you can come up on the stage and you can tell us what you mean by other. And Wayfan, I don't remember now, was Wayfan the person that hates Jews?
He was the one, I believe, that justified, the problem.
Oh yeah, he would probably have to read the Quran, or some early hadith, to get his answer for this. But
Wayfan was the one that gave his with the magical quote of, there's no such thing as too young.
Oh, that's right. Wayfan, on your tombstone, it's way to read old enough.
I was probably
Why you hear whatever you like? When did I say there's nothing such a thing as too young?
Brown sauce.
Yeah, there's no use that we don't have, there's a pedophilia in Islam.
When did I say that? When did I say that, man? I was saying that 1400 years ago there was no such a thing. I can say right now, but
Wayfan, can you answer the poll above?
Pretty sure 100 years
I
ago.
don't see the point. What's the question I can answer?
No, you'll have to update the app in order to.
I'm on the club deck and I did no such a
You're on club deck?
yes.
Alright, well that gives us a preference.
Who here has read the Kama Sutra, and who here thinks that chakras are real?
I think I have not read it completely, but I have, and I think there's something interesting.
Well, do you know what chakras actually are?
We're gonna find out.
Tell me.
They're definitions, duh. They're words.
Please don't say hypnosis. All communication is hypnosis.
Is sex a form of communication and hypnosis?
No.
You've never seen a peacock flap its feathers in the front of a little Miss Peacock?
Not talking about her.
Are you guys aware that almost all duck sex is rape?
Yes.
Yes. Are you also aware that the penis of a duck is in the shape of a corkscrew, and the vagina of a female duck is the opposite corkscrew? It's a very painful experience.
I think you just reminded Necro what it was like to have sex with multiple trans.
Necro, are you joking about having sex with trans?
Yeah, it was one person, and yeah, they didn't tell me that.
Was it a born girl or born boy? Like, what was it?
That's true. So, yeah.
So they had a dick.
as in the singular they.
This is getting weird.
Necro, did you get his number?
Necro, do you enjoy yourself?
What?
Did you enjoy yourself?
Well, you were in comments.
Hey! Would you have given this person a second date?
No, absolutely not. What did you create stuff?
Do you regret it? I think that's really the big question.
Yes.
Necro, how about this? Would you fuck Brad Pitt? What if he dressed like a girl?
What if there was a check tied to that sexual intercourse in Brad Pitt's anus for $500,000? How about $5 million?
There's no way he's funny.
He's so cute to me.
Wait a minute, if you think that a guy from a band is cute to you and you think that you fuck him, we used to have a word for that.
You still have the word. You still have the word.
I don't want it.
I mean, the reason why I say like he was like a boss is just because of the fact that, you know, if there's any guy that's because I can see myself dating, you know, some guys and just, you know, see myself sleeping with other guys.
But you can see yourself sleeping with the Mormon lead singer of the band.
Exactly. So I was making boss, looking like a boss. Pre-show or post-show? I guess.
Which killer song would you want in the background when you two are naked?
Shot.
So you've thought about this?
Yeah, he's got this. Yeah, he has something out. Not just that's the song that came with it. Shot something.
You can give me a shot in your fucking eye.
Necro, do you like being the center of attention?
It depends. How long have you been getting for that? Doesn't like to decide on my God meeting.
Listen, I'm not even gonna be. Hold up. I'm gonna tell you what my grandfather told me. My grandfather, he had a fifth grade education, but he was very wise.
I'm straight.
What he said was, you can be a bricklayer, and you can lay 1,000,000 bricks in your life. But if you suck just one cock, nobody will ever think of you as a bricklayer again. And he'll always think of you as cocksucker.
Yeah, I'll never suck a cock. I'm sorry, but
I think it's ancient Chinese proverb.
Did you guys see how fast Stephen Bell popped in here and popped out? That was crazy. Ken Frankel did the same thing. I didn't even bother inviting Ken up.
You know, I've heard so many interesting things in, you know, Uncle Steve's room over the years, and I gotta tell you, I can't remember one of them.
I will say, Necro, I appreciate you doing this.
Be careful, Necro. You don't have to be damned.
Yeah, okay, generally just I'm gonna block you if you do that. So
Necro, how far are you willing to go to free Palestine?
I mean, in my person is going out and Palestine.
I'm just saying, would you be willing to, like, do the reenactment of Jesus, get crucified, if you can just save Palestine?
I worked basically for, you know, both Palestinians and Israelis and Arabs to go along is not what everybody wants.
Maybe not the Muslim terrorists.
I want to have you on the stage. Don't anybody else have the question.
What question?
Just looking at what it is, it's pretty funny. I think it's taking out my credit card. Probably my favorite decision.
Damn. Oh shit. There's no way Kelly would ever answer this question. That's crazy. There's no way. There's no way Kelly would ever answer.
Are there any positions that, are revolutionary or groundbreaking in terms of positioning?
Buy the Karma Sutra book. Get your answer.
You know what's funny? It already sounds like a good idea. It's a bad water sex. I don't care. Shower, I don't care. Or hot. If water sex is hell. Or shower. Water is not your friend. And then even worse things if you're in a relationship, you do not want to say it, but when you say it, it's not
Sex though on the beach.
Kiva, did you see many of your kids growing up?
They want to get closer to at this point.
No shit. No, listen, there's no way that you and the guy with the dick are fucking in here.
Transliterated right through. Yeah, not that person, but the plus who I just had some boyfriend and they just never told me.
That happened to a friend of mine who it's a true story. He's a very prominent, well-known business guy in my city, and did the 23andMe. Very long story short, found himself connected like 25% to someone, and it turned out that it was he had had sex with a woman, or I guess it was 50%. I'm trying to remember the connection. He had sex with a woman, but he was at UCLA in the 60s. She had a baby. Never told him she got pregnant. She raised the child, and the child then had children. And it was the grandchildren that did 23andMe, found out that he had a child and a whole other outlet he didn't know about.
Yeah, it's like that kind of
Like he took them in, like he has a pretty big business. They ended up coming into town and working this business with him. But the woman he had sex with passed away, so he never got to ask her why she never told him about it. But he met the daughter and the grandchildren.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how likely that is ultimately because I feel like a lot of the thing to get transformed.
Yeah.
Oh man, they really make the killing.
Yeah, but that's why I was describing condom.
Necra, I was asked by a text message via Rich to ask you if it was Piper or Sasha.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not.
Wait, Negro, what do you do? I heard drink just this thing drinking. It's not possible competitions. It was just something you get things. But what? So you destroy your condom that you use because you're worried about someone taking the baby.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if you're rich, you have a lot. Always destroy your condom.
So you're saying you're rich?
I don't feel comfortable sharing my income right now.
Well, you are in the mosque. Can people get pregnant if they spend too much time on Clubhouse?
Seems like it's happening. It's pretty serious.
So you can't use a condom, but it's going to be perfect.
And if you guys remember what we did, where somebody was claiming that they got pregnant from a seat on the toilet seat in Israel.
Was it after the COVID, after the health benefits of getting a COVID-19 vaccine?
It was my semen.
Dr. Jordan, when you think about your long history of sexual activities, what positions did you find to be the most pleasurable?
So I thought of it.
Well, just before we get into
I talked a big game.
If you don't say talk, no, this is
No, I actually talk a big game, but then I really always default to missionary and I tried things, but I realized like when you're with someone kind of new, you don't want to. The more positions you try, the more opportunity there is to fail. So
you think the Prophet Muhammad felt that pressure?
Possible. It's a fair point he brings up there, Doctor. But you gotta take shots when you gotta take misses.
Look, I noticed that I'm not going to push you, especially if you guys want to participate. I'm not asking you to do this. Completely optional. But Kevin and Dr. Jordan, it's noticeable you have not participated in any poll. So if you would like to participate, that would be appreciated. We also have a John Doe. That's an interesting controversial poll. We'll bring John Doe up to the stage. So one second. I'm still waiting on Kevin and Dr. Jordan to respond.
Wait, what was your question? What's the poll?
Respond to the fucking poll. You're the
I'm trying to be correct. Hold on. It's just what is your favorite position?
No, don't read it to him. God damn it, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bro, this question's more important than driving, though. I don't feel it all.
Dude, I've seen your fucking driving. Don't blame it on that shit.
How does he try to come on the show?
Badly. Let me just say, we were at a stop sign. Stop it. And we were at a stop line. And there was a car behind us. We're at the light. Fairly busy intersection in Los Angeles County. And the light turns green. I'm in the passenger seat. All of a sudden, I experienced my flash as the car reversed, punched onto the gas. And the mechanism in his car caused the car to stop before it slammed into the car behind us. And then he looked at me and said, can I get that car going? Which I said, I don't think so. So I can drive. Then we got some. We didn't really talk about it, really. Which I told him, we're going to talk about this. So he hopes it.
Lady Roger, I would take only 40% if you want to pursue it. Just saying.
Yeah, look, I don't think I would sue in this situation, but I will say that if given the opportunity to have a healing during what I do, I would probably prefer to drive and get Uber. I would welcome his company, but I don't think it was asking for skills.
Right now, you don't have it. I've never done one of those things. My birthday. No, but I actually know where Dr. Jordan's assets are, so I come with that expertise on this one. Where are my assets? They're mostly sitting with a really nice guy that's in Las Vegas. I see.
I got another question for the room. Why do some people lower their standards instead of just masturbating?
Wait,
now. So this is a question for Adams. Adams, if you had the choice between working or masturbation, what would you do?
What is it using questions?
No, actually, listen, you were the one that volunteered for that. Nobody forced that on me.
Yeah, but I mean, it wouldn't make sense, you know, being the person who really a little bit more, you know, masturbation.
Necro, do you think there's like an ecstasy or some type of spiritual transcendence that a trans man who dresses up as a woman is trying to perform?
They might be trying to, like, you know, have the governments pretty much.
Do you know what they call the Star of David position?
6 points. So, position
I don't know. I saw a picture once of like two people engaged in intercourse, and it resembled the Star of David perfectly.
like, my favorite Canadian who wants to make America great again.
She left. Okay. Yeah. She was here earlier. She was on the state, which was fine. Just like this one.
You know, there's this YouTube or this Instagram channel that Dr. Adams would absolutely go crazy over. It's called something like "We Only Film Fat People Stories" or something, and it's about just people that are obese and documenting their lives and can't get out of the toilet. But it's just so crazy because it's not like fat shame. I don't know even know how Instagram allows it, but it is the craziest. These are like made for TV stories, but it is so sad and so tragic. But also, like, when you're that obese, to start losing weight is so difficult and so challenging. I mean, it makes me think that maybe Ozempic is like a miracle drug and that we should borrow and spend hundreds of billions of dollars giving obese Americans free Ozempic injections. Dr. Jordan, have you noticed any positioning in the animal kingdom, that you found interesting? Is it, how do animals position? Is it the same as humans? Or?
Before he says this, we already talked about the dogs in the working group. I used to see neighbor dogs. There's a Doberman and this little white dog called the Snoopy. They would get stuck together like butt to butt and run back to back. And the balls were literally stuck in the other dog. And then the other dog was just like howling. It sounded like they were making
You used to breed dogs. Pit bulls. You were never involved in any pit bull fighting, were you, Hakima?
I like the black too. That's my favorite. You ever watch this one? I seen it all. I seen it all. I'm getting into it. When you were watching, you want to see that. Yeah, the big stuff. You said, they go into the I chose not to. So, Hakeem, I just wanted to ask you if you possibly attended one of Michael Vick's dog fights.
Watching on the Michael Vick, he redeemed himself when he came people and this was it.
Now, I gotta tell you, I think Michael Vick very, I think harming dogs is worse than harming dogs.
I agree with you. They had a whole city that had to like figure out what to do with him when he came on the team. And it was a struggle for everybody. And it was bring your dog to the stadium. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, no, I mean, I'm just saying it was really kind of funny to see how the city, which is a very dog-oriented city, like especially where my place is packed with dogs, because I'm by the square and down in the town, and everyone has dogs. So it's a city very, very dog-friendly. And then all of a sudden, we get this guy on the team that is like, I mean, just the worst thing with respect to dogs. And exactly what Hakima said, once he started playing well.
Isn't it geographic proximity though? Because if you live in China and you go to the dog festival and they kill 10,000 dogs, for the big festival for the dinner. I mean, isn't it all just conditioned on your geographic location?
I will say this, depending on the offensive line, it's probably the most difficult to game plan around. That being said, I would force it to be like throwing the ball, because I think if you just drop back and says number.
I gotta say that Rich has called me 5 times and sent me 100 text messages with regards to this conversation. I have no idea, but he wants to make sure that Necro knows it's him with all the comments.
Why did you and Rich not do it? I have no idea. Actually, I was joking now. I think, no matter what I say, we never had an argument with the all kind of weird shit. John, can you text Rich and tell him, send him a message from the room that when he was running, just ask him to limit his shares to 1 point, just make 90 seconds. We can
So I invited Rich to an X space that I was on today as a guest speaker, as a candidate congressman, and it was with a very couple large X accounts that do, political communication in the Chicagoland area. And Rich asked me some great questions, and I complimented him on his Islamic analysis because I, prior to coming on this app, I had never heard anyone bring up these hadiths and ever criticize Islam, lest you be called an Islamophobe. But when you hear people on this app who have the receipts with regards to some of the naughty practices in Islam, it's rather shocking.
Do you mean the stain on Aisha's dress?
I mean, even the story about how Muhammad had sex with a young boy underneath the blankets in the tent.
I want to understand a little bit more about the break between the Quran and the Quran. Like the one with the Q and the one with the K. Can you walk us through the differences? So, for your people, do they practice pedophilia like the old school Muslims did? That's good.
I wonder what Muhammad's favorite position was.
Tell me how deep in the mouth movements. I think Dr. Jordan and Roe have not answered the question. I don't pressure the women to answer, but I would love to see the men participate, full participation in this. So I can't even see the whole it's above the room. It's not showing up. I guess they have to update or you're not very good at this. Yeah. I'm not doing a whole lot on what clock ticks, so it doesn't show up yet. What's the question? No, not clock tick. Do you hear dick every second time somebody says dick?
I heard death.
Yeah.
I heard dick. I heard death.
I heard nothing.
Bro, you came into my debate the newsroom on Chatter the other day, and you were just briefly in there before, they terminated my account. But I'm just wondering, how's your experience been on Chatter?
Well, Congressman, well, as soon as I caught President, it's been an interesting one. What are you talking about all the time?
I feel like I got on Chatter as one of the early people.
I know.
Really? Hi. And I think I just lost where it was going, and now I feel like I'm not interested because it just last time it was Nelson and Grant earlier this week, and Nelson was kicking people off, and it was just all this weird drama of him kicking people off. I don't want to hear about the drama, but has anyone had any more active experience with Chatter? Because it was weird to hear I'm complaining about Chatter. I love it a lot because it's more topical.
They talk about education.
You gotta, there's multiple really good a lot of the times they talk about
now that I finally got on the poll, now that I've answered the poll, what are the other things people are interested in? I mean, like, what else is possible here?
Well,
serendipity had a long list of interests. What is your favorite position, serendipity?
right at the moment.
Like, what's more the branding movie, Dr. Jordan? With the gets along. Remember the last Tango in Paris? Did you see that?
I did, but I didn't remember it.
That was in the kitchen.
In the kitchen with the butter, right?
The melted butter, right?
Thank God Stephen King just didn't come.
I can't time it as everything.
It was in the kitchen, right? Was it against the wall? I thought it was against the refrigerator.
I don't remember if it was against appliance or not. By the way, favorite fact, Last Tango in Paris, which got nominated for Best Movie Academy Awards, was rated X. Anybody remember the other movie that was rated X that was nominated for Academy Award Best Movie?
Midnight Cowboy.
Midnight Cowboy, that's right.
I'm walking here. I'm walking here.
By the way, that is arguably the greatest improvisation of any scene in any movie that was improv, because that taxi cab came and Dustin Hoffman just stayed right in character.
Steve, you haven't answered the poll question up top.
I'm sorry, I'll take care of that right now.
Doesn't that movie actually suck, though? Midnight Cowboy. Yeah.
Amazing movie.
So,
What makes that movie so amazing?
If we're going to talk about Dustin Hoffman, in my opinion, so there's 4 actors from the 70s that get thrown about as being the great actor of their generation. He's the most underrated of the 4. You got Jack Nicholson, you got De Niro, you got Pacino, and you got Dustin Hoffman. I would argue that scene for scene, movie for movie, I think Dustin Hoffman's probably the best of them.
He carried himself up.
I'm certainly going to agree with you on that.
His portrayal of Ratso Russo was fucking amazing.
I do think somebody underrated Straw Dogs, for example. Do you guys have seen Straw Dogs? Did Sam Peckinpah? That's probably it's like, here's a guy who's just a normal fucking dude. Picture like, Dr. Jordan. And then you've got this beautiful wife, and then you get this home invasion, and it really just taps into like your home is your castle, and like it was his home, and it was his family, and he's gonna fight, and this isn't fucking Rambo fighting. They did a remake of it, and it was completely missed the entire point of that movie. The entire point of that movie is that if you push somebody so far that even the guy that doesn't look like much, you put him into a corner, he will fucking snap. And so, if you guys haven't seen Straw Dogs, I think it's one of the best movies ever made.
You're saying that I don't look like much.
No, I'm saying that you don't seem like the kind of guy that's like gonna, like you look like you're just gonna have normal suburban life, like you're not like some killer.
I'm going to say Martha Manning is amazing. Incredible in that.
And you guys see
what did you say? Him with Laurence Olivier and Is It Safe is it's.
How about
Tootsie? I mean, you gotta give him that one too.
Tootsie also.
how about Straight Time? One of the best heist films of all time, where he plays a evil, convincing bad guy. It's amazing. The guy's got range. People don't give him the full respect.
I just wanted to ask about your all's role. It didn't seem very inclusive because it didn't have him on top for Necro. So I was just wondering.
He's not going to be the thing on that crew.
I don't know what's thinking. I'm on the fly the whole time just listening. I'm saying.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is not the pick on Necro room.
Can I talk with you a second? Because I want to talk about a movie that, like, do you remember that one that just made an impact? Do you remember him in Little Big Man? Did you ever see that?
Very good. Very good. What about Billy Bathley?
Oh, yeah, that's another one. But Jack, remember he played this character Jack Crab in Little Big Man? And he was like 100-year-old man. They did this makeup, and then he remembered like his life from like from the beginning.
Yeah, that was a great film. That was a great film.
Great film. The cast of Billy Bathley, you got Nicole Kidman, a young Nicole Kidman. You got a prime Bruce Willis. You got Dustin Hoffman, and then Steve Buscemi was in it when he was young. Some really, really fucking good movie. It's a gangster film. He plays Dutch Schultz, if you guys are familiar with that character.
You mean the gangster Dutch Schultz?
Yeah.
He was great in All the President's Men also.
Oh, and Stanley Tucci's in it. He plays Lucky Luciano in Philadelphia. It's very good. It's very, very good.
I totally agree with you. I think he's the best of those four.
Yeah, you know what's unfortunate? He had that TV show about horse racing, and it was right around the time when, like, you know, everybody was making that transition to, like, the best stories get told are on the small screen, not on the big screen. And that was going to be the next big show, and they had some problem on the set. I don't know exactly what it was. I'm going to follow up on, but that show got canceled, and it was no fault of his own. And that's pretty much been it. I haven't seen anything from him since then.
Let's not forget Papillon.
Oh, God, yeah. I read the book also.
Or Rain Man.
Yeah, Rain Man.
Or Lenny.
Or The Graduate.
Well, let's talk about Netflix. I mean, The Graduate was his breakout role, right?
Right.
Like, it's interesting. What was it? I know that those of us who are romance now aged in film rooms, and they were talking about breakout roles. Like, just the best who had the best breakout role, and I think that was his. But, like, for instance, for Stallone, Rocky was not his breakout role.
Lords of Flatbush.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw De Niro. He said out of all his films, Raging Bull, he thinks it's like his masterpiece.
Yeah, that's probably right. I mean, if you look at what he did with doing Nobody, like, the transformation, the body transformation that he had to do for that role is just incredible. Now, since then, guys like Christian Bale have done even further crazy shit in that regard, but Raging Bull was definitely ahead of its time. It feels like a 70s movie, but it was made in the 80s. The 80s films, in my opinion, suck, but that's probably the high water mark, and it started the decade.
It was so long ago now. Played in Jake LaMotta's part. It's like one of the better boxing movies.
But you know, I kind of hate De Niro though. After he says, "I wish I could punch Trump in the nose." Like, I don't know. To me, I've had a falling out with all of these. Any actor who has come out politically, like it's ruined. To me, the allure of them as all these characters. They personalize themselves, and in the process, they've ruined their career, in my opinion.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm going to tell you, I have learned a long time ago to compartmentalize the art from the artist. I can still watch The Cosby Show and just laugh my ass off. Like, I love Bill Cosby's comedy. I love him. I love his TV show. Look, who knew that he was doing all the crazy shit? You know what I mean? Like, you just gotta let some of that stuff go. When people are volunteering their opinions on shit like this, I don't know why they would do it. If they're alienating their audience, and people on the left and the right to it, it's just it makes no fucking sense. And then to do it at the end when you're almost done, like just shut the fuck up already. It's not like he even has any influence anymore. Alright, so let's rank them. Hoffman, I have number 1. I have Nicholson number 2. I have De Niro number 3 and Pacino number 4. Do you guys have them in a different order?
Who's your number 4?
Pacino. Those 70s, those legendary 70s actors. It's like the Mount Rushmore of 70s guys. I put Hoffman at the top. I put Nicholson second. De Niro third. Pacino fourth.
Well, the thing with Nicholson is, except for the movie with Helen Hunt, he's kind of always playing Nicholson. I love Jack Nicholson, don't get me wrong, except when he played that character, he's always playing Nicholson.
I would actually say that the character he played in As Good as It Gets, that's not
As Good as It Gets, right? Yeah.
I would say that is just picking up the character that he played in terms of endearment. Like, it's very similar.
It is, but not this movie. I mean, that's different.
The Departed.
But what's the one Fighting for Pieces?
Fighting for Pieces is fucking amazing. Easy Rider. Fucking Last Detail was really good.
Isn't the
I'm
blonde?
not putting it second.
Isn't the blonde from Chinatown and Raging Bull the same blonde?
You turn away.
Yeah, Faye Dunaway. Yeah, isn't she from Raging Bull?
She's in Raging Bull. She's definitely.
No, but she was in Chinatown.
I feel like I'm putting Nicholson second. And then I'm thinking of Pacino's roles. Practical Woman.
Daphne Moriarty, she's the one from Raging Bull.
Going through Pacino's like great roles.
You gotta go Godfather, Dante Afternoon, and Justice for All, Serpico, shit, what am I missing?
And the movies have to be true.
Scarface was his fucking worst movie. It was Scarface in the chat. Scarface, I fucking hate Scarface. That movie, that's why I ranked it number 4. Because, like, if it wasn't for Scarface, I would have ranked him higher. And then Scent of a Woman was good. But then after he wins his Oscar for Scent of a Woman, which is kind of like a makeup Oscar for him, not winning for other shit, then all of a sudden he stops knowing how to act. He just shows up and he yells. Like Pacino yelling is like, and that's what he turned into as he got older. It's ridiculous. Carlito's Way is actually much better than Scarface.
Later in his career, Devil's Advocate, Any Given Sunday, Heat. I liked him in Heat a lot.
To me, Marty Scorsese is like the biggest, legend of all time. His movies compared to other directors' films, I just don't think. I don't know who else do you think is comparable to Scorsese?
Director, I think Stanley Kubrick. And I think Spielberg is actually the most overrated, to be honest. I think he's like his hits are amazing, but Spielberg's has so many duds, like things that like just he just nails it. Kubrick, in my opinion, far better. I would actually say Brian De Palma's better than Spielberg. I love Brian De Palma. I think Sidney Lumet is as good as Spielberg, if not better. I mean, there's a lot of these fucking guys. Terrence Malick is fucking better than Spielberg, in my opinion. Who else?
Okay, wait a minute. I'm ignorant. I've never even heard of Terrence Malick. What films? I know.
You are a culture guy. How is this happening?
I don't know. What films?
I know Mike Nichols.
Of course.
Okay, so how do you where do I start? Like that's I mean as I read down his filmography, I want you to tell me if you've ever heard of any of these films, okay? How about Badlands?
Yes.
Days of Heaven.
Barely rings a bell.
Then Red Line.
Rings a bell. This is probably why I've never heard of David Wells.
Jesus Christ.
I know.
Then Red Line came out the same year that Spielberg's Saving Private Ryan came out, and it was the superior war movie.
Gotcha.
Except the one I worked in Australia was A.J. Brody in that one.
They were all in it. It's like it's just an all-star cast, and like the whole thing is like it's probably the most beautifully shot film in terms of like the scenery, and then but then you've got like the blood, like it is crazy, just painful drama. It's just fucking amazing, absolutely amazing. Anyways, I can see that you guys want to stick to the standards. What do you want to go with John Ford? Would that be a better one? Steve, you would be better than John Ford?
I live a sheltered life. I'm not. You're disappointed in me, Roger. I can tell.
What about Michael Cimino?
Sure, yes, of course. Yes. Yeah. I saved some a little bit of grace.
Do you like do you like Catherine Bigelow?
I don't know that one either.
I like Houston.
There's a lot. I mean, shit, dude. There's a lot. Catherine Bigelow's husband, when they did the Titanic, what's his company name?
Oh,
Terminator, Titanic.
right. Yeah.
What's that fellow's name?
Was married to Linda, what's her face, who starred in Terminator. Shit, I don't remember his name. Also did the Alien movie. This Cigarette.
Who's the famous one that did the slow motion? Peckinpah?
Did you know
Golf course?
which movie are you talking about? Are you talking about Wild Bunch?
Yes. Sam Pierre.
Yeah, that's Peckinpah. Yeah. He's got some good ones. He also did Straw Dogs.
Correct.
Here's an actor. You guys tell me if you guys are fans of John Cazale. Only 5 feature films, and all 5 of the films that he was in, he was best supporting. He was a supporting actor. All 5 of those films nominated for Best Picture. You have Godfather, The Conversation, Godfather 2, Dog Day Afternoon, and Deer Hunter. From 72 to 78, they were probably not a better, supporting actor. 5 fucking films, and they're all AFI top 50.
the conversation, having spent so much time recording Clubhouse, there's something really interesting about making secret recordings at scale. And I assume the government, through all their signals and channels intelligence, the global scouring of intelligence on foreign officials. I mean, isn't that what the State Department cables were when Snowden and the trans soldier? Like, what was that whole release that caused that big storm where the Europeans finally knew that we were spying on them extensively? Do you remember all that data that came out, that information, the PDF or the PowerPoint presentation about all the spying we were doing and how it all got revealed?
We got Snowden to speak at the Libertarian Convention, and he didn't speak live. He was piped in, and it wasn't Zoom. I forget how we got him on there, but he basically just spoke to everybody. I've never been a fan. Like I would have been a much bigger fan if he would have just took his lumps. The fact that you fucking are sitting in Russia, like you're so self-righteous that you want to expose this tyrannical government, but now you're sitting in Russia of all fucking places. There's something about Snowden that doesn't set well with me. I think that he's a traitor. Now, WikiLeaks, Julian Assange, I have a much different thought on that. Now, I do think that there's some secrets that probably should be kept, but I think his heart was in the right place. I think Snowden is just a traitor. That's my take on this.
Well, the State Department.
I worked for an essay. You guys don't believe that. But I did for somebody. I'm being protected. They might be alive.
Well, when Julian Assange says that the war machine is a way to do money laundering, where he believes that the wealth are essentially taking the taxpayer base and putting it in offshore bank accounts, I mean, isn't there a little truth in that?
Well, I don't mind doing something like, if you think about the WikiLeaks cables, that is something where it's like, okay, here's information that that he felt that the public ought to know. And what Snowden did was Snowden had a job. Like one guy is a journalist looking for the story. The other guy has a job where he's got national security clearance and he's taking an oath to protect this information. I think there's a big difference between the two. I disagree about this topic. I agree with you on Snowden, and there's some people that love both of them. There's some people that feel the way you do and hate both of them. I'm split on it. I think Snowden's a piece of shit, and I think Assange has been mistreated. I do think you could maybe make the argument that some of the release of information in those cables was irresponsible. Okay, but I also think that he was doing it as a journalist and not as a provocateur. That's my honest statement.
My dad was a Navy cryptologist. I security at that time. Those guys had to almost go underground because of what both of the treasonous guys did. I don't know the details. I just know what I saw.
But Julian Assange isn't even an American citizen, correct? He's an Australian.
Correct. And by the way, he was just taking information that people was giving to him the way any other credible reporter would, right? And he would get the source and then he would validate it talking to other sources. Like go talk to Gary Baumgartner about what it takes for a reporter to release a story. I think Julian Assange was actually probably one of the best journalists of our lifetime, and if some of that information, releasing it is irresponsible and got somebody hurt, okay, I'll accept that. But I think his intentions were really, really good, and you're just not gonna you're not going to convince me otherwise.
Can you distinguish him from?
Let me say something real quick. Like, well, he put a lot of people at risk, their lives, a lot. My dad is one of them.
Really, the video of the helicopter shooting those innocent people in the streets who were just journalists?
When you get into knowing intelligence that's been classified multiple ways, and you reveal it out of because you're a reporter that's able to.
Didn't he also?
You said distinguish it from the Pentagon Papers and how we looked at these with Daniel Ellsberg, the documents. And some people saw that as the ultimate reason.
Didn't he release Podesta's emails and cause a lot of problems for Hillary Clinton?
WikiLeaks are talking about.
Yeah, WikiLeaks.
I'm talking about a pretty famous Supreme Court case, but something goes back to what you.
Todd, I think I love your story for that. About everything meditating, disciple, like you say, well, that's just officially.
So I'm looking at this again, and so the critique of it is that some of the stuff was unredacted, and that you could have put the story out with redacted information that would have provided more protection. That being said, it didn't lead to anybody dying. So the claim that it was, I think it potentially could have been dangerous. And I think the critique is that if you're going to release that kind of information, you should redact the names. And I think that's a fair critique. But again, that's just a mistake. I don't think that's. I think good reporters should still report those stories. Release the same information redacted it.
Alright, the 1971 Charlotte looks okay. But I don't know, the 2011 trailer looked a lot better, honestly.
No, the new one is horse shit. It misses the
2011 one, or is there a newer one?
No, the 2011 one is horse shit. It misses the entire point of the fucking film.
Yeah, I just like I mean, I guess because it's newer, but
you don't like watching 70s film because you're young.
Well, yeah, but it seemed a little slow. I guess it's probably not. Based on the trailer was
when you say slow, you don't like deliberate and basic. Like again, it's fine. You like what you like, but just know that there hasn't been a good decade of film since the 1990s. The 30s, the 70s, and the 90s, the best decades of film. Any other decade, like you're hard pressed to put together 10 films that really fucking are great movies.
In the 40s, 50s, man. I was watching a trailer.
Clapping?
No, I watched a lot of old westerns and a lot of old Turner classic movies and stuff like that. Always making me watch it. I kind of grew to like it.
The first movie I ever shed a tear in was Ben-Hur. I don't know why, but that scene where Jesus heals Ben-Hur's family from leprosy, I don't know, that made me cry.
Oh, Roger, you ever watch or listen to Betty White on AM radio back in the day, like old shows they used to do on AM radio? Really fucking good.
My favorite is the 60s movies. Did you ever see It's an F and M? They tried to remake it. In Vegas, and it just wasn't as funny.
people dying. What was it, 1980, the first Twilight Zone movie? Who was the star who literally got decapitated by the helicopter? What was his name?
Yeah, that's the old dude that was he was like the racist guy, this kid, right? This is funny.
He was a relatively famous actor. But speaking of Betty White, if you really want to hear something great, I saw an interview, and maybe it was a while ago, Betty White talking about working with a black actor. I want to say like the 50s or whatever, when everybody was against it. She supported it, and she clearly said, it's a job and they're entitled to do it. I don't remember what she said. She really stood up for black actors working with white women in like the 40s and 50s.
Yeah, so when I had Sirius Satellite Radio or XM, whatever it was, when it first came out, and I was just scrolling through the channels, and I landed on like AM radio, and I was like, dude, it was fucking amazing. It was like all the old AM radio shows and stuff like that, where they would like live action, like Abbott and Costello type. I guess Abbott and Costello started out like an AM radio, and then eventually ended up on television. Same thing with Betty White.
How much were you guys into the Twilight Zone?
Every episode.
Right. Even the episode when they went to the other planet and they were going to get eaten, the guy didn't realize that the aliens were taking them, but they were going to eat them. They were fattening them up. Do you know that episode?
Yeah.
I was trying to remember the name of it. I love watching those over and over. The pig faces, the people with the pig faces.
Yeah, my dad was into westerns, and then my mom was into like the Little House on the Prairie and stuff like that. And, those more type of themed, like still western, like themed, but more like the love stories and stuff like that, and romantic stuff. I kind of grew up on that.
Charles Watt is directed one movie the whole time. One movie, he just mic drops, directs Night of the Hunter, and it's just started directing. It's amazing. Robert Mitchum, most underrated actor of all time.
See, I was a big John Wayne fan until I learned more about John Wayne, and I was like, fuck.
Oh, man. Don't be a fag. He was a total piece of shit, man. Who cares? So is Bill Cosby. The shit's funny as fuck.
I agree. My dad's always a big Eastwood fan, and I was always a big John Wayne fan. But my dad's like, oh yeah, did I ever tell you how John Wayne molested me when I was 11 years old? I was like, shut the fuck up, dude. And he's like, no, he's like, I'm serious. He's like, I met him when I was 11, and he like touched my pecker and stuff, and I was like, you're a fucking asshole, man.
So are you more of a Rio Bravo fan or a Man That Shot Liberty Valance fan?
I'd have to I'm bad with like names of movies and shows and shit like that. If I watch a trailer, I'd be like, oh yeah, I've fucking seen this.
Quiet Man. I stayed at that castle.
I look at the worst delivery for movies and songs and all that shit.
What about the shootist with the Gordon Ron Howard? I think that might be his last one. I'll have to double check.
Little Ron Howard, like from the time of.
Yeah, Little Ron Howard.
Like when he was.
Yeah, let me try it here.
What was the one where John Wayne picks up a little kid, he throws him in the water, and then he finds out that the mom doesn't know how to swim either, and he throws her in the water? Yeah, they were like fishing by a pond, and he found out the little kid's like 8 years old, and he doesn't know how to swim.
You know what blows my mind is when you total the total number of movies and all the hours recorded, and all the labor that went into those movies, and all the people who went to the theaters for the past 100 years. If you look at all that data, information, or really how people have stored their greatest thoughts and intelligence through films, or podcasts. Like I'm a big fan of Alan Watts, and when I think about what all the spoken word, lectures that Alan Watts gave, in a way, they used film in the same way that we do computer science database storage.
John, what's the name of that guy that you listen to all the time? The mind is a powerful thing, blah, blah, blah. That guy.
Yeah, that's Alan Watts, yeah.
That's final.
Abby, the Shooters was John Wayne's final movie.
Oh,
Came out in 76.
Honda was that
It was at the end, but it was at the Shooters was his last one. 76.
Yeah, Honda's the one where he throws the woman in the lake.
Rio Bravo was cool. They ended up remaking it. I don't know why, but I forget. I think it's like El Dorado or something like that. Or I think that's the name of it. But the first one that they did, Rio Bravo, was with Dean Martin and Ricky Nelson. That's a very easy film to watch. It's not going to win any fucking awards. This certainly didn't. But as far as just seeing the star power of John Wayne and Dean Martin and Ricky Nelson, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm looking up the scenes on Google Images. I haven't seen that one. Rio Bravo one.
I mean, after you shot Liberty Valance, probably the deepest film that he's ever done.
I had his entire collection on DVD at one point. Where he had like every fucking John Wayne movie ever.
I think they gave him the Oscar for True Grit because it was time to give him the Oscar for, I don't know if that was, but Oscar level winning in that.
Right.
For everything deserved it.
Would you guys say that Eastwood is a better actor or director? Or both?
I don't think Eastwood is a great actor at all. I think that he's had some great films. Sergio Leone films were very well directed.
Well, when I say actor, I mean like the film side of this. Sorry, a better actor in the sense of like really good movies he's did and stuff. I'm not saying he's like fucking what's his name in Batman.
It's certainly fucking iconic, but like even if you go and you watch Good Bad Ugly, which is that's the funniest film.
Oh yeah.
He's the star of the show, but he's not the best thing. It's actually really good. Eli Wallach was fucking really good.
I have always loved Clint Eastwood as an actor, but there's no comparison to him as a director. As a director, he is arguably the greatest director of all time for a variety of reasons. One, business. He always turns his films in on time, if not early, and at or under budget. Two, all actors want to work with him because of the way that he directs and the films just themselves. If he doesn't get the best director award, his films have gotten best picture awards, and he gets the best out of his actors. I think he's the greatest director of all time.
Well, I would disagree with that wholeheartedly, but I do think that listening to interviews with people that have worked with him, it's fascinating how some directors they want to take like 1,000 cuts of something, all the different angles, improvising and stuff. Apparently, he's all about like let's get the shot and let's get it fucking done. And oftentimes it'll just be one fucking take. Maybe if there's something that if the cameraman fucks up, they'll take a second take. But if he has if they have a bad take, that is in the fucking film. It's very interesting. He's not a perfectionist. He's all about like let's do no shit.
Something that he was in one of his movies, and he just walks up and he goes, All right, now, come on, let's do it. And he's like, what? And he's like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. And he just like fucking cuts my panties out. And then he was like, all right, let's do that one more time. And I think it's Shia LaBeouf or something.
Actually, he never ever says action. Never.
Yeah, he said he was talking about that one of the westerns like he did that was directed by one of those like loud and like obnoxious Italian like directors or whatever. He's gonna be like, yeah, he'd be like, ready, now, set, action. You know, and he's and every time they would scream action and stuff, he said the horses would all get fucking startled, like trying to take off.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, Shia LaBeouf when they were doing that, and also the guy that played the Punisher. I'm so fucking bad with actors' names. The Punisher guy, yeah, he was talking about that. He was describing like how he fucking worked, and he says phenomenal.
You guys ever see Play Misty?
Absolutely.
What's it called?
Play Misty.
Play Misty. Let me look at it.
Roger, you know how he got the job directing that film?
Tell me.
Well, he was scheduled to star in it, and he wanted to direct, but they didn't want to, pay him or whatever, and he volunteered to direct the movie for free. He got paid his actor's wage, but he volunteered to direct the movie for free. That's how they say, and that's what he said many times. He got to direct the movie.
A lot of people like Fatal Attraction, and for me, Play Misty. For me, it's the same concept of
Absolutely no question about it.
But the subtlety of it is so much better. Like Fatal Attraction, like they have to go over the top because they just don't have the subtlety of it. And Play Misty for me is super underrated.
So do you think
Was the movie he did just Beguiled? I saw that for the first time last year. I had never even heard of it. That is the great Clint Eastwood movie. It takes place during the Civil War. He plays a medic, and he gets hurt, shrapnel or whatever, and so he's taken in by these woman's house, and I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but if you ever get a chance, you see it on cable, The Beguiled. It's amazing.
I don't want to see the ending either, but that was an amazing movie.
Yeah.
It came out. Oh my god.
Oh, Dirty Harry.
I missed it for me.
You know, it was one movie that I was forced to watch, and it was actually a really good movie. Was the Last of the Mohicans. Actually, I watched Brokeback Mountain because one of my fucking exes like wanted to watch it. So I sat down and I was like, I can't believe we're fucking watching Brokeback Mountain. And we sat down and I was like, wasn't that bad of a movie? Like, asshole and gay shit and stuff.
It's not a bad movie. The weird part is that there's plenty of movies where people are cheating on their wives while they're at work, but because the stars of the show are gay, everyone's like, oh, it's such a romantic fucking love story. And if they were guys cheating on their wives with other women, they would just be any other movie, and then they would just like the fact that people call that romantic is just weird. I mean, fucking the response to that movie was great. The acting was great, actually.
Oh yeah, I was really surprised as I got to the very end. I was like, well, actually, wasn't that bad. I'm like, I like all the gay shit, but into that, but other than that, it was a good movie. And I always say another movie that she got me into, which I fucking railed against, and actually really liked, was the whole Twilight series. I got to the end of the movie, and I was like, what the fuck's the second one that's come out? She's like, there's books. And I was like, oh, where's the books you got? Let's go. But I will say, Kristen Stewart, I think she's underappreciated. I do think that there's something really cool about her, and those films don't capture it. Have you seen it? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I'm sure for me, it's fucking awful. It was a punishment. We have to go like midnight, and it's fucking getting early. So
I think what made it really good, Roger, was like all the little things that you could like do with your girlfriend or shit like that. You could just look at her and like, hey, you look at her, like put her on and be like, vampire. You know, like it was all that kind of shit and stuff that like made her good.
John, did you ever read the book that Blade Runner is based on?
No.
You should check it out. Android's Dream of Electric Sheep. It's very interesting.
So was Harrison Ford an android in that film, or was he?
No, I don't think so. I think that's revisionist history. Like people like wanting to see something that's not there.
I mean, isn't the signal that a unicorn? He's having that dream of the unicorn, so that's like an implant.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think they're that fucking creative. I mean, come on, like it's fucking Ridley Scott for fuck's sake. Like Ridley Scott's no fucking sailing over.
Did you see his HBO special or two seasons of Raised by Wolves? It was really good.
Did anybody ever watch not the movie, but did anybody do the audiobook or the paperback version of Ready for One? Really fucking good if you like 80s shit.
This is like a big
it's what do you call it? Like the metaverse type shit, but like more advanced and set in like a parallel universe where the state made like a perfect metaverse and like everybody lives in it, and then whoever like finishes and completes the quest ends up winning the entire company. But it's got so much fucking like fandom, like what's the word, like nostalgia into it, like where they just name off all the different fucking, you know, they go through all the different like original arcade systems and video games and TV shows and series, and you're just like, oh fuck, I can't believe I forgot about that shit from the 80s and shit. It's really good.
I like Tron.
It's narrated by what's his name from Star Trek? Wesley. Yeah, Wesley. You know, the Next Generation, the kid. Will Wheaton's the one that narrates it.
In hindsight, do you think there's just too much media?
We were talking about this the other day, John. We were saying if you were to sit down and like figure out how many movies and TV shows and shit that you've watched multiple times, and like just added up all the fucking hours of like movies and TV shows that we've wasted on our life. I mean, Roger's gonna say it's entertainment, it's part of, you know, artistic, blah blah. I agree, but it's kind of wild if we were to sit down and like be like, holy shit, we've spent like thousands of fucking hours just watching movies and TV shows, and how many movies and TV shows we've watched over and over and over again.
Hours have been spent doing this stuff.
No, I agree. That's what John said. This is a hypnosis.
I was just having dinner with people in entertainment, talking about producing or publicizing films rather, and we came kind of to this consensus that you know, the news media is so outrageous with such sensationalized stories, some true, some not actually, that it's hard to compete. It's hard to compete with like a feel-good story. It's hard to put on a feel-good story when there's so much else captivating people, catching people's attention, and it's kind of an interesting problem.
Why is it a problem?
Well, I mean, maybe it's a problem. I'm not the one trying to promote their films, but they see it as a problem because they can't get traction to promote some of the stuff they're doing. And I was saying it's hard to compete in this news media culture because there's far more interesting things going on in real life than on film, in my opinion.
What about the movie The Holy Mountain, La Montana Sagrada? Have you ever seen that crazy film? Maybe the 60s or 70s, but it's one of the most shocking and like most visually shocking and topic shocking. It's one of the craziest movies I've ever seen. But that the director has other crazy films. They're like cult classics. I can Google it for you, but they are incredibly shocking films.
He had some policy, Stardust, a fucking weird ass movie with Sean Connery before he was doing the stuff. You guys seen it? Where he's wearing the fucking little sling onesie thing. I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, I'm posting the link in the chat. Look at this film if you've never seen it. You may puke on yourself, or you may be absolutely mesmerized. He's another one which is even more disgusting, but this one is.
Oh, I've seen El Topo.
What movie would you say you watch over and over?
I will watch Roadhouse every time it's on. Not because I think it's amazing, but it's just easy to watch.
What time of the year?
It doesn't matter. Charter used to play it all the time. It was like it was either Roadhouse or Wall Street, and like it would just be on. And so I, maybe dinner or whatever, it's just on in the background. I probably will intentionally watching something, probably like Reservoir Dogs or Goodfellas, something like that. So maybe the two films I've watched the most of them.
Well, it's gonna ask Abby what's time of year because if it's Christmas time, that's like on the book. Or it's what's the Christmas story? And where he's like the Red Rider. Yeah, the Red Rider. Where he likes
I love that movie. It's a Bob Clark movie who directed the movies. Until Turner started playing in 24 hours. Once they gave you 24 hours of Christmas story, fucking rude. Absolutely.
That's one of my favorite movies.
Godfather.
So I rewatch Harry Met Sally a lot.
And what's happening to Steve Zahn Godfather? So I like Godfather too. I like it, but it's one of those films that's so good that you can watch it and see different shit. Like I know that movie so fucking well that like there's now like I only want to watch it like 10 minutes at a time because I just kind of like absorb like new information in the same scenes.
Oranges.
I love the scene with Brazzi. The actor was so fucking nervous that he was just saying this. He was just rehearsing his lines, and they recorded doing that and then threw that in the movie as if like he was rehearsing because he was nervous to see the brand new character. So that was so good, so well done.
Yeah, he apparently was a real gangster, no acting experience, and he was nervous and rehearsing his lines.
That whole opening scene of the wedding and him going in legal cover, like all of that shit is just such profession. That like if that was a short film and the wedding ended and it was over, it would be the greatest short film ever made.
Brokeback Mountain was mentioned a few minutes ago. They prepared something that's like less than 60 seconds. It has to do with Heath Ledger changing his voice. Roger, can I do just a little something? It'll be like 45 seconds. Sure. This is from The Knight's Tale. This is actually a Kitover Congressman.
I don't want to. I wonder if you remember a man that may have died before you were born. He was a knight. His name was John Thatcher.
Okay, now we're gonna go to the next
Mexico capitalized. Exactly, they got Mexico. Always like
And last but not least, of course, from Batman.
Let's wind the clocks back a year. These cops and lawyers wouldn't dare cross the dead of you. What happened to balls drop off?
I don't know any other actor that has changed his voice for the roles as creatively and successfully as he did. Just one.
Can I say something that's going to get people off stage? Benjamin Nicholas there, and Godfather.
Let's see. I mean, look, Elvis, Godfather 1, Godfather 2. I think that's like the top 3. There's nothing even close. I don't want to hear about Once Upon a Time in America. I don't want to hear about Godfather 3. Certainly don't want to hear about Casino. I don't want to hear about none of it. Those are the 3. And you can rank them in whatever order you want. If you want Goodfellas at the top, that's fine. If you want Godfather 2 at the top, that's fine. I would order slightly different, but if anybody puts a gangster film in their top 3 that's not one of those top 3, I just don't even want to talk to them about it.
See, I watched the picture thing where the main character that made the second one that was he was talking about Pacino, and he said he's such a good fucking like meth actor. He's like a little off upstairs. He said that this character like would scare the shit out of him. He said especially like the ice pick scene and like where he's like, you know, what now? I think we're fucking clown. If I think we keep laughing, motherfucker, you know, he started crashing out shit. He said it like scared him a little bit.
That scene with Pesci, he was telling that story to Scorsese, and he laughed so much that they put that scene in the film, and they didn't tell Ray Liotta that was coming. They just started recording, and then he was told to just react. So he can have this script, so that reaction that you're getting from Ray Liotta is he doesn't know how to react. So go back and watch that, knowing that Ray Liotta has no idea the lines that Pesci's going to say.
Pesci, one of the favorite guy that Pesci got the chance, sorry guys, but Pesci, he was saying that they wanted to use like blanks or they wanted to use like these like stage runs and shit. And he's like, fuck that, he's like, over with fucking blanks. And I guess another scene was like Ray Liotta didn't realize that Pesci was shooting out and shit. He didn't realize that they were using like actual blanks. And he was using like live blanks and shit. And the scene, because he said he didn't like the way the sound of like the product like made it sound. So they just used like actual blanks.
So here's an interesting story about Christopher Walken. So Christopher Walken is like paranoid about guns, and when he's on the set of movies, he's like always looking at it. He's asking the armor that's on the set to like make sure it's safe and whatnot. And when they were filming at Close Range, if you guys haven't seen that Close Range, you should watch that. And young Sean Penn, there's a scene where Christopher Walken's his dad, and Sean Penn goes, he even points a gun at Christopher Walken. But in the fucking scene, there's 2 guns on the set, and they were about to cut, and Sean Penn told the director what he was going to do, and he grabs the gun's safe, but he grabs the gun that Christopher Walken hadn't inspected. So he was like legit nervous. And if you watch this scene where Sean Penn's pointing the gun at him, and he's like, like the fear, like that's like real, not like legitimately like, hey, don't point this thing at me. And they captured that fear. And then when he went and did Biloxi Blues, there's a scene where Walken has to pull a gun on Matthew Broderick, and he remembered what Sean Penn did. He did the same thing so he could get that similar reaction out of Matthew Broderick. The things that people do on set to try to capture something to make it look good on film is pretty interesting.
Italian restaurant, very famous restaurant. It's very iconic, and he goes there. And he eats in the same like booth where they filmed it. And I mean, if we have the love, they eat at that restaurant. You know, it's a restaurant full of all kinds of characters, but he's there. I mean, you definitely see him there if he loves. He's got an all. But he's very friendly. Take pictures with them and everything.
Have you ever bought any of his albums?
No, albums?
He sings with
Who? Yeah, I really like him as that Nicky Santoro. You know, there's something about he looks like a hawk or something in those suits, and when they murder his brother and they hold his face and he's screaming. There's nobody that does Joe Pesci like Joe Pesci.
So, do you know that whole film, Casino is all true? But it's all real characters, real stories. Yeah. I mean, it's some people that played themselves in that movie. The lawyer representing him, along from the mayor of the city, but he was the mom's lawyer. He played himself in it.
I just think it's a letdown after watching Goodfellas. Like, it's just, to me, it just doesn't hold up. It's like colorful suits. It feels like the pacing of it, like they didn't pack enough violence, and maybe you got the eyeballs popping out, the fucking vice, and that sort of thing. But like in the movie, the last 30 minutes, they're just like, hey, maybe we should put some more violence in this, and then they ramp it up. I think it's one of Scorsese's worst films. I know you guys probably agree with that.
No, it's a very rich film, you know, with Sharon Stone, the casinos and the glitz, and I don't know. To me that movie is one of those films that you can watch over and over again.
I think I've only seen Godfather a couple of times, but I've definitely seen Goodfellas probably 50 times.
I hate looking at Ray Liotta all stressed out and like drugged out. It just looks so disgusting.
When they get to the 80s and he's sitting on fucking like I'll turn the movie off. I don't even want to watch it at that point.
What was that Matt Damon film where he's playing the poker hustler?
Fucking hate it.
Rounders. So there is a moment in that film where I absolutely turn it off, and it's when that hot chick wants to sleep with him and he denies her. That's when I'm like, you know what? Fuck this stupid movie, and I turn it off.
Samson.
Come on, how can you hate on Rounders?
Rounders is terrible, and fucking John Malkovich is easily his worst performance in his entire career.
It's John Malkovich. Performances makes him crazy in every regard.
Here's the thing, I play poker, and anybody that fucking shoves their chips into a fucking pot, I want to just reach across the table and say, wait, that would never happen. It would never happen. And you're gonna make a poker. This is like if a military guy's watching like a military movie and they're like, hey, the guy's got the fucking eye cap on his fucking sniper fucking nuts. Like there's just certain things that if you're watching it with a certain critical eye, you just can't watch it. I can't watch a poker film, and that's the worst. The only believable character in the entire movie is John Turturro.
No, it was. You think of a single good poker movie though?
No, that's why until they do it well, I don't want to see it.
Well, I wouldn't call it a poker movie, but one of the greatest poker sequences of all time is The Sting.
Yeah, I would actually say the most enjoyable poker movie for me is Maverick.
I was thinking, come on, are you really gonna go make Maverick with Mel Gibson's eye blended with the ace of spades throwing like it was back again? That was
I'm sitting in the theater and I'm calling everybody's hand, and the fucking people next to me are just like, what the fuck? Like, it was the most predictable poker scene ever.
I know, it was so bad, and he, like, what was it, they, like, acted, I think, like, he was a crazy head, and he had an unbeatable hand, like, the way the play of his optics. Good, like, gambling wins in a game of poker. Have it in the head. I'm skeptical that you can make it cinematic.
I think the way that you would have to do it would be, because I've thought about this, because I really rounders and close, man. No, I don't think you can make it like it's not good at all. What I would do is because I think you're right, it's a lot of thought. I think what I would do is set a good poker scene to some music, and then, but I'm not a fan of music playing just randomly. I think it has to be part of the scene, and so the music has to be the headphones that a poker and then he goes back to thinking, then he puts the headphones back on, you kick the music back in. I think that's the way that you would be able to do it. You would want to make somebody feeling the stress of making a tough call. That's the way that you film a good fucking poker scene.
You're saying control it with the sound control. It's just maybe like you can't get a movie because you won't translate, right? The level of understanding the stress of a bad movie. It's all dependent on your understanding of the game. It's why they're always hitting the rules every damn time they show it.
So we had.
The other thing that makes it tough is that you don't know the circumstances, right? It would cause somebody, like, how was their day going? And like, what is their relationship to money? And if they win or lose, like, is that making or breaking? Like, what would be really nice is if a real craftsman put together a poker movie where you do like a fractured timeline where you build back and maybe you pick 3 or 4 for people that are in a big game and you go and you get their backstory and then you kind of like just zoom in and out of their backstory to the game itself and maybe just have like maybe call the movie Final Table, right? And it's like a tournament, super high stakes, and then you can have.
I'm very careful of something like poker can really be like captured cinematically, but gambling can be done very well. And my favorite is one that goes totally off the wall bonkers and like cartoonish and how much just leaving in is Leonard Ryan. Have you ever seen that with Richard Dreyfuss?
Yes. Well, you know what my favorite gambling scenes of all time on any movie is actually in Vegas Vacation. I think Chevy Chase, like Rusty, when Chevy Chase, when he's losing and he keeps rebuying, like, that is the realest shit. Like, nothing is going right, and then you're looking at the fucking asshole dealer, like, that's the, like, as comical as it is, that's the most realistic gambling scenes I've ever seen.
Right. And Chevy Chase is perfect in that too, because he is unflappably confident in the face of absolute disaster.
I asked Big Zed many years ago what his favorite film is, and he told me Dinner with Andre. And I hate to bring this up, but this is full circle Clubhouse experience now. So I got Dinner with Andre, and I was very disappointed.
Yeah, because you have no like sense of calm and peace in your mind. Dinner with Andre is an excellent movie, and you should rewatch it.
No, I wouldn't waste 3 hours of my life ever watching that fucking film again.
It's not 3 hours, it just feels like 10.
Alright, hold on, let's do this. If we were to all get together in a little small theater and we can pick our favorite movies to watch, then what movie would you feel like, okay, it can't be something that everybody's seen, it's gotta be something that's personal to you, that you want to show to people, and then in the right setting, you think that people are gonna watch
I think the perfection of cinema is choreographed, justified action, and that's best exemplified in fighting movies and musicals. Because it's choreographed, it's to the rhythm, it's to the music, and it's a full cinematic experience. But that's not like most movie movies. Those are just biggest practices. That's the perfection of the form, right? That's like John Wick or Baby Driver when they match the bullets to the music. That's when cinema is popping, when people just break into song. That is the essence. So yeah, I would think kind of like Mel Brooks, like go for a big song and dance number, play some sounds, you know.
Oh my God, makes sense. That's exactly what I was about to bring up. My favorite movie of all time, Crazy Fucking Sounds.
Mel Brooks gets it. He's a song dancer.
The sheriff.
What about you, John? You get Clown House and a theater together, and you're putting on the movie that you want to walk away and feel it continually. What film?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it. Give me a few more moments.
Alright, Roger, you said a series, TV series that I must see more Sliders. Sliders is one that, yeah, see a lot of people on those Sliders. Sliders was fucking amazing.
It got off the rails down the line.
Oh my God.
Like the evil Sliders and like the twins and his lost brother.
Oh, Professor, that fucking Jeff David did.
Oh yes, look, they got rid of him, didn't he? He like left. I think he passed away.
Have you seen Les Miserables, like this King George theater version, like the best of Les Miserables?
Les Mis is good. Les Mis is exhausting to watch because it's singing from start to finish and it's loud, big singing. It's just an exhausting experience.
Five Goes West.
Oh, it's a good one. Yeah.
It's about Jews, too.
What is it?
I'm just saying, I never knew it growing up, and then I was like, Five Goes West is about Jews. Like, what?
There are no Captain America.
What about The Fly? The Brenda Fly.
Fly's great. Oh, see, that's another one that, like, if we can get great puppetry. They had amazing special effects, makeup and puppetry, and like 12 guys holding the lift things around, just like the thing. And that's just sort of gone the way of the dodo with CGI. They have no respect for puppetry anymore.
Yeah, that Dark Crystal film I thought was really good.
Dark Crystal, the film, I appreciate more as an older, and as I got even older, I feel like really couldn't become too fun. The series, yeah, afterwards, amazing. Puppetry, like I was always dreaming of.
Exactly. Never ending stories.
Never Story was good.
I tried to buy the rights to Neverending Story, like the copyright to the book. It's a German fantasy book because I wanted to turn it into a Broadway. Like I think that Neverending Story would be a great Broadway. It would kill it, right? That dog coming out of the stage, it would be huge.
Yeah, there's a bunch of good like cinematic sequences to grab, like the Southern Oracle, the giant tomb in the south, and like the death horse wolves.
Is there a Jewish esoteric, thing in the Neverending Story where she's like, "Say my name, you just have to say my." Like, is there like a secret name? The same way that God has a secret name.
Not like Jewish esoteric. That's just like German. It's very German form. I forget the original.
Wait, except do you remember Willow?
Willow was good. Willow was fun. Willow was like a strange, gritty take on like fantasy. That it was grittier than usual with like the squires and D&D all fitting into their roles. But Willow was like hard. And also like how often do you see something really developed for the dwarf community?
The 1980s Excalibur, I think, in my opinion, takes the cake for being like the greatest, one of the best movies ever made. I don't know if you've ever seen Excalibur, but I love that film.
Yeah, they got into it for a bit. Maybe they had some like really good fantasy movies.
That Excalibur film is like a real good example of manliness, you know, knights and magic. Like that film to me is a great message for the generation of that time.
But yeah, so like I wouldn't give like a deeply personal movie. Like for example, this past year, Menorah won Best Picture, and you know, I tend to like to see what the finals are. And Menorah, in my opinion, was definitely a better movie than like everything else that was there. Everything else there was like Oscar bait, bullshit, highly polished, all through. Menorah was like dark and gritty and like very honest in its approach to this very, very specific little slice of life of a crazy little angle, and it was well performed, well written, and it was all just bumbling morons. Like, and that's like such a great movie, but like, I want to show that to everybody. Like, I don't know. I think everyone should see it. I don't really want to like watch it in a big theater with everybody, but I think the theater experience, even though people have seen it 100 times, it's hard to be Rocky. I think in a theater setting, Rocky, the music, the underdog story, the love story, yeah, I mean, people get so caught up in the emotion of it, they forget that he didn't win the first fucking fight. Right? Or he'll forget that. That's what crazy.
Oh, Highlander.
That's right. What do you think of Tom Brady? It's justified choreographed violence. Exactly. You see Tom Browning's freaks? Oh, no, you mean like the one from 1932? Yeah, no, I've heard of it. I know the ending one. I've never seen myself, though. It's one of my favorite movies. And apparently the actual ending was too shocking that they had to change it up. And supposedly they lost it. That's like not great cinema experiences for them to find the original ending that was filmed and re-release that. And that's another great mark for cinema. Cinema, in the end, the pictures set up next to it. And what people want to see and hear are things that they don't normally see and hear. I like right now, I love music. Music like a Cadillac. Like, oh, well, I'm going to go to Rome. I'm going to watch Roman holiday. I'm going to Venice. Oh, Mr. Ripley, that teaches Venice, you know? What I think the possibilities of film, if you have a director that you trust and actors that you enjoy watching, they should be able to take the things that make you feel uncomfortable and take you right to the fun edge without crossing it. Like, just, this is why violent films work really well. This is why fucking like love stories, betrayal, all that kind of stuff works really well. They should take you to the fucking edge of what you're comfortable with, and then right when they get you to the fucking edge, then fucking walk it back. Now, like that's the line that you're supposed to walk. But the fun of cinema is that you don't have to look back. You know, they push the envelope when you fully embrace it. That's when you go to the heart, and then you get some of the craziest special effects. Like, did you see that one with again this past year with Judy Moore and Margaret Qualley with the I forget the name of it. Oh gosh, what was the name? It was about an old actress taking the substance. The substance, she takes the substance. And it turns her into a younger beautiful person. And then like, obviously, you know, it's confronting self-hatred, women's body issues, and their concern of their self-worth, and all these things. But this was a horror movie. At the end, they notched it up to 11. Yeah, to me, horror's gotta be more subtle than that. I think Hereditary, it's so subtle that when the explosions movie, it's impactful. I think Hereditary is probably the best horror movie of this century. Dude. Okay, listen, horror is not like just a genre. Horror is its very own library. Like, there are whole schools about nuclear, there are whole aficionados, whole sciences, and they're the easiest types of groups to create, strangely enough.
And the cheapest.
Yeah, that's why they always they sell well, they always have a special place. So like, I never say that horror because horror is too broad. Like it's like what creepy cabin in the wood slasher flick, but it lists the genres of horror, and I like it because it's so diverse and varied. It has crazy innovations, not just in music, which it was excellent with controlling a lot of those emotional beats through sound, with special effects because it wanted the gore, the gruesomeness, and you have to do it. You have to skillfully pepper it in. So you see like all these different techniques that people that just go straight horror, people that just straight gore. Let's see what happens. And people that like skillfully do it or hide it till the end.
So what's interesting is like think about the slasher film, which we think of like the 80s, like the great slashers. But before that, in the 70s, Mario Bava was making these great slasher films, and nobody in the U.S. has watched them, right? And except for film students that were like, I'll bet you I can do that. And then all the
way Tarantino brought his Japanese cinema when everyone was just like forgetting that they invented spaghetti westerns came from Americans copying the Japanese Yojimbo, and then the Italians trying to interpret that, creating who knows, and then it all fell out of fashion. And now we're back to superheroes.
What about comedy horrors?
Dead Alive.
That's weird.
House of a Thousand Corpses.
Yeah,
that's not comedy. That's not comedy.
That was fucking fair. No, there was a bunch of funny scenes in it. Like, there was characters and shit.
You can laugh at it because you got a reason to hear it. That was a
The clown was fucking hysterical.
Yeah.
what was it? It being satirical and funny was let's say Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, which Tony Hooper says that he intended that the first Texas Chainsaw Massacre was supposed to be funny, which nobody got because the violence was so over the top. But if you hear him talk about it, he makes it sound like yeah, we pull out this old decrepit guy who can't hold the hammer up and he's black. And like he thinks that was funny, but because nobody got it, that's when they went super over the top with the sequel. And if you look at the movie poster.
You don't understand I'm glad you use this for my business, right?
The Page Master? Yeah, he turns into a cartoon. He's got cartoon books. And like I say, was it Christopher Lloyd the Wizard? Christopher Lloyd's still acting. I saw his head Wednesday. It just doesn't quit.
Do you think it's time to remake Krull?
Krull with what was that?
Krull, the fantasy adventure movie with the Cyclops and the fucking guy that's got the little boomerang with blades on it. You had to see Krull.
No, I don't think I ever read that. No, don't remake the movies.
I don't know if it's good. I was just bringing up movies. Apparently they're making a sequel to the Goonies.
Yeah. The like sequel, like people pick and work together, like, oh, it's so nice, look at these actors, they came up revisiting characters, they're like making these whole pitches, and I'm like, no, I need something really good.
I'll tell you another one. He actually plays in the fucking kid from Vietnam or whatever he's from. Cambodia, Vietnam, whatever. I don't remember where he's from, but Mr. Jones, that kid.
Yeah, Shorty.
Yeah, Shorty, and he played the Goonies, all that shit and stuff. And then
he just came back.
He came back and he won like an Oscar like too.
I know. So fucking this guy.
My wife fucking hates that movie.
between everything or whatever the fuck it is. So the Chinese lady, my fucking wife hates that movie. She's like, this movie is so fucking stupid. I'm like, you don't understand what's going on. Yeah. I fucking love that movie, dude. But you have to like understand what's going on. And then once you understand it, then you're like, oh, okay. So it's like the comic book series TV show called Legion. The first time I fucking watched it was like when it first came out, like 15 years ago or some shit, stupid shit like that. And I watched it the first time I got through a couple episodes, and I was like, this is fucking stupid. Why the fuck is this just a story about a dude that's schizophrenic? And it's like, you have to be on acid to fucking understand it. But then I started getting more into comics and like watching like these guys that like break down comic book characters and how they're all tied together. And he broke down Legion and his powers, how he's schizophrenic, but he has the ability to like bring parallel universes or create universes in with his own universe. But because he's schizophrenic and he's got multiple personality disorder, he can't fucking control it completely. And once you understand that, you're like, oh, when he's sitting in the psych ward and the fucking horse rides by, that's a horse from a parallel fucking universe that's actually walking through a fucking field in a parallel universe. And then you're like, okay, now this fucking makes sense. And then you start thinking about like, wow, how fucking cool would that be to like have his powers and abilities.
There's a reason they threw Legion onto the TV and not in a movie. Like, you need a lot of space to develop the weird discomfort and sense of reality.
Series now. What did you guys like better, the Watchmen movie or the Watchmen series?
Okay. First of all, Watchmen movie, absolute dog shit garbage, not worth a fucking time. Absolutely terrible.
Go ahead.
The movie was garbage. The series, pretty good. I mean, like, as a follow-up, I was enjoying that it was a yes and it was no longer trying to like rehash. And the reason I'm gonna say the movie is absolute dog shit garbage is that it's like just trying to just like adapt however many main points from the story. It doesn't follow through on it. It doesn't understand it or catch any of the tone. Whereas the show did have that weird, uneasy sense of should we even be trusting these people? And the reason, again, I'm gonna bash the movie because everyone can go back to the comic. That comic was amazing.
The graphic novel is probably the best work of fiction, like in maybe 50 years. And it's amazing. And Alan Moore agrees with me about the film, but not because he thought the film sucked. It was he believed that story can only be told in the pages of the graphic novel. He doesn't believe it.
Backhanded way of saying the movie sucks.
No, because he said it before he saw the movie. He's right. He was mad. He was like, you can't do it. And then
he's never like the adaptation was working. From Hell was okay. What were the other ones from this stuff?
Me from Vendetta.
Fever Vendetta was okay. I think Fever Vendetta, the movie was better than the little comic book because I didn't really like that comic book too much.
But I do think that's one of the few must-reads in terms of comics. It is literally the shit.
Oh my god! I gotta tell you, so as a hobby, I like to travel around to different libraries and purchase books and damn yourself. Watchmen is one of my best library purchases. The same day I got for 50 cents a copy of The Sapiens, and for 50 cents a copy of Watchmen on the same day. That was my best haul.
That's crazy. Yeah, I have a copy that I've read multiple times, and then I have another copy that I paid more for that is sealed up and like collector items.
I hear you. To me, it's just like if I find their book for sale for 50 cents, I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna reread it.
There's a place here in Lubbock where I can't remember if it's Wednesdays or some shit like that, but they do it like every other Wednesday or every other Thursday at this comic book store. And they're like, if you're a real comic book person and shit, you just either fucking trash or ass. But I guess so, like the reprints, it's like a lot of 90s and early 2000 comic books. They're like they're reprints, and I mostly got it for my kids and to like get them into comic books and stuff because I never like fully got into comic books until I was an adult. And
I just go with the library.
yeah, so I would go to this place and I walk in there and I was like, I'm just gonna get a couple comic books for my kids. And maybe I'll find a Spider-Man for my son and maybe like a Harley Quinn for my daughter because she loves Harley Quinn. Even though I'm not a huge fan of Harley Quinn's character.
Occasionally go into a shop like Midtown Comics.
Well, check this out. They go in there and you buy one and you get fucking four free for $1. So I'm just picking through, and I'm like getting 5 comic books for $1, and I'm doing the math in my head, and I'm like, I'm gonna spend like fucking $50 here, and I did it for Christmas, and I got like 250 comic books for like $50, and then I just like wrapped them all up and shit. And the kids, I mean, only 2 of them can read shit, but the one can read okay, and the other reads good. But yeah, just look at the pictures and learn the characters and stuff like that, and I'll sit down and read to them. And I'll tell them all the time, like, hey, just go grab one out of the closet.
Here's a piece of advice if you want to tap into the collecting aspect of comics is go find any villain that was introduced in a comic book that has not yet been put on film. Just any villain that has not yet been in a film. Doesn't matter if he's a small villain, because eventually they're running out of ideas and they're going to tap into things. And when they do, people are then going to go back and say, oh, I want to see the issue where this person was introduced in the comics. So go buy those now. Your claim that the brilliant is one of the things I love so much about James Gunn and the way he plays the heroes is because he knows that there is actually encyclopedias of content that we are just not seeing with the cinema. Like we get the same 12 characters, and he'll throw in and does it kill them all. Like I got more sucker.
Well, you know what they do with the comic books is I got the guy who was working with the comic book guy who was chilling out, and I was like, yeah, I got like 250 of them. I'm like, it's like gonna take me a while. And I was like, then I started asking questions. I was like, hey, can you give me like some kid friendly ones? Like, tell me which ones you think you recommend that are like kid friendly for like a 7 and 5 and 3-year-old stuff that are like too gory and gruesome and stuff like that are like good characters and stuff. And I'm mostly like, what would be Marvel and DC? So the guy ended up like helping and he got like 3/4 of them for me and shit. He was just going through and I was like, yeah, I don't want to get any duplicates. So he made sure not to get any duplicates and we just went through them. I went back and got probably looking at 150, so we're like
comic book guy survived what the video store guy did. Right? This curating librarian of like
there's Boston.
Yeah, but the video store's kind of gone. Like I want the libraries to kind of step up and like create a role for like the I don't know, legacy Tarantino video store guy for each community because they should have one. Like there's an art form to curating.
Well, you know what else we have here is we have a figurine or like action figure type store where it's like collectibles and shit. But instead of just being one of those like douchey fucking games, it's like, oh, everything in here is like $250 and up, Right. All those are $12,000 for that limited run piece, Like he has like a lot of cheap shit, so they'll have like old Ninja Turtles from like the 90s and 80s and stuff. They're not like the best condition, like maybe it's like the marks popped off or something. They'll have them in there for like a couple bucks and like we'll sell a big bag just hanging up. So like they're giving like kids like Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers and all that shit. So it's pretty cool.
Are you guys familiar with the Rippaverse?
Kelly Ripa?
No, the Rippaverse. Eric July. He's a pseudo-famous rapper / libertarian who decided to start publishing his own comic books. They're very good, but he was a fan of comic books, and he doesn't like multiverse. He doesn't like that death doesn't have consequences in comic books anymore. And so he's provided a new a new take on it where where things matter. The storyline matters. There's not going to be a snap of the finger and then oh, just kidding. We're going to bring him back to life. And so it's old school storytelling. I don't know if people would love the artwork as much as some of the other stuff. It's no Jack Kirby, but it's definitely it's got its place and it's new enough. It's only been out for like maybe 3 years or so you can like go back and like get every fucking issue if you wanted to.
Yeah, they try this. I've seen that. What was it? In literature class, my teacher in high school was pointing out that Don Quixote was a satire. That Cervantes hated the epic. He hated this story style of this gallant hero with these damsels in distress, and he thought it was all formulaic and stupid, and he wanted to throw it on his head. Why? Adding touch of reality, right? So Don Quixote is the crazy idiot that acts like a knight errant, and all of reality just smacks him in the face in every episode. Now what's interesting is it actually came out in like 2 different parts, and at some point people started, since Don Quixote became so famous, they started epicizing Don Quixote.
Yeah, they did the fan fiction, and one of the cool things was he ended up writing a book where his character runs into the character claiming to be him in the fan fiction. Yeah, it's so fucking good. Like this is bold storytelling before like you even had permission to be a bold storyteller. That shit's so far ahead of its time.
He's criticizing the trend of literature. The trend of literature is too mighty for him to stop, so he reacts, and he engages in conversation with modern literature by writing another story. It's great, I love it. But he was highlighting that Cervantes keeps saying Cervantes was successful. This did destroy the genre. There were no longer epics. And I raised my hand and I said, that is a crock of shit. What are you talking about? Your description of epics is identical to comic books. It's literally the same. Especially the fact that the people die and come back over and over again, bigger and older stories that all crunch. And part of like what I've noticed of like being a fan of comics and watching it, there's a cycle. It's a regular cycle of people liking the story, wanting to see different iterations of that story. And then because they like the alternate iterations of that very same notion, they want to see interactions, just like again, Don Quixote and the Mirror Knight. So yeah, I want to see what the Flash looks like if he was in the 1800s, but then I also want to see that Flash with modern day Batman, because who knows, right? And then as you do that, you then inadvertently create a multiverse. The multiverse becomes unwieldy because there are too many artists creating too many stories, and they contradict each other, and the fan base gets disillusioned and confused. So what happens? There's a big crack that gets reduced down to one or multiple universes that are then controllable until the process starts again because people still want to broaden, and those multiverse collapse over and over again.
Yeah, it's like multi-platform. What's the second podcast?
That's my phone. Holy crap. I don't remember.
Oh my god. Actually, the fucking the swallows or whatever they're talking about.
Yeah, African swallow.
English swallow carry talking about. It's like they have two of them tied together with a string. It's like, what happened in swallow? They're like fucking arguing and shit.
Said, I think there's a lot of influence from Don Quixote in pro wrestling. I think some of the characters and their relationship with reality, and to me, it seems very related. I don't think the average wrestling fan would pull that out, but I would imagine that the story writers absolutely are thinking about this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if any of you know who Leni Riefenstahl is. She's Adolf Hitler's video woman of the Third Reich or whatever it was, and she like innovated things in theatrical production because she has this movie which is considered by the Criterion Collection one being top whatever films or whatever, but I think it's called Triumph of the Will. I can't remember what it was called, but I did like an analysis of it in the film class.
Oh yeah, that was a German propaganda movie, right?
Yeah. Isn't it called Triumph of the Will? I mean, it's kind of a beautiful film in the sense of like she has these like Greek, athletes performing at the Olympics and things. It's like it's beautiful in a way, but it is a propaganda film created on behalf of the Nazis.
Yeah, I mean, cinema is a new technology, and the main innovation of the Nazis was their use of science for propaganda purposes. Right, the microphone alone, the loudspeaker for Hitler to reach that many people as he was speaking live, that itself was technical innovation.
So, did they essentially create spam?
They didn't.
Meaning that propaganda at the state level, in retrospect, like they were the first to fully maximize it. So I'm just saying, like to me, they're like, political spammers.
A bit. Early development of cinema, it really is worth its own investigation, and it's very, very young. Like theater is old. Theater goes back to the ancient Greeks, and they had science acting and play performances, different things. But cinema, oh man, like first of all, one of the stories of like one of the early inventors was that he might have been murdered and the camera stolen from him on a train. Like insane.
I don't know if you know what alpha, like there's this thing called theater brainwave state where your brain goes into a specific brainwave state, when you sit down in the theater. So it puts you into a technical trance state.
Yeah, I mean, that would track.
Did you ever see the Benny Hill documentary?
No.
It's got
the Benny Hill too. Yakety snacks or something. Yakety snacks. Don't talk back. That little old man he used to slap on the head had to have been 900 years old.
What are your favorite Daniel Day-Lewis films?
I haven't seen his early stuff, like Last Movie and My Left Foot. Like he really, cause I think he had like a break from acting when I was like young and coming up watching movies. So I think like the first one that caught my attention was Gangs of New York, and then No Country, There Will Be Blood. There Will Be Blood is the best movie made this century. Listen, I don't love There Will Be Blood because it is a long, dry, boring movie without much happening. But the sequences, the cinematography, like, it is an excellent movie. I grew to respect There Will Be Blood. And that final scene, like, oh man, you can't. They were just killing it. Let me ask you this: have you seen the General Buster Keaton? You mean the dictator? The dictator? The Buster Keaton, the general. That's the one where you get that stunt scene where he's on the train. it's some of the best early stunt work, right? Just like that's the kind of shit that, like, I wish they had more people talking about the making of that, because now we have documentary crews and on the making of every film, so you can capture a lot of really cool shit. But back in those days, they didn't, and I'd love to understand, like, how did they know that was gonna work? And like, how did they, like, I mean, they were taking a lot of fucking chances. I mean, like, doing some really dangerous shit. Like, not at all. Yeah. Just amazingly amazing. They had already had, like, surprising shows for people there in circus, and rodeo, and vaudeville, and so these people were expert, crafted at the very, very dangerous professions. And they were experts because they were the ones that had survived. And, like, in cinema, once you get cinema, of course you gotta get that on film. And you don't have the capitalistic marketplace for roughing tones of anarchy and vaudeville to find those kinds of performances like you did in the past. Too much like safety. We don't want as many people dead. Just take them in the past.
Well,
child actors.
That movie.
They were like, totally enveloped the country singing in unison.
Isn't The Crow with Bruce Lee's son a shitty film?
It's not that bad. I've seen it. Kids love it. Yeah. The makeup is awesome. Doesn't look bad. He's dead, so he's got the
Well, have you seen Christopher Walken in King of New York?
Yeah. He gets like kidnapped, right?
No, Christopher Walken plays the King of New York. He's a kingpin.
He's a gangster, and his like whole gang is a bunch of black dudes. It's amazing.
And it's so ridiculous, but I was in the Army, and this drill sergeant, we're talking movies, he's like, you ever seen King of New York? I said, no. He said, it's the most gangsta-ass movie ever made. He goes to a cop funeral, and he kills the cops at the cop funeral.
It's pretty gangster. That movie's good because you get to see a lot of, like, young actors, like, before they made it. And it's kind of like a who's who of black actors that are, like, in this whole gang.
Who played Morpheus? What's that actor's name?
Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah, that's when Lawrence Fishburne is very young. He's got a big role in that movie. He's really gross, really nasty.
Remember Wesley Snipes in New Jack City? He poured champagne on the chicken. Over she's canceled. That was the beginning of cancel culture. What's this next kind of intense? Remember Wesley Snipes' fan video with Michael Jackson? No. Yes, he played main thug number 1. It was bullying Michael Jackson. Wesley Snipes was good. He was. What about the beating video with pool tables that don't have pockets? Well, that just means like maybe they're weak that they're in hell. How do you even get a pool table without pockets? Did they like seal them up? I don't know. It's probably not a pool table. It was probably just a table that they felt on and just said, we'll make these look like pool tables. Good. Pool tables are pretty heavy. Oh, and whatever movie you all were talking about with Lawrence Fishburne, I guarantee it was not as bad as his breakout role as Black Rapist number 2 in Death Wish. Well, he was the second Black Rapist. Exactly. What about his accent in Higher Learning? You remember that? Oh, the Hotep accent? I think that's an easy adaptation. He's got a great voice. Perfect for the Matrix.
He was in Apocalypse Now, right? on the Swift boat.
Yeah, I think so. Because he was young then, right?
Oh, those days are long over.
Yeah, he's a big guy now. He's never wild. They also, this is based on Sam Jackson. That's old.
Well, Tuesday was right after What's Love got to do with it. He was offered the role in Pulp Fiction, and his agent told him to turn it down because it wasn't a leading man role, and so he Samuel Jackson turned that one out. But yeah, that was who originally Tarantino wanted for that role.
That was a comedy role. I think also the bartender was at some point slated to play that, but Sam Jackson he took it and he crushed it. I think even that was right. I think Tarantino wanted an afro, and they brought in Jerry Crow, and
he did this style until like no, hey, this actually works in LA. They were wearing this their style, and Tarantino wasn't happy about it until he made it work.
Yeah, and he did. You saw Jackson was like playing with it, like he used it. It was better than Crow, I think.
You know, I didn't realize Samuel L. Jackson had auditioned for Reservoir Dogs. You see that movie and you think like, how would a black guy fit into that universe? Yeah, like I'm not exactly sure what role it was. And Tarantino originally wanted to cast himself as Mr. Pink, and then when Steve Buscemi was auditioning for it, he was kind of upset about the fact that like, fuck, I gotta give this to this guy. Like he just knew, like
Buscemi was amazing as Pink.
I've seen that movie twice, which is one Tarantino. I've seen him go. All I know is Michael Madsen cuts my ear off, and that's pretty much all I remember.
You know who was originally going to play Mr. Blanc? Christopher Walken. And he ended up turning it down to do The Prophecy.
Not with no tech, no public.
Oh man, I do not think that Christopher Walken would have played it in the same way. I don't think I would have liked it as much as Madsen. He doesn't start looking like a creepy serial killer, and Christopher Walken looks like a creepy serial killer to begin with. He's like, I'd say him better than Madsen, I think.
And then Madsen lost the opportunity to be in Pulp Fiction to play Wyatt Earp movies.
Right. And then we got the Travolta Revival, which was not good for cinema. Like, if you look at what Travolta did after that, nothing notable of interest, like worthy of art. Like, it was really just Tarantino saved him, and then he went to make crap for more money.
Well, I would argue Get Shorty was a good follow-up, but some of the other stuff that he was doing, like Swordfish, Face Off, like, it's spoon-fed garbage that some people, there's an audience for it for sure.
Face Off is for Nick Cage. I will watch Nick Cage in Face Off every day. That is not his performance.
Okay, Face Off is not one of my favorite movies, but I thought that both of them did an excellent job, like portraying your strength. And it's like, yeah, it's like it was. There's a scene that just stayed with me, and it's the one where he's teaching Juliette Lewis about the knife, and then she has to play that out. Like, I don't remember much about that movie, but I remember in the time being just like,
yeah, that was like a weird kind of, like, they had all these psychosexual horror. That was like a psychosexual action. It was really creepy, right? Like, the guy takes his face and he's like, this is white. And like, approaching his daughter, it was basically just look so creepy.
yeah, another scene I remember where the wife is like, dude, I thought he was you, but he didn't have to get out.
They're like, yell that out. Nick Cage, Travolta had like
have to engage in crime and defy all his principles to get back to his family. Oh, that's a crazy movie.
If you took Travolta's best performance in his career,
Only Pulp Fiction.
and if you take Pulp Fiction, if you take Saturday Night Fever, there's a handful of these blowout. I mean, there's a handful. You can get 4 or 5 films of Travolta, and that stuff holds up well. If you were to show that 50 years from now, you'd go, hey, this is one of our great actors. But you imagine if somebody got a copy of Gotti or White Man's Art or some of the really shitty things, they'd be like, who the fuck is this guy?
Swordfish, Broken Arrow, just churn out crap. Battlefield Earth, Passion Project on behalf of Scientologists everywhere. I mean, I agree with you. He was good when he was a kid. He was just a good fit for this guy. Wanted this fit and American kid. Okay, older man, and he could dance. He still can fucking dance.
That's it. It's about dancing. Choreography.
Can I tell you about the one movie that had me in denial almost until the end? I went into Monsters Ball cold. I didn't know that there was going to be this big sex scene, but who do we have? We've got Halle Berry. We've got the kid, Church of Jesus Christ, Heath Ledger, and we've got Billy Bob Thornton. And all I know is there's going to be sex scene. So I am Heath Ledger and Halle Berry are going to get down. I am ready for this. I am 100% invested. And then Heath Ledger, this is how Heath Ledger shoots himself in the fucking heart in this movie. And I am sitting there going, is he going to come back? No. I'm going, how are they going to bring him back to life to have sex with Halle Berry? When it finally happened, and I mean, don't even get me started on, can it make you feel good? Okay, I was just like, this fucking movie, I hate everybody, I need to go. I didn't get him. I was thoroughly disappointed, and I refused to watch anything that Billy Bob Thornton has been in, except for Bad Stand on Izzy Best. But fuck Billy Bob Thornton.
So what do you think?
I guess
He was a charming
actor because I people appreciate it. He's good, but he still kind of pisses me off when he does.
Yeah, well, except what was the TV show about him being an attorney, a lawyer?
Goliath.
Yeah, Goliath. No, yeah, Landman's good, and Goliath is good too.
So what do you think about this new Paramount, leadership? Do you think he's going to have some breakthrough films, or is it all just going to be woke garbage and he's going to fail as the heir of Rupert Murdoch? Or is it Rupert or Larry Ellison, David Ellison? I posted the link, but do you think it's going to fail?
But all of this is just stupid conjecture from fans over politics. I doubt much of this has anything to do with the mergers. It might, but it's just if it did, I'd expect some secretary to say oh yeah, this is absolutely what happened. It seems more like the show was just genuinely losing money every single year since Colbert got on it. And he even referenced it when he said as you're watching this now on your phones and not on live television, which is the reason we're being canceled, right? Sometimes you're just losing. It's not always about something very civilian and skiing upstairs.
So much better.
Did anybody see the Trump movie that came out? The story of him and Ray Cohen. I've been watching clips on YouTube. Did anybody watch the whole thing?
I watched some of it. I got bored. Finishing.
Did you guys watch the COVID episode where Jon Stewart came back to the Colbert Report, and he was sitting there, and he's talking about the Wuhan laboratory in fucking China.
I mean, it was
and crash it out, and Colbert just sitting in the back going, fuck, he's screwing me right now.
We said you hear so much about Jewish conspiracy all the time now. I'm wondering, why don't we hear about Jesuit conspiracy theories?
I don't think there's a tremendous awareness of the Jesuit community in the wider world. But they are straight up conspiracy. Like, I mean, it's not so secret. They've like published the nature of those things. But and also, like, I don't know that they're necessarily bad. Like, they're generally, maybe this is like, my Jewish sensibilities. But like, as I understand it, they are trying to be the most intellectual within the church and to lead the church into a more intellectual position, which is a laudable goal, I think, especially for a society that pretty much one of the main critiques people pose against it is that it stops people from engaging in critical reasoning and forces them to simply accept simple answers and deny any critical conception of an alternative. Whereas, like, you could just be in favor of critical reasoning. You could do that and still hold by a lot of the teachings.
And also, John, it's not as fun to attack the Jesuits as it is the easy target, the Jews, you know?
Yeah. How do you even think about a Jesuit crowd?
We're fucking fascinating.
Yeah. Don't even have noses.
Yeah, it's with the Jews, even if they're not wearing it, but, you can just see it with their bald spot, in the back of their head.
Yeah, it's not take the whole thing scientific. Just like take out those eyeball swatches.
You know the movie Good Shepherd when
Matt Damon
is talking to Joe Pesci and he's like, what do you guys got? He's like, we got America, you're just renters, basically.
Okay, you just like mangled the line. It's like, no, Italians have been annoying. The Jews, they got their traditions. What do you got? The United States of America. The rest of you just live here.
Why was Matt Damon supposed to be just regular white?
Yeah, exactly. The old white guy from Harvard, he leads, and because he's trusted and he keeps his mouth shut, let's put him in charge of the CIA.
Ooh, you know what other movie I like is Wolf of Wall Street. I don't really put it back, but
Oh, that's a great movie. I love Wolf of Wall Street.
yeah, we have like all these cinematic, what do they call them? Like audio files that like music. What's
Cinephile?
Cinephiles, yeah, like all these fucking
Cinephile.
Oh, it's not a classic, like deep intellectual movie. No, that's like
When Wolf of Wall Street came out, it's directed by Scorsese. It came out this. It was like right around Christmas time, and that game. The one with Bradley Cooper and whoever else was in it. It just felt way more like a Scorsese film, and that was the issue I had. I saw both of those films like the same week, and like I thought the David O. Russell film was better.
Oh, was it the Silver Linings?
No, I love that movie. It was the other one. God damn it.
The Hangover.
That was a good movie.
Oh my god, I love it.
Hold on. Fuck was it? God damn it.
You gotta watch what you say, bro.
American Hustle.
Oh, right. Yeah, that was solid.
They both came out around the same time, and that movie felt like a Scorsese movie. And I saw it first, and then I saw Wolf of Wall Street, and I don't know. There was something about Wolf of Wall
was the name of his company, Oakmont Stratton. I met him on the beach I lived in Hermosa Beach. I met Jordan Belfort, and I asked him if I could take a selfie with him, and he got up off of his beach chair. Oh my God, there's a big bug in my throat. He got off the beach chair and he took a selfie with me. And
oh really? I heard he's like a total douche.
Yeah. And across town, I heard he owed some people still millions of dollars in Manhattan Beach.
My boy was he had midget wrestling. Not quite the same as midget tossing, but we have midget wrestling. Girls? No. There's two guys who know local promotion. Came to the party and put on a match.
What's he good?
It was fun. I own that I come from an asshole background.
I thought he was a keyboard with it.
You know, there might have been a time that was a thing.
She's like, I own, and I was like, oh, shit, she's about to say she owns it.
Not anymore. Hey Liz, do you have the update for the app? I think so because when I'm in the hallway, I hear rooms, and apparently people see me.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm just wondering if you can see the poll up. Oh yes, I commented on it as soon as I came in the room. I am a teapot. Well, I mean, just pick one of the randoms if you like.
Yeah, Roger's gonna this room like 36 hours.
No. I want to get 1,000 votes. So I'm gonna keep this room open until I get 1,000 votes.
Yeah, how dare all of you in the audience, especially you all.
Isn't the future of film personal, meaning that now, we can do this personal AI film curation for ourselves? I mean, that we don't need these big studios. It's the major tech platforms that will give us the movies that we desire on demand.
Wait, what is this taking from behind that when it's face down and stuff, right?
Every time I read from behind, I just think like a dirty whore. I am a teapot. We were having fun with from behind. Every time a man would choose that, we would then say, oh, you like it from behind, dude. So, that's the biggest setup.
I said what I said about the face down and stuff, and I immediately with the screen, and I was like, please don't look at me. So it's so cute seeing like she's not happy. And then she's like, I'm fine with it, it doesn't bother me, but I'm just like, it's still weird because like I know her age and stuff like that. I'm like, I'm not seeing her age for my grandma.
I tell her all the time that I would.
You think that out.
That was smash. Don't worry about age.
No, I'm not saying I wouldn't that age either. I'm saying so,
You guys should invite Dismal up. I'd like to get her here.
Is she dismal?
Sean, you haven't responded to the poll either.
Yeah, I'm starting a little late in all this. I will respond to the poll, but I don't see the poll because I don't have the update.
You gotta update the app. What do you guys think of Jason? Jason down in the chat, he's in the queue. Guys, he's got 0 friends, but he's got the update for the app. Oh, he left. Jason, you got 0 friends. What's going on, buddy? Why would you pay for the premiums thing and you don't even have friends?
Maybe like just join the app and it popped up says like pay 10.
Maybe. Let's bring him up here. Let's school him.
Like,
Let's hip him
is
to
this
the
what I'm
game.
supposed to do? Like, I'm paying this. He's like, alright.
Let's hip him to the game. Let's get him up.
He left.
Now he's back. Now he's
Jason follows a lot of houses with no friends. That's definitely intentional.
He's a troll.
So I have had people from Patty's politically correct come into my YouTube and leave complaints in the chat and notify me that they're calling the police on me.
Why? For what?
Recording them without their consent.
Yeah. You know what's fucking terrible about that room? Is that they really think they're super well informed. They think they're well informed, and like their evidence. Look, I'm gonna play a clip for you. It's like, okay, got it. Like, what's your play something? You ask for they just heard, and they don't even know what the fuck they just heard. They are among these people on this fucking app.
They're like the worst kind of fucking creatures too, in the sense that like anything you say that goes against their fucking echo chamber, they're like, kick this motherfucker, get him out of here, kick this racist piece of shit. And I'm like, I just said that I didn't think that like systemic racism is a real thing. Sorry, like the fuck, you know?
You know what they are? It's like The View, but instead of having Whoopi and Joy Behar, it's like having like Whoopi and Behar become one person. It's like black Behars. They're just fucking. They're just terrible. There's gonna be a room. 1980s Whoopi was awesome.
Well, you know, Ghost.
Best when she was with Ted Danson. Of course she did.
Which movie was that? Oh, when they were dating.
Wait, is she a dyke or is she straight or bi or what?
Oh my god.
Oh, sorry.
She shaved
She's a
her.
heterosexual woman with adult children.
She changed her
She
name.
likes the penis.
She appropriated a Jewish name. She shaved her eyebrows, and you know that movie Ghost with Patrick Swayze is a good movie, but you know it's hard to even believe that Patrick Swayze ever even died.
Well, listen, if she was more attractive than less uncomfortable, I don't think I would have so really good going to the dyke, but you know, probably good. She lesbian or something much, you know, she deserves more dyke.
And so that show is also going off the air. Praise God.
I will say, Elizabeth Hasselbeck was cute. I could watch the reruns with her on. Was she? She was cute.
Are all these woke shows actually failing, supposedly, because, you know, USAID has been eliminated and the public broadcasting funding is eliminated? Are these shows failing because these large networks like Viacom were actually getting government funding to produce some of these shows? I mean, the U.S. Ad Council, I don't know, I could check how much the budget is, but I still see U.S. Ad Council ads for the most erroneous, stupid shit ever being advertised nonstop.
Roger, you should invite Rachel. Her last 30 polls were one of the best reads.
Rachel knows how to raise her hands. Like, what?
Should America have a third party? Yes. Fresh start. Better places to live. Europe. Is America broken? Yes.
So dismal outlook in the chat. If you want to come up and call me out, you know, mano a mano here on the stage, now's your opportunity.
My favorite day was when Dismal was on the stage and you were here on the stage with her and she didn't recognize you and she was referring to you as the troll in the audience. It was pretty funny. She was talking about you, didn't even know you were on stage.
Yeah, but it's not a real third party. They keep funding the election. It's a pretend third party.
party, the more that they're just going to abuse you. They just do market research. When you register to be a member of the party, if you donate to it, they just collect information, and then they tell you more about what they think you want to hear. If you really want to fuck them up and make them come up with good ideas, everyone should abandon the two major parties. Just be independents, and then let them guess. And eventually they're going to have to say, well, fuck, since we can't do market research, maybe we have to come up with good ideas.
The only good idea is stop borrowing and stop spending other people's money.
Yeah, it's getting out of control. 37 trillion.
Yeah, that's never gonna happen.
That poll earlier was hilarious. How many zeros are in 37 trillion? It was a little sad that not everyone was able to get it. Did you guys notice that there was many women that came in here, saw this poll, and were eager to talk about it? Like, very eager to talk about it. And then there were some women that wouldn't.
I think the greatest one was when John asked was it 100 times about I mean, people so bad. It's like, I'm not good with that. It's like, obviously.
Well, I think we spend so much time on this app that you just because you just naturally forget that you're actually talking to stupid people. And so, if you do a quick diagnostic to reconfirm that you're talking to stupid people, it kind of lessens the blow of why we're here wasting our time.
We need to come up with more of those questions. I think that's a good one. I like the variant that you give, just in case somebody's throwing the answer in the chat for you. The variant of 500 times 1,000, that one seems to mix people up, even if they got the first one right.
Yeah, or 999 times 1,000. But I think somebody said on here, I was in a room the other day, somebody was like, just ask people, what if 3x equals 24, what does x equal? And if you go into a lot of these flat earth rooms, most of the people in those flat earth rooms can't actually answer that question.
What do you think is another good litmus test question? I mean, I like the basic math. Is there anything else that we could incorporate into our interrogation of people just to figure out how much time we should waste with them?
I mean, they've done it with just the YouTube videos, like what was the Declaration of Independence sign? That's fucking amazing. And people like, it's all these dumbass fucking young kids that can't answer these fucking questions. They don't teach, they don't teach anything fucking, about history and shit, in fucking school nowadays. And then they go and ask like all the 50-year-olds, and all the 50-year-olds are like, I don't know.
Well, if I read the Constitution today, and if you actually read it, it is actually rather complicated. And this is the first time I ever read the Constitution out loud and recorded it. And it made me realize that if I ever get a chance to debate, the incumbent that I'm running against, Darren LaHood, if you were to ask him specific questions about sections of the Constitution, most people they do not have it memorized. They have no real comprehension or knowledge with regards to our primary founding documents. They just don't. And it's written in kind of this old English vernacular, which makes comprehension even more difficult. So if you can become a subject matter expert on the Constitution, you have politically one-upped your opponent in a way which makes them look, childish, amateurish, not intelligent.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier, Roger and I. Like, most people know the first, second, fourth, and fifth. Most people accept the fourth and fifth and like go backwards most of the time, where they just like fucking know what they're talking about. And Roger's like, well, what's the Third Amendment? It's like an easy one, but 99.9% of people don't know what the fuck Third Amendment is.
Yeah, but you gotta reserve that one. You gotta keep in your pocket for when you're getting an argument, typically with a Republican, and they'll tell you, I'm a constitutionalist. I believe in the Second Amendment. And then you just pause them and you just go, you're a constitutionalist? And they're like, yes.
they always like to sit there and preach about how, my day they taught history, math, and just to ask them the simple questions and just unfounded, like, oh, I don't know.
What's a good one too is talk to people about the Social Security. Before you tell them that you want to cut Social Security, talk to them about how the Supreme Court, has ruled on it that it's not a contract, that Congress can change, reduce, and eliminate benefits. Paying into Social Security does not guarantee a benefit, and they will argue with you. And then you just have to be ready to talk to them about cases like Fleming versus Nestor, and then you can read to them, the Justice Harlan position that talks about that it's not a guarantee.
You're just trying to put batteries in a little bit goes back. He's awake right now. He's like just seeing it.
Well, I mean, anyone that thinks that like you're not supposed to talk about Social Security or you couldn't cut it, you should just start asking them like what they believe it is. If you have like a straight talk, this is why, and I hope everybody will do. John, you have to put this on your calendar on 4 p.m. Pacific time. I don't know what time is it here. You're in Central, right? So it's 7 Eastern on Tuesday. That guy Allen is doing a room in the Brain Trust about taxation. And if we play within his rules and be very polite and deliberate, don't say things that are over the top, just ask some questions, because he's a man of letters. He understands some of this stuff. I think that it'll be very illuminating. It'll probably be very frustrating for other people in the room, because most people in those rooms are not well educated. Alan actually is. Alan, a very highly educated, knowledgeable dude. And this is how you know that he's smart, is that when he needs to get his information together, if you do ask him a question that he doesn't know, rather than the way that most people engage on this app where they'll just start making shit up, he will say, I'm not prepared to have this conversation. And if you want to grill him and browbeat him over the fact that he doesn't have his facts together, you can do that. But I think he actually does operate in good faith. I think what we need to do is go into there and talk about the points that he's afraid to have brought up. Because the reason he wants to talk about that is he wants to talk about social safety nets. He wants to talk about the social contract, and that's the conversation that he's hoping to have to get lefties to to fold about like capitulating to like just bowing down to government. He is not ready for the kind of conversation that could come his way. He asked him. This is why I told him you should come. He asked Jules to come, and he goes, Jules, you work for the IRS. You should come. And I go, hey, I know somebody else who worked for the IRS. And then I mentioned my name, and he goes, oh no, I've thrown it out of the room. And I go, well, that's not wise. I go, if you're running for Congress, you should definitely let those people have their say, even if you don't like it. In fact, I almost feel like it's our civic duty to listen.
He's very delicate, and he's incapable of getting any scorn thrown his way. I mean, he controls it, like a feminist little Nazi, and he was going on and on and on one day, politically correct, maybe a week or two ago, about how he wants to get a sign and he's looking for everybody's support, and how we can't let go of Epstein and Trump, and how they're both pedophiles, and we have to keep that as the main issue no matter what. We can't let it go. And it was so crazy. And he wants to go to Mike Lee, and he's got a sign. He's like, I'm willing to do this, and I need your support. It's, in my opinion, you don't know what's on the other end of these cell phones, and how people are living their lives, and what kind of mental health they're actually in. And it's a waste of time. I mean, that guy is a waste of time.
I think it's fun because he takes it so fucking serious. I don't don't think he's ready for that conversation on Tuesday. I've been in his rooms, and the way that he likes to curate it, he's basically like a more authoritarian version of Gary Baumgartner.
I like the Gary Baumgarten show. You know, talking about poker in that movie, I don't know if you saw that movie, was it Mississippi Burning, I think it was Mississippi something, put it in the chat earlier, but it's about Ben Mendelsohn, the actor, not the clown house Ben Mendelsohn, who I have not seen since recording his rooms and getting him very upset. I don't know if they moved to the friends only. I would have to, get a non-anonymous and create a new fake burner to maybe get into the friends of friends, that maybe that's what they're doing. Or he gave up and is no longer doing his Trump derangement, daily download.
Do we know why Nina left yet?
Well, she features prominently on some of my YouTube videos in debates with you as of late, and I was kind of surprised. I was like, you know what? I didn't realize that I captured you and her having pretty extensive debates, and those videos got quite a few views. I mean, maybe. Are you sure she deleted the app and wasn't, somebody mass reported her, or she got reported or something?
I was told to look at the app.
Does that seem likely to you, though?
Agent Jesus says healthy debates got awful when we lost Roger and JD took over. Agent, what's the? Come up here. Tell us what's wrong with healthy debates right now. Let me get you up here.
Well, Agent Jesus is saying that he was at LA Fitness, which is the gym that I go to. So yeah, Agent Jesus, come on up and show us what you got.
Well, you say JB, like, I think there's things that JB does really well. Like, for example, like, I'm really bad. Like, if somebody enters the room, unless it's somebody that I really want to, like, argue with or maybe, I don't know. If somebody walks in, I don't really notice. Like, this Hussein guy down at the bottom, JB would be like, hey, welcome Hussein. Hey, if you want to come up, cash in the big ticket. He's got the spiel down, and he makes people feel welcome. Until they say something that he disagrees with, and then it's not that way. But I think he does a really good job of getting everyone a chance to speak. I have a slightly different style. I don't necessarily want to hear from everyone.
Have you heard his fucking videos crash out or no? When he kicked me out and started all the shit.
No, but
oh, dude. So there was a bunch of fucking piece of shit anti-Semites up on stage crashing out about how they fucking hate the Jews and shit. And then Abby just simply came up and she was like, "Hey JB, is it okay if we change the subject to about Iran, stuff and or the situation that's going on over there, or she's brought up a different subject." And he's like, just fucking went off on her, screaming, yelling at her, kicked her from the room, and went off on Abby and said, it's bullshit. These fucking motherfuckers come in here and they want to fucking try to run my fucking room, and it's always the fucking Jews up here just fucking complaining, and oh, woe is me, and it's everything's about them. And he's like, I consider myself a Jew, and I love the Jewish people, and I stood up for them, and I was the first motherfucker to be there for them after October 7th, and I consider myself Jewish, and I was like, why are you being such a fucking dickhead? And I'm like, she just simply asked if you could change the subject from anti-Semite fucking rant with all these fucking black women up there that were just a bunch of fucking piece of shits. And and he's like, when I was in fucking prison, I wrote a fucking letter to this fucking rabbi and told him that my mother was fucking Jewish, because we have the Jewish name, and this and third, asked him for fucking help, and he told me, oh, well, you're not technically a Jew, I can't help you. He said, who the fuck was there for me? It was the fucking blacks. The fucking blacks are there, and they fucking took care of me fucking first. I said, yeah, you got passed around like pack fucking Newports. And he's like, fuck you, Rich, shut the fuck up. And he kicked me in the audience, and he's like, you fucking Jews, all you do is fucking come on here and whine and bitch about fucking anti-Semitism and
all you want to do is fucking bitch and grind. He's like, you know, if you want to fucking act like this, all you fucking Jews, he's like, you can take your shit, you can turn it sideways and shove it up your fucking ass. He's like, I'm washing my fucking hands with the fucking Jews. You know, I'd rather fucking take the side of the fucking blacks because they were there for being president, blah, blah. It just went all fucking brand. Yeah, and then I just went told Abby, and I was like, yo, I was like, the fuck is his deal? And she's like, I don't know. And I was like, yeah. I was like, he kicked you? And she's like, yeah, he fucking kicked me. You know, I was like, yeah, so he's a fucking fake two-piece, you know,
so yeah,
piece of shit and all this.
He's not here to defend himself. We don't need to go too deep.
No, I know. I'm just telling you.
What I will tell you, what's funny though, is like I got a message. Like the person's not here right now, but so I don't know if he wants me to mention, but he sends me a back channel message, and he goes, hey Roger, are white people allowed in health debates anymore? And he's dead ass serious. I like, you guys know who this is, but like I'm not gonna like, I don't know if he wants me to repeat this, but he's like,
right.
No, it's not. I'm not gonna tell you. But I'm not gonna tell you. But it was funny. It was funny because then I was like, what do you mean? And like I go into the room and dude, it was like a NAACP meeting. It was fucking hilarious.
There was a terminology that somebody used. They were calling it out crypto blacks or something. What the fuck is a crypto black? I think that's what they fucking said it was. They're like, yeah, you got all these fucking crypto blacks or something like that. And he's like, you know, I don't know, some terminology used like that. I might be using the wrong word. But they were saying like these fucking tokens backloaded that are just a bunch of racist piece of shits. And it is. I mean, he like invites them up. He's like, oh, I love this woman. You know, she's my black queen, and I love her to death, and blah blah. I'm gonna bring her up and make her a mod. And then she just starts fucking kicking everybody and just pours fucking racist rants about how bad white people are and Jews. And just fucking, there's like 7 of them on stage.
Hold on. I want to talk to Dismal for a second. Dismal's asking, she said Kitman, I think she means Kitover. What do you believe your chances are in the election season? Look, here's the thing that I think Dismal doesn't fucking get. If Kitover gets nothing in terms of votes, but if he makes a big enough splash to cause the other side to spend money, if he can get a Republican or a Democrat to raise money from their dumb supporters to fucking fund campaigns, whether it's for fucking signs or fucking whatever they need to do, all he needs to do is cause them to spend money, and that is a fucking win. In fact, I think low budget campaigning against fucking candidates that are going to go essentially, transfer money from poor people. Because let's be honest, people with big money, they're worried about the big campaigns. It's all these little small donors, and I think robbing those donation dollars at every fucking chance you get, that's how you fucking win. It's death by 1,000 cuts. And if he can cause a cut in his race of what people are spending and how they're donating, who fucking cares? The person that wins that election is going to be a fucking asshole. But if he can embarrass it, if he can get on a debate stage, make one fucking good point that makes people think, it's a fucking win. It's death by 1,000 cuts. And I think that's the thing that people don't understand about third-party politics. Like, it's not just winning the election that's important. Sure would be fucking nice, but that's not the only way that you can win. You can diminish somebody by simply just taking a swat out. And if he was to get on a debate stage, now that he's doing research on the Constitution, I can imagine him being able to ask a question, especially if he says, can I ask you a question, and then asks him something fucking super serious, and then when the person doesn't fucking know the answer, then can recite verbatim what the Constitution says. I don't give a fuck who you are, that shit goes over well, because people want to know that you understand the fucking rules, and a lot of people fucking don't.
It's true. Just reading the Constitution on YouTube today, with my American Legion hat on, it made me realize that most Congress people are not even performing the role well. They don't even know their lines. And we are inundated in clown world with the Jasmine Crockett's, the Ilhan Omars, etc., where an average guy like me, is 10 times better than these horrible communist, socialist, Marxist, racist, insane people who are already in power and spending and bleeding us to death. So, when I was on this debate stage today, I said the fact that there's not 100 people or 1,000 people trying to get these positions just shows you how unpolitically activated everybody is. Everybody's just passive and not engaged. And I can't, for the life of me, I can't figure out why people don't give a fuck about $37 trillion in debt that doesn't seem to stop. It's going to 50 trillion. This runaway debt train is not going to stop unless average people wake up and start voicing their concern.
Does that help?
It doesn't. Why don't you come up and use your voice instead of your little grubby fingers in the chat? Oh, and that's my home address. I would love for a hater to actually come and accost me in the real world, because you know what? I'm not a violent person. I would just ask any hater, hey, you know what? Let's get a beer, or tell you what, let me make you a cup of coffee. And you're not going to hate me in the real world. You might hate me here on a social audio chat app because I game it. But in the real world, I'm just like you. Just a guy who's got to take a dump in the morning, go to the gym, take a shower, pay his bills. There's nothing special about me. I like to read books. That's about it. Maybe that makes me special.
Come up, Dismal.
I like this. The dismal. That's what they get.
I know who Dismal is. I don't do the doxing thing, but I know who Dismal is.
Oh, who's Dismal?
So I look clownish and I break the terms and conditions of this app.
I know. I was trying to get you to slip and be like, oh, it's such and such. Be like, oh, you thought. What's that, John?
I just, people throw really silly insults and stupid insults like, this guy is ugly. It's like, oh, okay, I'm ugly, but I'm one man yelling about the debt. Can you not have any, appreciation for any of my ideas or thoughts? Am I that terrible of a man?
Well, we narrowed Dismal down to not being John Kitover. Or is he?
I mean, Necro, I hate to break the bad news to young people, but your government sold you out, beginning, in my opinion, on 9/11, and our massive military response and nation building in Afghanistan. I don't know who these clown people are or where they came from or why they thought any of these things were good ideas, but I can assure you there's a lot of well-educated people that do not agree with what your government has been doing for the past 25 years. It's incomprehensible how much money they have not only borrowed and spent, but how much they have raised in taxes and spent. Does anyone know what 5 trillion times 25 years is?
John, so, one thing I was going to say, you remember Samir?
No.
The one with the cat and the lizard costume?
Maybe a long time ago.
He's the one that would say Muhammad is a pedophile, Muhammad is a piece of shit. He's the one to start all that. He had like the black and white cat with the lizard costume. It's the 80s.
No, don't remember. I know Shooky singing that song.
Yeah, he got it from Samir. And you think about it, like intelligent people that disagree with never have to see Sims. I think everybody's fucking dumb. The reason Samir and I used to be friends and shit, the reason we got falling out is, I was like, we were talking about difference in
into like different countries and stuff like that. And he's like, yeah, I'm like a 112 like you. And I was like, oh yeah, cool. And he's like, what's yours? And I was like, 141. And he's like, oh, that's cool, man. He said, it's really high. And then we were sitting there talking, and then we got into the religion, and I was like, yeah, I'm a Trinitarian Christian. And he's like, oh, what the fuck, man? How can somebody fucking have an IQ like that, but still fucking believe in God? And he just fucking crashed out, and every time I would see it, he would just fucking lose his shit, start screaming. He fucking lost his mind. But, people like him and Necro, they're just fucking arrogant pricks that assume that everybody that supports Donald Trump is a bunch of pumpkins.
Well, I think one of the reasons why atheists struggle in a way is because God is like art. It is such a vast, abstract concept that it's really hard to gain a solid understanding about the infinite, because it's so vast and eternal and expansive that it's very difficult to even have a conversation about it. So, if you are a God believer, I mean, you should have compassion and kindness for atheists because they're stupid.
Hey man, long time no see. I just want to say, are you actually running for public office?
Yes.
Yes.
This is amazing.
Yes, and I have to gather about 20 signatures a day on average leading up to March of next year. I don't know when I have to submit the ballots. I can't even find the ballots through the FEC website, or it might be through the state of Illinois Election Commission. But my basic Google searches have not yielded me a PDF.
John, go get fucking local libertarians or fucking, Yao or somebody like that. Young Americans for Liberty. Get somebody that's like on the ground that does this shit for a living. They might fucking like if you went to Yao, what they would do is they would put the people in the street that know how to do it, and they would do the work, and then all you need to do is come up with the payment for them. Like, you make a donation to Yao, they will pay people to go and do that, and then the donation that you give them is donations that you get for your campaign. And if you're struggling with those funds, we do a fundraiser on here. You get the fundraising funds, you go to Yao, you get people on the street, you get your signatures without you lifting a fucking finger.
Well, there was a Vietnamese lady on Twitter on X. She's offering to help you with a bunch of
Yeah, that was a good. Thanks for coming on there, Rich. You were asking me pretty challenging questions, and sometimes you pull a fast one on me, and I was like, oh fuck, Rich is gonna dunk on me right here. But I mean, I think my responses were good enough.
You guys gotta fucking have a back channel and throw some layups.
No, I was trying to put him a little against the fence. So, he could a little against the fence in the octagon and try to figure his way out. He figured it out. I have faith in God.
I'm telling you, a couple softballs. For most people that are listening, they don't you just need a softball or two.
Just ask them, I was like, hey, if you get elected for District 16, what are the 3 things, bullet points that you're going to do for the people in your district? And then I went on to say, hey, and if you guys agree with the things, because everybody was giving the 100, the thumbs up, and the heart emojis and all that. I said, for all you people that are giving the like emojis out in the audience, I said, if any people are interested, then contact John, through whichever way of communication, and then get, behind him and start helping him. So, and then he gave some bullet points.
My bullet points was I will vote no to every single act that comes across my desk, that I will not encourage borrowing or spending. And I don't know, people need to hear that type of attitude. I mentioned earlier that at the IRS, I asked an official, a higher up executive, nice guy that I worked with. I said, are we tailoring the deployment of our budget towards where we think we're going to be able to generate more revenue? No, there is no business approach in any of these agencies in terms of priorities and placement of spend. It's all just, status quo, don't upset the ship, just keep spending like we've always spent. And if we don't spend it, we won't get it next year, is that type of an attitude. So they need to deploy. They can't even spend the amount of money that they're allocated fast enough because most federal employees are too slow at their job to actually do the requisition or the acquisition. So the truth is, we don't need to keep deploying money wastefully. If we're going to be smart and run it like a business, allocation of money has to go to the greatest growth and revenue to opportunities, amongst us. So there's just not that type of attitude. It's not run like a business.
I was gonna ask if he's shit, the great which congressional seat he was going after, or which campaign he's helped. It's a little snickering and condescending bullshit. But then he left.
John, you perfectly know where the money's going. Project Stargate, volunteer, Internet of Things, smart cities. You know what the future projects are. Why are you acting surprised?
No, I agree with you. Palantir has its tentacles deep in the government.
Wait, hold on. Is this somebody from preservation?
He sounds like it. He's in the spiritual of a fucking nutcase. He's got schizophrenia and shit. He's like,
Rick, do you hang out in preservation?
No,
I'm asking Rick.
Troll and
Rick?
Yeah, but I'm not a reptilian type of guy. I'm not that type of person. I'm not trying to engineer an IC where money is moving or where money is allocated and what are the latest technologies. So
I have a quick question for you. Is there any conspiracy theory that you don't believe in?
So conspiracies, there are theories on conspiracies, and some of the theories might be true. Some of them are garbage. Some of them are.
This is what happens when people identify as a conspiracy theorist or start sharing them. And I'm glad that Rich shared that you dabble in this stuff. While it's definitely perfectly reasonable to believe that some conspiracy theories turn out to have been true. We do know that. The issue is that, like Michael Malice says, it's okay to take a red pill. You just don't want to take the whole bottle. And far too often, I see that the conspiracy theorists, they do this weird thing where they completely check down a reality, and anytime there's a conspiracy theory, they go balls deep into it. So again, give me a specific conspiracy theory that you don't believe in.
So I absolutely agree with you what you said right now, and characterizing people that the flat Earth, of course, is not true. God damn it, obviously.
Oh shit! Hey, Kima, are you awake?
ask him about aliens and Illuminati.
Dave, you ever
And or Dominican. Like this 17-year-old lesbian, black lesbian.
I'm not. It's too much. What's funny is that they think that's entertaining. That's like the kid that calls into a radio show and they got on the air and then they freaked out because they heard their own voice. Like, dude, if you just raised your hand, came up with some clever things to say, you could stay on the stage. You wouldn't have to just do this little hit and run thing. It's weird. All right, I'll bring them back up. You guys want to play with them for a little bit?
Yes, please.
All right. Let's see. With the rapper and then the giggling Gertie, and then we got another one. They come in bunches.
Never put those on.
Douglas.
Go ahead. That's when you guys look work.
I'm just gonna let him
I think the troll is old.
No, I would say they're between 16 and 18.
Hold on.
I'm gonna move your stupid ass to the right. Alright, so check this out. You guys had an opportunity with an audience, something you'll never fucking have in your life for any fucking reason. Maybe you have a jury trial at some point because you guys are all headed to prison with your fucking ignorant fucking asses. But I'm gonna bring you guys back up one more time. But I just want to set some ground rules, some basic ground rules. You cannot speak over each other. You cannot speak over anybody else. I'll call upon you, and then you'll get a chance to speak. You can say whatever you fucking want, whatever's on your fucking mind. You can say whatever you want. You can curse me now. You can say all kinds of raunchy things, make each other laugh, do all those things. You just can't speak over people. And here's the problem. If I fucking move you down another time, you won't be able to come back up. So I'm going to bring you back up. Try to do better this time. Try to do better.
We have to make her free for using ebonics.
That part of it. I'm going to bring them back up. But listen, if they talk over each other, here's what's going to happen. Not only am I going to block you, I will have you removed from the app and have that kind of sway. I've been on this app for a long time. So I'm going to bring you little knuckleheads up, try to behave yourself. I will call on you when it's your turn to speak. Alright, let's see. Hold on. I may have to mod somebody.
Let me say something. I don't know why somebody in the comments talk about African Americans. It's not cute. Who in the comments talk about African Americans? I had to let everybody in this. I had to let everybody in this ugly ass motherfucking thing. Bitch, y'all ugly as fuck. Bitch, what's like that?
Hello, room. I just wanna. This is my first time in this room, and yes, I grew up in Kansas, right? Like I grew up in here. You were yeah. It's not your first time.
Listen, you didn't listen. God, why can't we bring the fuck? It's a person. Oh, there we go. China. Just slowly explain to us what it is. Say, who are you and what are you about?
Okay, so first of all, who been? Okay, so my name is China, and I'm from, y'all don't know where I'm from?
Are you black?
No, I'm light skinned.
Oh, that's cool. I do.
Mojo's
Yeah,
black too.
I'm white.
Sounds good.
No, y'all said somebody else said.
China.
No, I said Mojo is black. That's what I said.
China, can I ask you a quick question here, China?
Okay.
What is 100 times 1,000?
What does my math have to do with you?
It's just a simple question.
No, I know a lot.
I'm asking you a simple math question.
Hold on. I think that she actually had a very good rebuttal. John, what do you have to say? What does her math have to do with you?
Because, China, I believe that the truth of the earth requires excellent math skills.
Sir, let me stop you right there. You don't know anything about me. Nobody in this group chat knows that about me. Don't act like I don't know about me. What is that?
I said we know that you don't understand math.
Oh my God.
China, let me ask you a different question. If we were to make you Queen of America,
Hey, I don't want to ask the questions. Everybody just ask the
Point of the
questions.
stage.
No, I don't want to ask the questions.
Okay, John, ask me the question and I'll ask.
No, you don't ask me nothing either. It's coming from him. So I'm going to get on him too. So he better see this one out.
I'm kind of liking this question.
Rich, I think you're going to have to stay out of this and let John handle this. John, you and China have a polite dialogue. This will be fun. Dude, China, I just wanted to let you know. Well, no, listen, he's running for Congress. You better like him.
No, I don't have to if I don't want to.
He has the control to give you reparations.
No, I don't want to talk to him. I'm going to avoid him. He's a hater. I don't.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
You're what?
I'm old enough to talk to her. Yes, yes I am.
Shannon, what do you think about Mojo's
Please
Pizzeria?
bring up the other people.
Yeah,
Please
yeah.
bring up
Yeah,
the
they're
other
gonna,
people.
I'm so sorry. They're gonna be
Respectful. I like how y'all should be respectful to us.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Princess, can you please introduce yourself?
no, I'm not gonna expect. Oh no, not him. But that's what I just yeah, him. He like to be sweet. So let's not talk about that.
Congressman.
What that is?
Because he's a congressman. In Chirac.
Oh, we didn't ask you what he was.
No, don't be the
Oh, therefore,
I was explaining what a congressman.
no, I don't care what you said.
Okay,
My name is Buku. My name is Buku.
That makes sense.
All right, hold on. No, hold on. Listen. This is not going to work. I know you guys spent all this time to get back up on the stage, got all this attention. Listen, we're going to go one by one. Seven Pocket. It sounds like you're a skilled rapper. Can you spit some bars for us?
I don't rap at all.
She's tough.
Funny with the money, oh, you got me mistaken, honey. I don't want to rape you. I just want the papers. The visa, capisha? I'm out like the papers.
Girl, you keep going up and be quiet. You trying to be so funny.
act like you trying to be best.
Wait, y'all are hilarious.
You too old for it. My name is Ho. My name is She didn't wait for us.
This is a promising future for our.
Yeah.
Hold on. Everyone mute up. I just want to speak directly to Seven Pocket. Seven Pocket. No, I removed him from the stage. I did that. I just wanted to say this. You're so stupid that when you had an opportunity to say something entertaining, you came up with the dumbest shit to say. Why don't you get some class like my friend China here?
Right about that.
China, go ahead and talk to us. Make some sense.
Right. But I don't like how some of y'all friends. See, I have respect for all of y'all, but some of y'all friends just try to be too funny. And it wasn't. It's not. That's we gonna stop that right here.
Speak on it, Queen.
Yeah. See, I call respect, but what y'all not gonna do is disrespect me. And who the heck call up? You gonna shut up? You get slapped. Right. That's what we do down here. Anyway.
Down where?
We'll
Down
start
here.
over. But
Yes.
don't mute me like I said.
They sound like they're from South Florida.
No, no, mute.
What y'all from?
So
New
I'm
Orleans?
from the 3.
Don't worry about what's from. Worry about
I'm from the 3.
She from the 904.
That's not funny. I don't understand.
Hey, speak on it, Queen.
Right.
Yes,
Anyway, so like I said,
Yeah, my dog back up here.
he's gonna come with respect this time.
No.
He's going.
No, I'm not going to do that, and I'm going to tell you why. He is so stupid that even though we're this fucking bored, we will not entertain that. We will let you dumb bitches talk, but we're not letting that entertain.
They from Newtown, I bet.
We got to do it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You from Newtown, a whole lot.
I'm not from New York. That's so loud.
Shut the fuck up, pussy.
I'm from the 3, not New York.
Hey, that ain't even your real hair.
What?
Bitch, shut the fuck up.
And that ain't.
That's not your real face for that profile. Catfish ass nigga.
Hey, that's my middle name is Catfish.
We know. Right.
I think Princess, you from Hogan.
Stop talking.
You from Hogan's
Stop
Creek.
the money.
Online.
Sir, you can shut your mouth. You can't be racist. Sir, you're not funny. When I have somebody slap you, I'm be dead wrong. I have somebody. What are you doing?
Wait, is that Hogan's Creek or Newtown talking?
Stop talking about Hogan's Creek or Newtown. I'm from the 3, like I said. Well, I had
You're from the 3? Hey, hold on. Do either of you know your fathers?
Yeah, my father in my life. I gotta pick somebody that
You got a picture over there? My father in the room.
That is a picture of his granddaddy and his PTR.
No, that's AI. Don't lie. That's AI.
That's his granddaddy.
I don't know. Lie. That's his time.
Wait, hold on. China, can you tell me something? What does AI stand for?
What do you think it stands for?
I'm asking.
Add 10 pockets full. All right. Argue with us. Y'all can go add 10 pockets full.
Stay on pretty sure college, please, man.
Please.
Wait, hey, Prince, I'm gonna let you down. You're too stupid.
Yeah,
No, you're down. Listen. Alright, hold on. This is not gonna work.
No, that's why y'all so scary.
No, well, yeah, we're very afraid for our future.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Listen,
can you speak to the Democrats in the room?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. If you talk over me, I'm gonna move you down. Okay, well then I'll move you down. I'll move your little dumbass down. Now there's only one. Alright, hold on. Oh, she left. Okay. So the question Princess is back. Princess, I'm gonna ask you a question.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, here's the question. Here's the question.
No, I missed your question. No question.
Well, that's fine. If you don't answer the question, I will just move you down. That's fine. I do run the show. This is the thing that you don't understand. This is something you're going to understand when you get a job. Neither of you get good jobs, but you might go to prison, and the warden will also have rules. The prison guards will have rules. You're going to have to follow rules. We live in a rules-based society. You're going to have to learn to follow rules. These rules are something we just talk when I instruct you to speak. I don't know why you can't get this shit, but bring China back on. See if she can be polite.
Roger.
I have one question for China. No, don't interrupt me. I want to ask China a question.
Roger, what color are you?
I'm the blackest person on the app. I was just called a fake racist. I think that is a compliment because real racists are jerks. I'm a fake racist.
You know, can I say something? My father went to a police call one time, and he was asking this young African-American woman whether or not she was raped. And the young woman said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And my dad's partner looked at him and says, "You don't ask her if she got raped. This is how you say it. My dad was asking, did he penetrate your vagina?" And I guess my dad's partner said, "You don't ask her if her vagina got penetrated. Did he fuck you in the pussy?"
Can we bring these people back up one at a time, please? Let's see. Prince of the City, you're not racist at all, but you know how to trigger the... okay, cool. Hey, Seven Pocket, here's a question for you, man.
Okay.
Okay, so the question is, I want you to answer this for the Democrats that are in this room.
Okay.
So tell the people in the background to shut the fuck up. Tell them to shut their little whore mouths. So I want to ask you a question. And I want you gotta mute yourself while I'm speaking. There's an echo. I'm gonna mute you. You can unmute yourself once I'm finished speaking. So I want you to address the Democrats that are in this room, the adults that believe in social safety nets, and they are waiting, they're hoping that they can get their social security checks. Can you give them some assurance that you and your colleagues here are going to have jobs to pay into social security so they can collect it? Can you just explain to the room why they should believe that you're going to have a good job in your lifetime? Go ahead, Pocket, go ahead.
I don't really know what to say.
He's asking how you gonna get that bag.
Hey man, can you shut the fuck up, please? Thank you. I'm not playing with you, dude.
What's up with that echo?
The echo is bad. He's even saying out loud, I don't know what to say. Get
come up with some new names. We'll come up with a couple of lines. We'll talk some shit. Maybe, the guy in the white hat and the cigar will say some fucking clever shit to talk shit to him. Just come up with some shit. Why are you guys so corny? You guys are like the stupid kids.
I think it's because Seven Pocket it sounds like she's probably from College Gardens.
I don't think Seven Pocket was a girl. I thought that was a boy. But
It's a dyke.
Can we bring
medicated, you know?
Can we bring China? Can we bring China? Let's bring China. I think China.
Not a real M, okay?
Yeah. Can you tell us the kind of career that you're gonna pursue?
Okay, so actually, I'm getting my money to all y'all because I'm smart. Actually, y'all think I'm dumb. Y'all think people down here don't know I'm actually smart. Bitch, y'all know that. Second of all, I get told right now, I'm getting told when I roll up, not happy. Second of all, hey man, let me ask y'all a question. What makes y'all think y'all grown man gonna get somewhere asking me questions like this? Where is that gonna get you? Is that gonna like where's that gonna get you?
This is an illicit recording for YouTube channel.
Oh no, sir, don't talk to me, sir.
China, hold on. Ewan is new here. He's got the party hat. He would like to ask you a question. Would you allow him to ask you one?
Who is that? The congratulations. See, sir, I'll ask Humphrey.
It's his congressman.
Ewan, go ahead and ask your question to China.
Okay, China.
Okay.
Do you think you're going to make more than $15,000 a year speaking like this?
Yes, I am. I know when to be respectful when not. I'm not gonna be respectful to y'all because y'all not respectful to me.
But China, do you like money? Do you like making money?
I sure do.
Okay. Do you think that you're going to actually make money speaking to people like how you speak to them?
I give you what you know. First of all, y'all came here not being respectful to me, so what makes y'all think I'm gonna be respectful to y'all? Don't be disrespectful to me and think you gonna get what you know. You be disrespectful to me, I'm gonna be disrespectful to you. That's just you be respectful, I'm gonna be respectful.
China, I've been going through your PTR images. What's up with the second photo in your belly button there?
Sir, why are you going through my photo?
Just a question. I'm just asking, because what is that section called in your belly button? What's the cord called that connects to the mother? Oh, the placenta. It's called the placenta. I'm just wondering where you got your placenta cut.
How have we been disrespectful to you, China? Can you articulate on that? Can you say something about it?
But that means that congratulations with that big Congressman. With that beard, look at this.
This is my first time talking this way.
She's talking about Congressman.
It's not even y'all. It's him out there.
Congratulations.
He works in the government. He's a congressman.
Okay, so he's proud. Anyway.
Like congressmen, senators.
China, I have a question. So your name is China. How do you think that you're going to be prepared to compete with the country China if you don't even know how to speak your own English language?
Hey, she do. Hey, don't worry about that. Let's be that all these questions like this. Okay, so can I tell y'all? Let me tell y'all something. Me and my group got this thing jumping. So before we even joined, y'all was in here talking about nothing.
No, I'm true.
I might have to agree with you there, China. China, do you think people actually talk about anything interesting, important, or intellectual in this app?
Well, me and my crew do. I don't know about y'all, but me and my crew do. So I don't know about y'all.
What are some of your favorite topics to talk about?
I like to talk about money. I like to talk about my hair. I like to talk about everything.
see, I like to talk about stuff. Yeah, I don't know, but I know what I like to talk about.
Okay, so my question for you though is, how do you plan on making lots of money to help feed the economy? What is your plan? Yeah, I do. I mean, quite a bit. So I want to know what you are going to do to break more than
China, he left America. He moved to England.
Well, I don't know nothing about y'all. So y'all
Oh,
know
but
nothing
you would
about
die.
y'all.
This is a communist piece of shit.
No. I'm moving out of England soon, but with that being said, I still feed the economy. I'm paying taxes to make money. My question for you though is, don't you want to make lots of money? How much money do you make a year?
Well, hold on, time out. I just want to say this. Hold on, China, hold on. Hold on. I just want to say that as of right now, I think China is winning this debate. But let's continue. You and China. Go ahead.
Okay, so actually, I'm gonna tell y'all something y'all don't know about zone electricity. So basically, I work for a bell bottom, so that's about me. I still get money, so I don't know. But y'all think I'm broke or something?
Ewan, why don't you ask her to, rap a little or give some lyrics, and you could put it in a song.
Oh, how about you rap a little bit?
I mean, China. Okay, so I'm like one of the actual few people on this app that successfully produce music. So I'm trying to gauge where you're coming from with this. So, but my question to you though is, do you think that you can actually break the 15 grand bracket a year by talking to people like this?
I'll talk to you how they talk to me, so you don't really spend 500 with this. So you really spend 500.
China, how many hours do you work per week?
I work from 8 to 5.
How many days a week?
Mondays, Fridays.
So 5 days a week. Okay.
Yeah.
And how much do you make per hour?
Huh?
How much do you get paid per hour?
I mean, like 500 to 600.
Per hour?
I'm sorry. Bell bottoms is when you go around getting people out of jail. So you.
How much money do you make per hour?
Like $2.
You make $2 per hour?
Yeah, I don't think I'm losing this program. Sorry.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. You make $200 per hour? No, how much do you get paid per hour?
$20.
You get paid $200 per hour.
Yeah, so that's just stuff.
Well, hold on. Well, that would mean.
Yeah, I see what I'm saying.
Hold on. That would be. Hold on. Let's do the math real quick. So you said $200 an hour, 40 hours a week. Is this correct? Is this correct? I'm just trying to understand.
What makes you think I'm a real bell bottom? I work for one. That don't mean I can a bell bottom.
So how much money does the bail bondsman pay you?
You know, you gotta tell you, sir.
You don't make much money, do you?
Sir, how old do you think I am?
I think you're a big problem. How old?
You say you think I'm 50?
Based on where
Hold on. It's important to qualify. How old are you?
Huh? I'm 30.
No. Based on.
We can't allow children on this fucking app. This is crazy. I think the math part was the funniest for me. So she said she works, Monday through Friday, full-time job, $200 an hour. She said, that'd be a lot of bread for a kid. I don't buy it, but yeah. Anyways, I'm glad.
I think regardless what she said, two. She makes two. That was correct.
I'll make two. At first she was like, how can you even consider to think that you can't consider what you're saying? What she's saying?
say or was telling the truth.
That's not even funny.
Hey, it includes the poor whites too. The face of the world.
It's not even funny. Rick, what do you do for a living?
I'm an electronic engineer.
Yeah. How many hours a week do you work?
It depends. It's on full speed. I'm not at work, but usually it is, let's say, 5 days a week. And it's sometimes between 8 to 10 hours a day. And I'm paid around 30 euros per hour.
30 euros per hour? Translate that for dollars, somebody. What does that mean?
$40 an hour.
Or 40 bucks. Yeah, that's about $200 an hour.
Rick, what's up with your PTR that claims that this Jewish rabbi believes, that he said that the Messiah will only appear once Europe and Christianity is totally destroyed? Do you actually believe that, Rick?
I can objectively see that somebody believes this. I'm not believing that. And that's a problem.
Wait, hold on. Where is this accent from?
He's like Dutch.
My accent? From you. I'm Italian. Roger, we spoke before. I'm Italian.
This doesn't sound like any kind of Italian that I've ever heard. You don't sound like any of the people in our favorite gangster movies.
You want me to speak like this? I can speak like this if you want. But this is not the accent I don't use.
That doesn't sound Italian either.
Yeah, Rick, are you like an immigrant Italian, like your parents are from another country?
I'm Italian. I've never.
How about I say where you've lived? I'm aware that you're saying you were born and raised in Italy. I'm saying where your parents from. Are they Italian as well?
Italy, yeah.
Oh, so you're not like some Syrian refugee or
David, I got another follow-up question for you. What do you think about Palantir, the software company? Why is Palantir a Trojan horse?
No, why? No. I would ask this question. That's the wrong question to ask. The correct question is, why are the servers of Palantir in Tel Aviv? It's the correct question to ask, I think.
Where do you live now?
Italy.
Oh, you do live in Italy.
North. I'm Italian. I live in Italy. I've been in Italy all my life.
That's not fucking that.
Rick, if we were to make you king, Rick, if we were to make you king of the world, what would your priorities be for your people?
My priorities for my people, teach them to be independent regarding energy and supplies, and let's say to be self-sustainable. Let's say technologically wise. That's the only thing that can liberate people. That's the only thing that can set people free. We need to do all this crazy shit today because we don't know what to do regarding sustaining ourselves. We're interdependent. When the moment you cut that interdependency, there's no need for this bullshit politics.
So you don't want to revert anybody to your cause or anything like that?
No, because there's no need for it. Who is mature enough to understand this will follow this path. It's following this path already. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, let's say.
I have a question for you, Rick. You asked why Palantir might have servers in Tel Aviv. You realize that they do have an office there, correct?
Roger, I would like to ask you a question. Why are you asking me how much I make per hour? Sorry, what I do for a living, and maybe ask me also how much I make per hour. Why does it matter?
I was trying to understand if you were as broke as the last people we were speaking to. But I want to talk about Palantir. So why are you concerned that Palantir has an office in Tel Aviv?
No. I'm absolutely not concerned, and I actually can say.
You said, and I quote, we should be asking why Palantir has servers in Tel Aviv. And I'm just
citizen and European citizens, basically the whole West, is flowing through Israel.
Wait, hold on.
It's not America and it's not Europe.
Hold on, couple questions. So, have you ever been to their Tel Aviv office?
No, I got two friends that were in university with me in Paris, in Italy. They're in Tel Aviv now. Yeah.
So my question is, why are you concerned about servers being there? First of all, you're not doing any type of deep packet inspection, so I don't think you would know what data goes anywhere. So, like, why would you claim these things when you don't know what you're talking about?
I'm sorry, Roger, but I got to say that I perfectly know, unfortunately, what I'm talking about. I'd like to not to know what I'm talking about, but unfortunately, I know. Yeah, so.
Hey, Rick, can I ask you a simple question? What?
But there's just like the previous footage.
This is how Rich does in our conversations. Go ahead, Rich.
Are you Christian, Catholic?
No, I'm not. Well, I was born a Catholic, but I really don't, let's say, consider myself a Catholic person.
You believe in
I don't.
Jesus' death, resurrection, the comes for your sins, or not?
No.
Why are we going down this road?
He's got a bunch of Muslim rooms in his houses, so that's all I'm asking.
But
Are you a Muslim?
God damn, no. I was in Rogers' rooms. I was in Rogers' rooms multiple times explaining how Muslims are a problem in fucking Europe today.
You just said watch Quran, Surah, Centric Prince, that's all. Your house is sorry.
Yeah, because you know, no, you know why? Because they tried to start the enemy. People. Okay.
It is though if you just like, oh well,
I have one question for you. So I was just looking at your profile. Sorry, my baby's like talking in the background. So why on your profile when it says hot eggs, which one you answered breast milk?
No, there was a stupid room, God. No, there was a stupid room. I don't remember what we were talking about breast milk or not. They were talking. They were talking about what's best. If it is better cow milk or breast milk, and I was explaining that at least humans today got a type of some sort of filtration systems. Today, they modify animals. They genetically modify animals and inject them with steroids and whatnot. So that was the argument.
Okay, so just so you know, the very first thing that pops up on your profile is a question that says which one, and then you answer breast milk. That's literally the first thing I see on your profile.
Alright, let me go cancel that.
Rick, you said that you said you want your people to become self-sufficient in technology. So, what technologies do you think people need to be well versed in to become self-sufficient?
How many hours do I have to answer to this question?
You got like maybe 10 sentences.
Impossible.
Okay, never mind. You can't just come up with a 3-sentence response to that question. Like, is it really impossible?
Okay. Filtration systems, water recollection, water filtration, water recollection, electricity through different means, hydrogen and solar particularly, and for the technology that we can have today. And let's say the filtration of vegetable oil through biodiesel, basically. And that's what I'm doing, by the way, in the spare time that I don't have, but trying to do my best. Yeah.
Okay, got one final diagnostic question for you. What is 575 times 1,000?
$75,000.
Wow. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Congratulations, Rick.
What did I win?
You don't know how many people he's
You won some credibility. You won credibility.
Out of the 575,000, I won.
That's what you want.
What? No.
You won a congratulations trophy.
I asked that question to a lot of people on this app, and 9 out of 10 people get that question wrong.
Well, they don't answer. They just don't even answer. They go, oh, I don't know.
That's true. Most people can't even follow the question.
Yeah, there's one of my best friends, he's bipolar, and he's constantly asking questions like that to everybody, even to the police. He goes to the police and asks, how much is it 7 times 5, stuff like this. And he gets arrested all the time. And he's always drunk too. And that's true. I swear to God, that's true.
Who's your best friend?
John's drunk on Taoism.
One of my best friends, yes.
Well, I've seen a lot of awesome videos lately on Instagram of very disgruntled and angry people in conversation with the police, and I find it amazing how much patience police are now exerting in their interactions with very disgruntled citizens. I think it's most likely because they don't want to do additional paperwork, and I feel like the body cams in a way give them like the justice that they're looking for, because they are filming these people be absolute monsters.
Hey, Rick, I got a question. Roger might like this question. So, Rick, how do you feel about the state of Israel? Do you think the Jews have a right to have a state of Israel?
Everybody has the right to have a state, but the state of Israel is extremely divided between two factions. I'd say Ashkenazi Jews and Sephardi Jews, and that's a problem. That's a big problem, big gigantic problem. That's what I think. But
You mean to tell me that the Ashkenazi and the Sephardic in Israel are at a logger, like they are in conflict? Where's your evidence to suggest that, and what is the breakdown between the demographic?
I don't exactly know, since there are newcomers, new people coming in.
Why is everyone obsessed with Jews and obsessed with Israel?
Yeah,
I'm not.
It's projection.
You supposedly know like stats and statistics about Israel that every Jew on this stage and every Jew in this audience is looking at you like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, we're just trying to get like your insight, like what's going on with Ashkenazim and the Sephardi. Can't break that.
There are two completely different factions of the Jews, and the Ashkenazi Jews are not Jews per se. They might have some genetic traits. Wait.
I knew you looked this. Wait. Rick, what are you talking about?
Alex Jones.
No, it's not Alex Jones. It's not.
What's that?
Greece was Ashkenazi and the Sephardic Jews in Israel aren't at odds with each other, because I think they are not. I think that they're pretty on point with each other, which is like literally just letting that country survive. Yeah, what's the source of contention?
There is no source of contention. Why there is a source of contention? I never said that.
Yeah, you said there's conflict.
You said that, conflict. You said they're not answer. You're not making any.
I'm sorry, between them. No, I'm sorry, between them. Well, yeah, for sure. Okay, it's just they have different life views. Let's say you can find Ashkenazis in many positions of power. Let's say like Sephardi usually they're more, they don't behave like that, usually. They've never behaved like that through history, and especially in this period of time.
Behave like what?
And
No, hold on. Slow down, right? I know that English isn't your first language. Just slow down. Let's try to take one point at a time. When you say they don't act the same, what exactly are you referring to? Use words that human beings might understand.
So, I agree. English is not the first language. I'm trying to do my best. Let's say they look for a position of power constantly, and you can say that you can say this objectively, watching the position of power that they have today. You almost never see a Sephardi Jew in a position of power like the Ashkenazi Jews. Okay? It's through observation that I say what I say. And I'm not discriminating, I'm not anti-Israel, I'm not anti-Semite, okay?
Hold on. I'm not going to accuse you of anything other than being stupid. That's the only observation that I can make clearly. Whether you are anti-Semite, that'll reveal itself at some point if you are. But why are you so obsessed with Jews?
I would like to ask you a question. Why are you upset with characterizing people, telling them they're stupid, but actually maybe sometimes you can ask yourself the question, do I really know what is this motherfucker saying? And the motherfucker is me, okay? Really I know what he's saying?
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Hold on. People listening down below, I just want to...
Or should I call him stupid?
Hold on. For the visually impaired, for the duration of this conversation, the guy with the Italian accent, quote unquote, is going to be referred to as motherfucker. He calls himself motherfucker. So if you hear motherfucker, that's who we're talking about. Thank you. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, because sarcasm is a trait of intelligent people, you know?
There's visually impaired people in here. Don't be ableist.
I know. Yeah. I'm not hating on you. I'm saying what you're saying. I'm commenting on what you're saying. And usually your comments are characterizing people as stupid. Why?
Well, I talk to a lot of people on this app, and I've got a pretty good radar on who's intelligent and who's not. And right now I'm getting vibes that you're a dum-dum.
No, you don't have a radar. You're labeling people because labeling people makes you feel secure.
Yes. I'm so guilty. Okay, so I accept your critique. Let's move on.
Fantastic.
Okay, let's get back to the Jews.
Okay, what do you want to know?
I don't know. You had some point to make about how they were at odds with each other.
Yeah, they are, but you can see this in society. I mean, you can see what they are in the positions that they have, and usually most of these people in Hollywood, in a position of power, like presidents and whatnot, you know.
Wait, hold on. Did you just say that the Jews control Hollywood? Did you just say that the Jews control Hollywood?
I said many of them do influence internal political decisions, because politics is not only for Congress or whatnot, it is also into companies, and Hollywood is a big, gigantic, if you want to consider it a company, and they do influence things. That's for sure. I mean, it's nothing new.
What do you...
No. Let's make a counter argument. Do you think they do not influence Hollywood?
I think you'd have to understand the history of Hollywood. There was an industry that, so first of all, because there's anti-Semites around the globe, Jews were limited in what jobs they could get. And so when they gravitated towards the entertainment industry, music and television, this is something that, because they were were not allowed to participate in other areas. And so this is the craftiness and the resilience of a group of people that say they won't be denied. You can tell them that they can't do things, and they will just find a way. They will make a way. And so, yes, in the early days in Hollywood, they were very influential. But you wouldn't say that that in modern day that the Jews control the news and the Jews control film. You wouldn't make that argument, would you?
No, I would say they're instrumental at controlling things. Of course, it's not them. It's not.
What do you think of AIPAC?
I don't know the subject fully, so if you want to describe it to me, I'd be glad to listen to you. I don't feel what I don't know. I don't feel what I don't know.
It's a lobbying group of Jews here in America that are interested in making sure that that Jews are represented in policies. So my guess is I feel where this is headed, and it sounds to me like you have a distrust towards the Jewish community. That's what I'm picking up from
Ashkenazi Jews. But now, Rick, real quick question, Rick. How do you feel about the secret model of Ashkenazi Jews that orchestrate all of those movements?
That is a sarcastic question.
Oh no, it's a serious question.
So, that's a confirmation that it's a sarcastic question.
How about Larry Fink, BlackRock Vanguard State Street?
That's fantastic. Again, people who manage money, money is an instrument to influence actions. Money per se don't have value, but money can move things. So who is really moving, who is really making people move? It's not directly, it's indirectly money, and directly people who hold technologies. So I would not consider Larry Fink, the guy who directly influences things, but I would consider him the guy who, let's say, takes orders from people that really hold the power.
So Larry Fink holds $25 trillion in holdings between BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, and all their subsidiaries like Blackstone, all these different companies. Vanguard, all the other different Vanguards.
Sure, it's a shitload of money, but money is nothing if you don't have a backup, the technological backup. It's just those are just numbers.
Yeah, but they have the Aladdin system, which is one of the greatest artificial intelligence system that helps them structure their company and tell them what to buy, when to sell, what to do with their companies. So they do have the technology.
Yeah, I'm talking about. I agree with you, but I'm talking about resources and managing of resources. The ultimate control grid is made by people that do control resources, and even though AI is a great resource, it has nothing material nothing tangible to
manage for the people.
You don't see them on television, that's for sure.
Yeah, but what ethnic group did you say that?
I'm not considering any ethnic group. I think all the people that you see on television is some of the people that really hold the strings.
Well,
that's an assumption. The ones who do hold the strings, I don't consider them. I don't consider them ethnic group. I consider people that are very advanced, but I don't think, if you're asking me, are these Zionists the people that really hold the strings? I would not say that. I'd say they're instrumental to the people that really hold the strings. I'm thinking about people like in Lockheed Martin and Martin Raytheon and Boeing, all these places, all these companies. I'm thinking more about them. Managing money
talk about Lockheed Martin. Do you know who the largest institutional investors are within what companies?
Companies that do invest in Lockheed Martin?
Yeah, the companies. It's the largest institutional investors. Do you know which companies they are?
Well, for sure, it's BlackRock, Vanguard, all of that, but for sure, but
State Street, yeah.
State Street, okay. Who holds the technology? Who knows? Who is in the let's say the room where there are all the switches? It's not the people with money. It's people who know the technology and invent and produce technology. You know, it's not BlackRock that holds the patents to CRISPR-Cas9 technology, hybridizing man with machine, merging the man with machine, all that Internet of Things, Internet of Bodies and stuff. It's not BlackRock. It's people, it's scientists, it's engineers, electronic engineers, and genetic engineers that know the shit. They really have the power or not. Also people with money.
So, quick question: do you think that the Jews in Israel, the Ashkenazi Jews that control the country, and all that, but do you believe that justified in their actions and what they're doing in Gaza?
No action like that is justified. I mean, it's justified. Depends on the goal. If I have the goal to completely exterminate the place and take over, of course, it's justified for me. But not for them.
Quick question. So you think the goal is to exterminate people?
The goal is to take over. And if the extermination is needed, I will do it. If I want to take over a place.
So militarily. If you believe that over and clearly the military might do so, why haven't they done that?
Because Roger, in war and when you have to test certain things, certain technologies, and you have
war, it's not a genocide, it's a war.
Really? No, I'm not talking about Gaza. I'm not talking about Gaza. I'm talking about in general. In a war, even in Vietnam War, example, but in Gaza particularly, right now we're talking about Gaza.
No, let's stay focused. Hold on. Let's stay focused. So you think they want to take over? So they have the military might to do it. Why didn't they do it I don't know, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Why did they wait till now? What's your theory on that?
I'm sorry, Roger. I received a call. Can you?
I'll have you. Clearly, we would agree that Israel has the military might to take Gaza at any time if they wanted to. My question is, if you think that that's their goal, why did they wait till now? Why not 5 years ago? Why not 10 years ago? Why would they wait till now to take Gaza if that was their goal?
That is the greatest question that somebody could ask me. Because, and I'll tell you what, because when you have a certain amount of technology that you have to test, you need I don't know why the guy's laughing. Okay. When you have a certain amount of technology that you need to test, you have to wait the correct time to test it. And so they are doing it now because all sorts of weapons, facial recognition weapons, genetic recognition weapons, and all those things are ready now, not before. They're ready now. So as I said before, it's not just a question. People are laughing. That's okay. It's not just a question.
Don't let them distract you. This is a one-on-one conversation. It's just you and I. Let's go.
It's okay. I was saying because I think the technology is ready now to be tested, and so the moment is now to do the thing that they're doing. What should I say? Facial recognition technology, genetic recognition technology.
So you don't think what's happening with Israel battling Hamas in Gaza, you don't think it has anything to do with October the 7th?
Of course it has everything to do with October the 7th, but that's just the catalyst of when
to spark all the consequential actions that will further escalate the situation to allow you to do certain tests on the population. Obviously, it has everything to do with 7th of October. But it's not the main reason. Really? Roger, are we having a proper intellectual conversation here, or are we speculating on which phrase in the mainstream news is correct or not? Really? I don't think we're doing this. No.
What it sounds like to me is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like to me you're trying to blame Israel for the conflict that they're having with a terrorist group called Hamas.
I'm not blaming nobody. I'm saying, if I have to listen, Roger. Let's say I have collected genetic material about you, and I want to try to test a genetic weapon that targets you and only you through facial recognition and genetic characterization of the enemy. I don't have it ready yet, but I know where you reside. I know where the coordinates of your house are and everything, but it's not ready. So I need somebody in the streets to spark, let's say, a little bit of, a fight between you and the group that I control, yeah? So I send somebody to the street and slap you in the face so you can answer back and you shoot this somebody, and now I have the excuse to enter into your house and test what I want to test. See?
So it sounds like you're suggesting that Israel wanted October 7th to happen.
Oh, come on. Do you really believe those conspiracies, really? Don't you know what counterterrorism, who controls counterterrorism and what counterterrorism is?
What do you think happened on October 7th? What do you think happened on October 7th?
I think you allow certain things to happen so you have an excuse to act upon your enemy. I mean, quote unquote enemy, they're not really enemy, they're just the the people to experiment on. But that's what I think. Call me crazy. It's okay.
You seem to think that these Zionists are scientists conducting research and testing. Rick, I mean, do you believe, you stated earlier that you think Israel has the right to have its own security. I'm just so confused as to, your position or maybe your interior feelings and emotions towards Israel or Jews. You think there's this conflict between the Sephardic and the Ashkenazi. Rick, do you think you know everything?
No, I absolutely don't know everything, and that's exactly why I try to not to react to things emotionally, because I know emotions are deceiving. I try to look at things objectively and objectively see what's the state of the art regarding technology and what they're using right now and what are the possible excuses to be able to operate what they have. You see people that directly go to emotions. Do you think people that test technology, they can act on emotions?
Wait,
Really?
Rick, I assume you've been to Israel, right?
No, friends.
Oh, you've never been there.
There, but I've never been there. Yeah.
God, never been there. Do you think if you've gone there, if you've been on the ground in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, etc., do you think maybe your perspective of Israel and the Jews might change?
My personal experience can be characterized in a certain way, that's for sure. But what I read in white papers regarding the state of the art that Tel Aviv has, and that America puts money in, it doesn't change. I mean, my personal experience would not change what I read.
So your hypothetical you think your hypothetical lived experience wouldn't change your opinion of Israel and the Jews and the Zionists?
But you see, I'm sorry. You see, that's the thing I don't understand about people. Why do you think I have an idea about Zionists? I don't have an idea about Zionists. I just objectively see where they are, in which positions of power they hold, and I just can take that as an information. There's no emotional characterization in what I say.
Well,
why?
Let me ask you a follow-up question here. So, what do you think the end goal is of Israel?
the same goal that everybody had. It's testing certain technologies and see.
You keep saying about testing. But what's the end goal? What's the end goal? What do they want to accomplish?
The end goal is the utilization of those technologies on major population centers, starting from Gaza.
For what? No, hold on. Let me tell you what an end goal is, because it sounds like you don't know what an end goal is. Okay, so you have the current state, and then you have this desired future state, and then you have all the stuff that you do in between the current state and the desired future state. Walk me through what you think the desired future state of Israel is. What is it that you think that they want to accomplish?
They want to accomplish, as always, like every state would do this, would like to have this. They want to accomplish technological superiority over other states and be able to collect data from all the other states and have the full control of the information coming from all the other states, all the other quote-unquote allies. And
Are you under the impression that it would be difficult to be technologically more advanced than the people in Gaza? I mean, I feel like that wouldn't be very difficult. I mean, no question, Israel is technologically massively advanced. That already exists. They already have that superiority. And the reason they have that superiority is because they believe in markets, and they believe in technology, and they believe in innovation, and they believe on building up their skills and building a civilization where the people that they're fighting against don't believe in any of those things.
I think you're making the greatest, you're making a big mistake. Because the war is not, the conflict, let's call it like this. The people characterize it as genocide, whatever. Okay. The conflict is not with people in Gaza. The ultimate goal is not about the people in Gaza. The ultimate goal is to test those things so they can be used later on. Hold up, let me finish. They can be used later on other populations, okay, on other states. So through that, they can rule even those nations. Of course, they will never say,
"Hey guys, hold on. Okay. Listen, you're not very good at conversation. Let me just say that first and foremost. You're welcome. I'm asking you what their end goal is, and you keep saying, the technology and superiority. Okay, no, Roger, you don't understand what I'm saying. You're fucking Italian mutt mouth. Listen, if we're gonna have a conversation, I need you to quit using vague language. You say that they want to dominate other people later on down the road. Who do they want to dominate?
Okay, let me rephrase it. Roger, I'm sure you don't understand what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying, but you're afraid to say the quiet part out loud. This is, let me know. No, hold on. No, you are. This is what you're saying. You're saying that you don't like or trust the Zionists. You're saying that you think that they've got ulterior motives to dominate the people in Gaza, and they have plans to go beyond that because they're just testing this technology because they want to subjugate other nations as well. And my question is, who's this list of nations that they want to subjugate? Because since 1948, we're talking about the most peaceful fucking country on planet fucking Earth. Because the only time they get in a battle is when somebody picks a fight with them, and then they end up losing. But it sounds to me like in your head, you somehow think that the Zionists are the bad guys.
Okay, can I respond?
You can, but if you're going to use vague language, I'll just be honest with you, I'll be done with this conversation. If you can't commit to your own thoughts, like I can say what's on my mind. I can say, this guy sounds like an uneducated fool. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I'm asking him simple questions. I'm asking him what the end goal is. He doesn't understand what end goal means. And so, at this point, I'm just gonna ask, can you have an honest conversation without saying stupid things?
I reject the characterization about that I said stupid things. If you give me the time to be able to respond to you in details, I will do. Okay? And I'm sorry, you constantly have to characterize people with the word stupid, even though you don't know, maybe because it's not your job.
Okay, I'll clarify. You're a faggot retard.
Is this a libel? Is this a libel?
Rick,
I'm not surprised. You're not surprised.
Rick, yeah, listen.
I'm not surprised. It's not understanding.
It's not your turn. Listen, I just want to say this, and then I'm done with you, Rick. If Samir wants to come up, I'd love for Samir to come up. Samir sounds like somebody that doesn't know what's going on in the world either. But we'll invite Samir up. Let's see.
Okay, I'd like to respond. Can I respond, Roger? Can I respond?
Well, that's fine. I've invited your friend. Let's see. Hold on. Shut your fucking mouth. Samir said, Mojo seems more desperately loud than a black divorced crackhead. Well, there we go. The racism always rears its ugly head, doesn't it?
Okay, I'm not
Hey, Rick,
everyone.
I just want to quickly say, you are saying things that we have all heard probably about 1 million times at this point, but you're like not alluding to what it actually is. We're all aware of what you're saying. You're not that smart, and you're not coming across as that intelligent. I'm just saying this, Rick. Before you
It's okay.
the Mojo, that's all I'm saying.
It's okay. I'm not here to sound intelligent or nothing. We're just having supposedly an honest intellectual conversation.
That's not your goal because you would have failed miserably.
Okay, thank you. Until somebody comes in and characterizes me as a stupid faggot, which is not very intellectual.
No, that's not what I said. I called you a faggot retard. Get it right.
Okay, it's the same. So, what I wanted to say is it's not the same.
When the stupid faggot and faggot retard are not the same thing. I reject your friend.
It's okay. So, it characterizes you, not me, talking like that. But anyway, what I wanted to say is this. If we're talking about which countries are going to be affected by what Israel can do, it's all the Western countries, obviously. Since the counterpart on the other side seems, because I'm not sure, but seems to be China. Yeah. So, Mojo, if you're asking me which countries specifically, exactly, are going to be influenced by all of this technological advancements that Israel is striving for, I'd say the U.S. for sure, the whole U.S., and the whole fucking continent of Europe. Yep. So, that's why, actually, the volunteer servers are in Tel Aviv. Yeah? Because, and that's a confirmation of what I was saying before, because all the data, all of the things that do matter to really control dynamics in other countries has to go through there. Yeah? So it's not that difficult to understand that if you hold geographically in your country the processing and the managing of data close to you in your country, it's easier, yeah, to manage the whole situation. Because the future supposedly is digital, is digitalized, and everything's going to be tokenized. How is the consumption of CO2? Yep. It might, maybe you're not familiar with
no tall building had ever collapsed.
Roger.
According to a
You
very
have
new claim of progressive collapse of this kind.
In fact, you got it wrong. Let me say it slowly. Faggot retard.
Faggot retard, yeah. Maybe that's your job. My job is to sign white papers, and actually, I'm good at my job, honestly. And that's why I'm paid what I said to you before that I'm paid. And it's a pretty good decent pay, at least in Italy, not for America, but in Italy is good. Because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not here to sound smart and I don't give a fuck about all of you guys. But honestly, this morning, I'm doing the the dishes and doing things at home. So I thought maybe I will spend some time with them. Yeah, but as you can see, there is no possibility in this world to unite and actually characterize who the enemy is, because the people are so divided. If there is a motherfucker here with his, which is me, who's been studying those fucking stupid topics, because I think it's stupid to control people through digital means. This is not what digital technology was ordered for. But I'm trying to do my best, and people come at me saying I'm a stupid fucking retard or whatever. They're saying it slowly, Roger. And they think there is no hope for humanity. Because you're missing the point of who's the enemy. It's not me. And I can say to you, it's not me.
I think the point of this is that
you fucking idiot.
You know,
Nobody tell me, Roger. I'm glad to hear from you.
Who hurt you? Was it a woman?
Now you're going down that path? So first you talk to me like I'm I don't know what, and now you say to me that somebody hurt me?
Or you said hurt? I was all wounded. Who hurt you?
No, it's the passive aggressiveness.
What was her name?
Passive aggressiveness that you have.
I don't think
It's you and me.
We're here for you.
Was her name Aisha?
It's so bad. Come on, please go on. Let's stay on the conversation. Let's stay on the topic. Are you saying that you don't have any argument?
Oh no,
yes.
I'm concerned for your mental health. Are you okay?
Maybe it's the Jews. Rick, maybe the Jews are using technology to gather data on you, Rick. Have you thought that maybe you're a target of Palantir and other Jewish organizations trying to gather data to do experiments to control you?
Everybody is, my boy.
My boy?
Rick, let me ask you this. Sometimes people drag, their trauma along with them for a long time. This could be an opportunity for a breakthrough. Do you want to share with us who hurt you?
Was it the Ashkenazi or the Sephardic?
I think Clubhouse is such a wrong place to have an intellectual conversation, Unfortunately, I don't know, Roger, maybe you do this as a job, maybe it's your job to, I don't know, because I see you're constantly on Clubhouse, maybe you're working on it.
I will say this, it doesn't pay well.
Also, let's stick to the previous conversation maybe, or you want to revert to trauma, narcissism, cluster B personality disorder. Do you want to talk about that? We can talk about that too if you want.
We absolutely can. Rick, do you want to share with the room, just let us know, was it early childhood trauma, or was it something that happened later, maybe like a high school sweetheart? What went wrong?
A little bit. Let's make some hypotheses here.
How was your relationship with your father and your mother?
Was it circumcision, Rick? Is that it?
Rich, how was your relation with Clubhouse? And Roger too.
Did you know that
Clubhouse as
Rick, did you know that Clubhouse servers are based in Israel?
Within your couple, is that how you use Clubhouse? Maybe you can't talk to your woman, so you come on Clubhouse and you talk to people and you say people that they're such stupid faggots. Because this is how she makes you feel.
Alright, hold on. We all have trauma at different levels. I'll retract my insults about you being a faggot retard. I'll pull that back. I'll walk that back. I'll do that. I'll do that for you. I'll take a step here in the right direction. Are you willing to meet me in the middle and tell me where your trauma comes from?
That was big of you,
I will always meet you in the middle. There's no problem for me in discussing whatever you want to discuss, as long as you're respectful. All right. That's fine.
Yeah, no, maybe it's a little cranky. Perhaps this whole thing is my fault. So now that we've moved past the disagreement, can you share with us where you think the trauma
really impacted you and made you blue?
Can you guys hear me? Because I'm receiving fucking calls from work. I'm not gonna go to work today. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, Rick.
Is there a reason why you're not going to work tonight?
Yeah, because my boss said I'm on vacation, but he's constantly calling me. What the fuck? Anyway, so
are you depressed?
No. Why should I be depressed? I'm perfectly fine. I'm losing money.
Probably not work if you're not physically ill. I'm just wondering if you're mentally well. This is a wellness check.
So I'm not calling off work. He said to me from tomorrow till the end of August. He said to me, but he's calling me from work. Yeah. So anyway, I don't have any particular traumatic events to recall in my childhood. What about you, Roger? I'm glad you asked.
No, thanks. I think now we're having a real connection here. I appreciate you, Rick.
Rick, I just want to quote something back to you that you said that this was where did I put it in the chat? That this was all in the works, and that October 7th was just the catalyst. What do you mean this was all in the works?
Because all of this technologies and all the patents are dated before 7th of October, and so I think all of, and it's not something I think. I see that all the technologies that they're testing today, they've been working on these since 2012, 2010, I think it was. I don't remember exactly. If you're working on something that you want to test it, you got to find the correct proper situation to then be able to test it. You know, because you can't test it. You can't find people who will say, "Yeah, please test this shit on me."
So you think October 7th was manufactured by Netanyahu and the Zionists?
All wars are manufactured. All wars.
Got it. So Hamas has no personal responsibility, no leadership, no command and control. This was all done by the Zionists, and it was manufactured by the people who suffered the horrific terrorist events. Understood. Thank you very little, Rick. It is now my hard time to leave. I have to go to sleep. I can no longer continue being on here for 24 hours a day. Thank you all, and Mojo, God bless, and everyone in here, God bless, and have a great night.
Good night, Congressman.
Oh, Rick, one final question, Rick. Does your manager at work share the same ideas as you?
Yeah, I have multiple bosses. Two of them share nothing. Maybe I have the other guy. I don't know what he thinks about certain things. I'm not gonna ask him. I don't care.
Well, thank you very little.
All right. We got Jonas up here with the pink ticket and the sunglasses. What's going on, Jonas?
I call you. I think my car's on my fence.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I was actually thinking why we would do that aluminum. I think that's kind of that's the way it goes.
Yeah, I already lost it. I already walked it back. I'm not gonna apologize again. I think I've done enough here.
No, I was thinking. I have a lot of people choosing sides and go 100% one side.
Well, you do realize it's not the Palestinian people or the people in Gaza who are necessarily the terrorists. It's their leadership that committed the terrorist act. Those are the dastardly bastards.
Yeah. It's fake. Gaza is fake. That's not funny. I was Israeli, and my people were shot at 20 years. I was very disappointed in my brothers if we didn't do anything. And they didn't do anything. 20 years. 18 years. Like I think it's been just picture if Norway was shooting rocket at us for 20 years. I would probably invade Norway and take away those rockets. Of course we would. But I think Israel has been really, really, I don't know why, they've been really not doing much for such a long time.
Maybe they don't want to kill civilians.
Isn't Sweden more dangerous than Baghdad now?
No, it's not really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's what was it? Almost the rape capital of Europe and terrorist capital of Europe.
It's only dangerous if you're a 13 or 14-year-old white Swedish girl.
Maybe, but it was a matter of reporting. Every rape has been reported. Pretty much in many other countries that are not reporting.
So you don't have rape, Pakistani rape gangs in your country.
No, that's preserved for. Yeah, I live here. I know all about it.
Yeah, Sweden definitely does. They have Pakistani and Bengali rape gangs.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
They don't have many Pakistanis yet. Yeah. No.
But my question though is, you guys are the bombing capital, terrorist bombing capital of Europe.
That's for sure. The gang violence is out of control. That's for sure.
Like how they call it gang violence, when it's terrorists.
It's like literally terrorism. Yeah.
But it's mostly drug related. They are fighting over drug money.
What is the racial background or ethnicity of the 7 gang members?
It's Kurds, Iraqi people.
Oh wow!
So it's all most of them are Muslims. It's the same in Europe. It's the same in Italy.
Yeah,
it's the same in Italy. It's the same in Italy. Most of them are Pakistanis, North Africans and Arabs, and all of this. And it's not like the situation is fucking out of control. I wanted to say something to Congressman if I can. I want to say, Congressman, do you know how certain members of the European Parliament refer to us, specifically Mario Draghi, yeah? When you say, they refer to us as, who's us? Citizens of Europe, yeah. They refer to us as human capital. Yeah. So what is human capital? It means it's like it's expendable. How to say? It's a good basically that you can exchange.
Yeah, you're disposable.
And,
if you were to disappear, somebody would replace you very quickly.
Yeah, I apologize for my bad English. I don't have an extensive vocabulary, so but yeah, you're disposable. So when you're I don't know how to say this. When you're surprised about the whole Palestinian thing, you should, because I see Congressman, I see you're characterizing things very often with emotional words, let's say, to enter to the brain of people to basically fix a certain concept. So let me tell you this, to fix this concept for you, these people, they don't consider us as people with rights or people with certain characteristics. We are capital.
Who, the Zionists?
So when a nation, let me finish. People involved, the elites, okay, they're not you, not me. Because for sure, if you were one of them,
The Ashkenazi or the Sephardic elites?
So anyway, wait a second. I don't know. That you can be an Ashkenazi and not be in a place of power, so it depends. Let's say elites. In between them, there is also Ashkenazi, that's for sure.
Jewish elites?
So that's an example.
Jewish elites, correct?
Yeah. In some of them, not all of them, some of them, yeah. So what these people are, they consider you as human capital. So with human capital, you can do certain things. You can mandate injections, you can test weapons, you can test chemicals through the food. So that's what I wanted to say with all due respect.
What, the elites do extreme things?
It sounds more like
No, he's just saying elites do what they want and they abuse people. That's all he's saying.
smart cuts like yourself and let all the fucking Muslims in, and then sympathize with these fucking very fears fucking bodies. And now Rick is one of the deep end. And instead of like, just hyper focusing on the actual problem, which is Muslims, now it's like it's the Muslims and the Jews, all of them. But
you know what I'm saying? Let me respond to this. This is very important.
Rick, I just have one last question. What do you think the congressman's
Let me respond to this one.
What do you think congressman's
No idea. Well, I wanted to comment on what you saw previous time, and I can do it. I can't.
I'm a Mischling according to the 1929 Nuremberg laws. That means my father's Jewish and my mother's gorgeous.
It's okay. It's perfectly fine. Rich, let me tell you this. Do you know states, they do have borders, and they do have border control? And do you know there are borders that are given to the border control to let people in or not? So the question is not about the Muslims that they are all previously a problem. It's not the libertards. It's the people who do control the police at the border. Yeah. So we should ask the question. The question should be asked. No, because example, electorally with Georgia Meloni. Wait a second. If Georgia Meloni supposedly extremely right-wing government. Yeah. Okay. Do you know what this bitch is? Do you know what she's done? You know what she's done? So she promised 500,000 more migrants for the month of August and 500,000 more migrants for the month of September. But supposedly she's fucking right wing. So do you see? It's not a problem about the libtards or whatever. Okay, it's the people who do control borders and do obey, let's say, external borders outside of the nation state. That's a.
Honestly, if I can be honest with you.
And together with that, the Muslims too, because you can't mix oil with water. God damn it.
At this point, since you're such a piece of shit anti-Semite, Muslims do come in, they do like raw food. I'm not gonna lose them, I'm just saying. It's just one less anti-Semite war. You guys should
Rick, you don't strike me as being an anti-Semite.
No.
How am I an anti-Semite? You want my home address so you can come do it yourself? Do you want?
No.
I can wait for you here.
Rick, nobody's gonna roll up.
Now you don't want. Okay.
Rick, it's 4 a.m. in America. No one's rolling up into Italy right now.
Okay.
Yeah, if anything, I would invite you to my house in Texas.
No. So stupid. I'd like to go Texas too. You're having the off me.
Take everything so.
Rick, Israel. Rick, you can't. Do you think Israel is the only country that is doing malevolent things in this world, or is it other countries, not just Israel?
Oh, because the other countries too.
Can I just hold on. Let's find some agreement here. So Rick, when you completed the survey above, what is your favorite position? You said other. What do you mean other? What's your favorite position?
I bet like 30 minutes ago that you would have asked me this question. I don't know why, but I think maybe there are some strange tendency of yours, but if you really want to know, it's when you will have crossed legs with the girl and you fuck her from the side, and at the same time you hold her neck. I like it rough like that. That's how I like it. Do you like it, Roger? Do you picturing this scene in your mind?
It's actually a survey, and I do appreciate you illustrating this fantasy there. I also wanted to mention to everyone else that has not completed the survey,
The survey is listed above. It says, what is your favorite position? It gives you 4 options. If you can't see this survey, that means that you do not have the latest version installed of Clubhouse. So this is a test. Now, if you do have it installed, then you can click on it, and then you can choose. And if you choose, it allows you to participate more completely in this room. So for those of you that have not completed it, I would highly encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Well, Roger, I was gonna just link it up and have fun. AKB, you there?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Good morning. Hey, real quick, let me say this. I'll pass the mic. Hey, Rick, I know Mojo Roger removed his, ad hominem from you. He apologized, but I would like to say you're a faggot retard. And keep me if you want to deal with this anti-Semite. You can be my guest, bro.
You know, Roger, I have a question.
You can. I'm sorry, Rich. You can go stop this.
You gotta talk.
Roger, I have a question about the survey. I'm not quite familiar with the term missionary, so I looked it up. It says a person sent on a religious mission, especially one sent to promote Christianity in a foreign country. So that.
Yes. So I would look up missionary style. Just try looking at it.
Okay, so technically a missionary.
Hold on. So Jonas, when you look at these choices, her on top, you like that? And you like from behind? So you like when somebody takes you from behind? Got it. Okay. Carry on. I'm a realist.
So missionary is man on top. So is cowgirl her on top? I can't, these terms get confusing. Oh, my bad.
What's going on? Let me answer the question. How gay are you on a scale from 1 to 10?
Original question, how do you feel about that?
How do you feel? No. You gotta answer this question. Can you stop?
Zero.
Blowing. Can you stop blowing people at night? You can continue to do what you were doing. Does your wife know that you're blowing people with your rectum at night? Does she know?
That's my thing.
Jeez Louise, Rick. Rick, do you spend your time on conflict? You spend your time on Clown House with this much conflict regularly? I've never met you before, Rick. I'm just amazed at how much conflict you're, accessing.
No, but I would refer to him as she's attacking me. I'm responding,
I will give you a little credit, Rick.
It seems that it's a bunch of secret kike Jews that orchestrate all global events and are trying to wipe out everybody.
No, he's saying that all of this was in the works and that October 7th was just the catalyst to test out their global control technology. Rick, when you hear your words played back to you, does it make you feel stupid?
I only read Rick's words. Thank you very much. Thanks to him. That's the reason why you're awake. Percent of all the inventions in the world come from fucking Europe, motherfucker, and most of them from fucking Italy. Understand? You can suck dick. You can suck dick. You can suck. in America, you're playing like you're a rich guy. If you have a Lamborghini, it's making year. Yeah, because there's a divine side, as I said.
Milan, there's fucking gang rape and all this fucking women. It's fucking there.
It's true.
You want your fucking dumb Europeans looking fuckers.
So what country? Because we only have 120 towers.
Hold on. So, looking at patent counts by country, and countries with most patents. No, actually, no. From 1980 to 2022 is the data I'm pulling. And Japan has 7.56 million. The U.S. has 6.18 million. China has 4.57 million. South Korea 2.38 million. Germany 2.28 million. And Russia 1.53 million. Italy does not appear in the top 10 for patent volume. So this idea that you guys are so
from 1980. From 1980.
Hold on.
2,000 years old invention. 2,000 years old. Goddamn it,
Rick, hold on. Now, if you're gonna count the Roman fucking Empire, which expands a little past that little boot of yours, look, nobody. Do you realize that Texas has the same GDP as your entire fucking country? Are you aware of that?
So what does this have to do with invasions? Holy shit, really? What does this has to do with invasions? Are you fucking stupid? Are you fucking stupid? Who invented, wait, who invented the radio? Who invented you motherfucking Americans? Who invented the radio? Come on, tell me. Who was it? Don't Google it. 3, 2, 1, nobody knows this.
Rick, I have a question. So, what happened in World War II?
Rich was blowing some people.
Listen. I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you about history. So, what happened in World War II? Hold on. I want to get more specific. Rick, do you want to talk about the fact that Italy couldn't even beat fucking Ethiopia in a war?
So how does this characterize the elections of my country? So you see, you're switching the argument from
Not at all. Yeah. So if you're so innovative, how come you guys couldn't even defeat little old fucking Ethiopia?
Because of so many political reasons.
Didn't they just have spears?
I didn't say we're the best in the world. We have the most powerful, mighty army or nothing. I'm saying all the things that do characterize the West today come from fucking Europe. Specifically, most of them, like example, the radio, digital transmissions, and all these things, they come from fucking Italy. But people know this, and it's prior to 1980. Roger, don't you know this?
No, are you including, because it sounds to me like you're trying to extend Italy's history back into the Roman Empire. Is that what you're attempting to do?
No, I'm absolutely not doing this. I'm saying most of the songs of the group, the name that Marconi.
Hold on. Quick question. So, when was the Italian Constitution written?
I'm not a historical guy. I'm a technological guy. I don't know. I could say a wrong date. So I'm not pronounce it.
Oh,
your GDP the same size as Texas.
But Roger, you see, the problem is that after 1945, we're officially
concentrating in murdering all the people.
Yeah, that's correct too. But
because y'all are a bunch of retards.
No, we're not retards. We are obeying external orders because we have 120 plus native bases in Italy. And now Roger will say to me, "Oh, it's only 6." No, because we don't come back.
Roger, did you hear the big save Iranian Russian argument? That they can't resist against the government. They can't fight back and stop that shit. So they're just a bunch of pussies and they're full over just like the Iranians. Listen, we fought a revolutionary war.
Rick, hold on. Let me ask you. Hold on, Rick, I want to ask you.
Both the U.S. and Russia too, my friend.
Unfortunately. Well, if we go with Pat, it's not that problem. What is Sweden going to do about the Muslim problem?
Nothing. They're all a bunch of spineless bitches. You already let like tens of millions of them in. They all do. But into Europe.
Hold on, I got a conversation. So I looked up the most significant inventions in Italy since 1948, and it's a very interesting list here. So we got the Mocha Express, which is hold on, Violetti's coffee pot. So you guys are famous for designing a coffee pot. Let's see, the Vespa scooter. Originally launched in 1946, the Vespa became a post-war symbol of affordable, mobile, personal mobility and urban design. So, yeah, so you made a moped. Let's see, slow food movements, not a device, but a major innovation in food culture originating from Italy that became globally influential in food science and public safety policy. All right, slow food movement. There you go. Let's see, the Fiat, a revolution in affordable car design and urban mobility. Inspired. Yeah. Let's see. What else we got? Hold on. You got a Vega rocket, a small launch vehicle developed by the Italian Space Agency and ESA for delivering satellites into orbit. Okay, you entered the space race about 40 years too late. Let's see, what else we got? San Marco satellite program. Italy was the third country after the U.S. and USSR to launch a satellite into orbit via NASA collaboration, so they didn't even do it by themselves. That's fucking amazing. World's first underwater winery. Oh, amazing. That sounds really cool. I got to visit that in Liguria. Integrated pressure, temperature.
I don't see any conversation here.
You're going to hear the conversation. The conversation is this. You said that Italy was responsible for all these great innovations. So far, the top of the list is a fucking coffee pot.
get started.
Do you want me to list? Rick, would you like me to read you a list of major inventions from the U.S. during the same time period?
I'd like to listen to you, but I gotta go shopping with my heroes. No. I gotta go. You want me to share my location with you? WhatsApp? I can do it.
Rick, I just want to mention Clubhouse, your cell phone, your fucking microchips, the internet, all of it. I choose. You're welcome.
I'm okay with that. But I'd like to say one more thing before I go. I'm sorry that people characterize me with emotional statements. I never came here to let the emotion go.
Fucking rabbit.
You see, exactly like this, they characterize me in this way. I'm sorry. Okay,
Rick, let me just say this. It was a pleasure having you here tonight, and you're welcome to come back anytime. I hope that at some point, if you don't get the help that you need here on Clubhouse, that you can find someone that you can chat with about what's going wrong for you. When we can sense the hurt in you, and we empathize. We do.
I empathize with you.
Stay strong, brother Rick. I'll be filing my Mossad handler reports tonight, and I'll be sure to mention you delicately. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you very much. I hope that I hope the same for you, and I hope that you will not use Clubhouse as often as a feedback for your value, especially characterizing people so that you can feel greater than them, even without listening to even without.
Hold on. Is this like an Italian?
All right.
Where I'm saying like all these nice, empathetic things to you, and then you're hurling insults. Look, I could do that too. I could talk about how Italian women have mustaches. I mean, we could go on and on and on. I can do the personal attacks just as well as you can, but wouldn't it be better if we just moved past that and focused on your hurt?
Well, thank you. I just wanted to respond to you because you said to me, you hope the best for me, and I hope the best for you too. And I was saying,
Highway Commissioner.
Can I finish? I was saying, I'm Italian. Sicily is Italy. Or Camadon, it's the east piece of Italy. Do you know this?
Hold on. I wish you keep
to
walking through the history of your country.
Do you know Roger?
Hold on.
Is Italian word.
Did you know that the Moors came through and did so much fucking that they changed the bloodline forever?
That's why I'm asking, are you Italian or Sicilian? Yeah, let me teach you a Greek word. Because the Moors under, like Mojo was saying, Sicily. And the Sicily motherfuckers over there don't want to say you're Sicilian because you don't want to say you're black.
I'm not black. I'm Italian from the north. Do you know where is Modena? Modena is where they make the black.
Let's all look at the PTR and see if he has blonde hair and blue eyes.
Okay.
Oh, no, he doesn't. Rick, you're part eggplant.
KP, can you use the word for us since we're not called that? Yeah, thank you, KP. I already hurt your feelings. What's going on, my brother? You got an afro. What's up, brother?
No.
Rick, don't feel too bad.
I don't.
Rick, hold on. My people are from Portugal. We would do the same thing. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, you and Roger are both black. Or as KP says, can you say KP? Niggas.
See, I've accepted my ancestry. There's a lineage, if you will. This is my, if reparations ever gets passed, I'm going to be in line as well.
Yeah, that's what
The ironic thing is that not only am I part black, considering what the Moors did to my people, but the Portuguese returned the favor.
because they were pretty active in the slave trade. So I should probably cancel out my reparations check, considering my ancestry was on both sides.
But I ain't black. That's the thing. I ain't black. I got certain niggas that's black.
No, Rick, your great grandmother got fucked by an African.
I don't think so. I think she got fucked by Germans, but anyway.
No, she probably got fucked by my great grandfather, Big Dick. That's probably why you.
Wait, JP, what kind of dick? What's the word?
Nigga dick. So in other words, your great grandmother got sniggered.
I think she got sniggered by the Germans since they gave me a German name. Actually, do you know what Ricardo comes from? I think you don't know it.
Ricardo is the merciful and just king.
Rich, I gotta say I love you. I appreciate the honesty.
Because I'm more intelligent than you. I'm not black, and I'm not stuck in a shithole fucking third world country like Italy. Yes, you should be at least.
Yeah.
I go find my government if they fucking turn tyrannical.
Hold on. Just want to say hello to my friend Rachel. You're probably wondering what the hell did he just walk into? And all I want to say is that the poll at the top of the room, if you'd like to participate in that poll, that would be great. We're trying to get to at least 1,000 votes before we close this right now. So right now we're at 62 votes. So if you were to go, he's voted. You know what? I picked that too. That's a good choice. Does anybody else want to choose? Like, we've got new people. We got people with pink tickets. Yeah, we got some people. Bradford hasn't even chosen. I don't know why. Royfield, by the way, I slightly duped you into this. Your response to that poll will now forever be in your bio. So congratulations.
Also,
Royfield's gonna come get it.
we're just berating the dirty day while getting.
Nah, hey. Let me say hi to my friend Royfield. Royfield, how are you?
But wait a minute, you are joking me about this, correct?
It is in your bio, and until Paul and Rowan figure it out, we're not going to be able to remove it.
Oh, yeah.
You could just say you were tricked.
Oh, wow.
No, day while getting. I'm not dirty, filthy day while getting.
Hey. I thought we were all getting along here. What's going on?
I think Rich voted from behind because he's the guy taking it.
Hold on. That's an old joke. I was the one that did that. You can't just retell my joke and do it in a fucking Italian accent. I think it's gonna be.
I'm sorry.
Most of our police companies located in New Jersey got out of your shit in their home country. This company's a great stuff.
Why are we being so nasty with each other? Can we just all get along?
Give me something. That's what you say.
Listen, Italy is what Italy is. Look, they're famous for inventing a coffee pot. It's amazing. It's a good coffee pot.
it's Calabria. Yeah.
Rick, hold on. I don't know why you're doing this to yourself, but Italy, let's just get this straight. You guys are like the fucking armpit of Europe. You're the armpit. It used to be fucking Ireland, and now Ireland's got their shit together. And now you guys are just the fucking.
Where's the Vatican? What is the Vatican?
You're like the Laos of Europe.
Where is the Vatican? Where is the Vatican?
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Rick, are you bragging about fucking church that molests children? Is that what you're bragging about?
They're gonna be the Mammon people as soon as they keep the shit up, so they can have that was cool.
And the Vatican doesn't even claim Italy. Like, nah, we got our own shit.
Yeah, you have the baby rapist, Rick. Congratulations.
You don't know history. You don't know nothing. 0.001% of history. And I'm sorry for you guys.
Wait, was it whatever the fucking name is with Nazis?
Rick, what's going to be the Rick? What is going to be the next catalyst that these people can use their technology to deploy?
My second pandemic.
Is it going to be the hand, foot, and mouth disease that's breaking out in China?
And second pandemic. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Rick, are you on a Vespa?
That's a Fiat 500 up north. No, Rick, the problem is we can't hear you because your infrastructure in your country is so bad, and your internet service is shit.
I can hear you, but I'm driving pretty fast in my BMW. I'm driving pretty fast in my BMW. So hold on. Yes, correct.
Rick, hold on. What is it? Ladies and Italians, like, how come you guys take like such a big fucking lunch? What's going on with that? Why do you guys take such a long lunch?
Rick, I mean, Mojo, did you
I
know?
want to get his answer. Rick, come on.
So Roger, did you hear how emphatically happy he was? Emphatic he was when I said Nazi appeal, and he said, "Yeah, fucking right."
Look here, Rick, just come on over to Wakanda. You will have a better service in Wakanda. And raise your nigga.
Wait, Rick, I have a genuine honest question. Like, start a new conversation. But Rick, how do you feel about Hitler and the Nazi Party?
Is it better now? Better now?
Yeah. How do you feel about Hitler?
So Roger, shut the fuck up. I respond to Roger only.
Okay, Roger.
I don't answer to gay people. First, second, Roger. I say this: we take long lunch breaks because we do value our time. We are not here late. We use work to survive. We don't live to work. We work just to live. You know?
It sounds like they're lazy. It sounds like you guys are following a great deal since the height of the Roman Empire. What happened to you guys?
Roger, you see, today I'm not working, Hitler. I'm not working. I'm going to the gym. I'm going to buy some shit with my anti-Semite euros. So life is good. Sometimes you gotta take life for what it is. You don't have to fucking fight all day long.
Hold on. Rick,
So Roger,
Rick, hold on. Let's play word association. I'll say a word and you say a word, okay? The first word that comes to your mind, okay? So I'll just say a word, and then you tell me the first word that comes to your mind. USA.
Greatness. I gotta go, guys. I got one.
Hold on. I got two more.
Mussolini.
Very bad. Incredible.
Fucking Nazi.
See, I have a quick question. Is it true
I'll see you next time.
you guys drink a bottle of wine every day individually?
Oh yeah, there are a bunch of drugs.
That guy's a broke ass, though. He probably pours cheap wine up his asshole. It's a little Chianti of the keister.
No, seriously, Ron. I went there a year ago. The company I used to work for, they have a bottle of wine every freaking day. One person every freaking day. And it's not always dinner or lunch. Breakfast.
That's okay. That's okay. Well, we're not going to hate on him for drinking more wine.
So I just wanted to verify it.
If the Italians or aka the Romans wanted to go back to Israel and other parts that they used to control, 1,500 years ago, is that just a return to the homeland?
I don't believe that they qualify for right of return.
But Titus conquered Jerusalem. He won it fair and square. What would prevent them from going back to what was taken by conquest?
Well, there would be all of the other conflicts. I mean, we've got the Persians, the Byzantines, the British Empire. The Romans were just one empire. Not even the best one. The biggest, perhaps, but not the most interesting. I would say that the Persians under Cyrus the Great, that was more interesting than anything the Romans were going to do.
Yeah, he loved the Jews. I would say the Romans, the most romanticized empire because of movies and things like that.
I agree with that. But Genghis Khan was doing way more shit. He was on the move. I mean, if it wasn't for Genghis Khan, like, shit.
Really? You don't appreciate the Greeks and the Romans?
I like the Greeks. I think that they offered some contributions in terms of political theory. But the Romans, I mean, I don't know, dude. You know what the Romans remind me of? You guys might not follow this because you guys don't watch pro wrestling. They're as cool as I am. But when the NWO, the New World Order, was a faction in WCW, circa mid-90s, they put like most of the roster in this faction, and it was just like, okay, you're big and you've got a lot of people there, but it wasn't quite as interesting as the Fabulous Freebirds, the Four Horsemen, or something like that. And so or even DX. So I think the NWO was overrated, and so overall, I think that's how I think of the Roman Empire. I think it was just a big gang of dopes.
You never read Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, Plato? I mean, I never read Genghis Khan's book, but I've read Roman Emperor books, which is pretty smart.
How come they didn't hold on to the empire?
Well, it's 2025 right now. Who's to say that the American Empire is not, the extension of the ancient Roman Empire, or the Vatican is not the ancient Carthaginian, seat of power? I mean, it seems to me like the Pope is actually still the Emperor of Rome.
Well, the Carthage, they fell apart because of emotion. When that boy got cut up in different sections, they lost their shit. Their leader lost his shit.
Well, the modern day Roman Emperor, the modern day Roman Emperor is a Polak from Chicago.
Chicago's got a lot of political sway. I mean, like the Moors, as we talked about, they conquered a lot of the world. And Hakima here is a descendant of the Moors, and he lives in Chicago. And Obama
Thomas from Chicago is a community organizer, the same community that shares water with Akima here. So yeah, I mean, I think that Chicago probably has more influence than it should.
Yeah, Akima's a great orator. He's like the Obama clubhouse.
You might say that Chicago is the catalyst for criminal activity.
I think Chicago was ran by a lot of stallions.
Well, the thing with Kennedy and getting, John F. Kennedy elected president, supposedly Sam Giancana flipped the vote because of the catchy, Vote for Kennedy song, and they put it on all the jukeboxes. But then they also faked the election.
For him to win.
Yeah, they say Frank Sinatra helped sway the election.
Oh, yeah, of course. Roger, if you want to find out a deep intellectual, philosophical thinker, her name is Wamba Juice now. Until John, when Kennedy was in Dallas, and he had that mind-blowing experience.
Well, there's a great documentary. You should watch it. It's called Everything is a Rich Man's Trick. Now, I don't know how much of it is accurate, but the director, creator of that film seems pretty sincere to me, even though he is English. But I can get you the link. It's called Everything is a Rich Man's Trick, from JFK to 9/11 to COVID-19, and it seems somewhat convincing to me.
Oh, also, Roger, I know you like the black chicks. Obviously, you didn't catch the joke in a mind-blowing experience. So, Roger,
I saw it.
Yeah, she steals people's photos off Instagram. So she's a big back in real life.
Okay.
She likes stealing beautiful women's photos.
Do you guys know the history of the underworld in Chicago? Do you guys know the history of this?
Yeah, with Al Capone.
See, Al Capone, a lot of people start with Al Capone, but you gotta go back. If you watched Boardwalk Empire, before that there was Johnny Torrio, and that's not even the beginning of it. If you really want to go to the beginning, you got to go into Michael Hinky Dink Kina and Bathhouse John Coughlin. These guys were corrupt political guys that were running districts in Chicago back in the late 1800s.
Well,
history.
When I ran for committee,
You said Boardwalk Empire. If you notice in that film or series, Al Capone was treated like shit. He was just a little person.
That's because it was early on. If you get to like season 5, like with
series.
Yeah, with Johnny Torrio,
you're correct.
Yeah. The biggest element of Capone's career, though, is when he went to a baseball game, and the then president of the United States was at the same baseball game, and when they recognized that the president of the United States was in attendance, the crowd booed him. It was a mixed reaction, but he received boos. And when Al Capone was revealed to be in the game, everyone gave him a standing ovation. I think that's real power.
Correct. When you had to create what was FBI or IRS or whatever to go after him, like shit. And we're gonna get you on some bullshit taxes or whatever. A whole government agency to go after one person.
That was literally my first day on the job at the IRS. An obese African American coworker brought me up to the IRS criminal investigations office, and there was a little red curtain, and she looked at me and said, "Let me ask you a question. What are we famous for?" I said, "I don't know, fucking over Americans and stealing their money." And she said, "No, Al Capone." And she unveiled the red curtain, and there was a photo of Alfonso Capone.
Damn. This vote is we're now at 40% for other, and From Behind has made a big comeback. Is in second place with 24%. Missionary in third place, and her on top.
What's the Superman position? Is that where like a guy holds his legs back and then a woman mounts him from the top?
No, I think Superman is where you come on her back and then like stick a sheet on her back so it's like a cape. The Spider-Man is the more interesting one, where you come in your hand and then you throw it on her like it's a spider web.
You know, one of the nastiest things I've ever seen. I went out to a bar with a friend of mine, and his uncle or cousin was getting in a fight with a woman at the bar, and he decided to hock a huge loogie into his hand, and then he proceeded to wipe it into her eyes. That was the nastiest thing I've ever seen.
That's the nastiest thing you've ever seen. I gotta send you a video to you girls one cut. Little waffles.
No, I mean, I've seen that shit. I'm just talking about in real life.
Have you guys ever seen Special Friend? It's like the penis version of Blue Waffle.
Oh, you lost me there. Blue Waffle? What is the Blue Waffle video?
You don't even want to know what Blue Waffle is. No, don't know it. Do you know about Meat Spin?
Meek Spin?
Meat. Is it Meat Spin?
No, I don't know.
Just an old viral video where they were playing that song "You Spin Me Round Round," and it's like a transvestite wiggling their cock, spinning it in circles like a helicopter.
Isn't that like that URL people would send you? And it was, you know, a horrific noise with like a penis spinning or something. I can't remember what that prank website was.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it was?
Meat Spin, yeah.
Yeah, Meat Spinner or something. Small.
What the fuck do you guys box? Goddamn.
You know, sex is really the most divine thing you can really do. You know, I have this book called Sex Magic, and I'll tell you, I was dating this hot Indian dentist, and on the second date, that book came in the mail, and I said, you know what, I'm going to bring this book with me, because I bet you it gets me laid. Just bringing a book called Sex Magic to a date relieves the tension and kind of introduces sex as a new, you know, frame, if you can claim that it's magic. And sure enough, when I got to her apartment, I said, if I had only known that going out on dates with a book about sex magic would get me laid. So what I'm saying is, if you are having difficulties in your love life, just go on Amazon or eBay tonight and buy a book called Sex Magic and bring it to your next date and watch what amazing doors open up.
Yes.
And like type in so many
I told you that like Guava CSBFX with Jinx, Beema, all.
The mates and panels.
Have you heard all this nonsense tonight?
Not since about 2. Hey, good morning. I did just hear the meat spinner thing, though. Unfortunately.
You woke up on meat spinner.
I'm starting to miss a lot worse.
Oh yeah.
Rich, do you think there's anybody on this app that can push buttons the way you can push buttons?
I don't think so. I don't know. No. I'll say that with him. I mean, the group. That's the greatest backup artist I've ever seen. This is like 6'5" black train in Malia. Then pack Adams up for like an hour and fucking crashing out and like almost crying. It was fucking wow. I told Aaliyah, I was like, listen, I don't even believe in the transgender shit, but I'll call you she. Like, I added you, I'm like, please follow me back because we can be friends. I said, because I'm gonna invite you in every fucking room that Adams gets online.
Adams makes me laugh a lot. I mean, he just comes in out of nowhere and says the funniest shit, and it's just it's shocking and funny and over the top. I love hearing him go on and on.
He's like the less black Pepe.
Pepe.
No, P.P. Herman, remember? People way back. I said fucking dumb on text and it's a lot of shit. I was like, fucking crash out on P.P. Herman. He's like, who's P.P. Herman? And I'm like, Pepe, he's our fucking guy left.
Pepe used to be one of the best people to back somebody up.
So now, John, the trick to rally people is just figuring out what they really care about and then attacking the fuck out of that.
Yes.
Oh, you love Muhammad? Let's start.
Well, I've been noticing that the media is putting out crime statistics nonstop that claim that crime is down 20%, 30% year over year. Whether it's the mayor putting it out or NBC putting it out, it seems coordinated. And nothing is convincing anymore. I mean, even Trump just fired that statistician with regards to the job numbers.
John, I was going to ask you a question about the count. On your Republican John Kitover Congress 16 or whatever, some shit. Why don't you take that account that you were getting a bunch of hits and go on there and you can take your username, put it on one of those websites for like $10, $15. You can buy like 1,000 fake subscribers. allowed it had like large following.
Yeah, Instagram removed your ability to live stream unless you have over 1,000 followers, which is, it is
Yeah,
what it is.
YouTube is throttling you. So I just had to like close that and reopen it and then let me get back in.
Well, my Constitution videos today got over 10,000 views. So apparently, if you read high value information and it kind of correlates with your profile, the algorithm deems it as more credible and worthwhile. But it all depends on if you can get people to stay on your video.
Yeah, it takes 15 months less to take subscribers.
Well, the guy I'm running against, I think that a lot of his followers are just bots. On his Facebook, he's got over 20,000 followers. And if you buy Meta ads and you're running ads, throughout the whole state, or you have a huge geographic radius, you can buy those followers. And part of that debate today, I was claiming that the analytics in his profiles show that he's like a paper tiger. He has no real constituents who are loyal to him or interested in him. There's no retweets, there's no comments, it's just hate. Everybody hates him. So, that was one of my reasons why I believe, I can take him out. But because of someone from this app that I know, and anyways, I won't go into details, but they want to try to pin me and say that my campaign isn't authentic. The big question is, who's putting you up to this? Who's putting you up to this? It's a ridiculous assertion. Nothing is truly independent. I mean, when I ran for committee person, I had no idea how to draw or how to pull a ballot out of the Chicago Election Commission. Until you experience it, you don't know what to do. So. As Jay Breska says, my lived experience has taught me that without action and actually trying to accomplish something, you don't understand what's involved in it. So, that's life.
We'll see a Chinese guy.
No, the guy that I know who encouraged me to run the first time is a Jewish guy here in Chicago who also ran.
I couldn't tell. I couldn't guess that was your impression. I thought he's Chinese or something.
The Chinese, they're buying houses up. They've got a lot of money. My friend built a house in Los Angeles. He bought a property for $700,000, knocked it down, spent $1 million rebuilding it, was in for 1.7, and sold the house for 2.5. He netted 800,000. And guess who bought it? An 18-year-old Chinese girl.
I wonder if there's something like we're stopping at the secret cabal, like Jews in our history all. Yes, okay, we are. We orchestrate all the legal events. The world, who runs the world? The Jews. What's her name? What's my chick's name? Beyonce again. She's who runs the world? The Jews. But I just think it would be intelligent for I think it would be smart for Jews to start going out and raiding all the fucking Asians. They would just like finish the shit quicker,
Isn't that what you did?
Yeah, I'm boring others that John go out and have like 1,000 Asian babies.
Jewish men love Asian women. My cousin Todd is obsessed with Japanese women. It's something.
Stay away from them.
It's either Asian women or black women. I don't know what it is, but I've been uninvited to Jewish events because of my online social media presence.
Japan's one of the few countries that, especially Asia, is the only one that they give 0 fucks and 0 rights to the father. So, like, even if you're like Japanese wife moves to the United States, you guys have like 3 kids, 5 kids, whatever, and all your kids are fucking under 18. If she decides to give them with their fucking passports and get on a plane and fly to Japan, wash your kids forever. So yeah, stay away from the Japanese.
Well, who do you think is the worst in Asia? I mean, I've always heard that the Koreans are considered the lowest quality Asian.
No, perhaps no, no. Indonesians, Malaysians, anything that practices Islam.
Okay, that's a good point. But actually, if you look at Indonesia, if you look at the nation's national debts, Indonesia is a very highly functioning economic model of low debt. Just
Well,
go to
it's a
U.S.
trade
debt
in
like that.
commerce. It's got fruits and vegetables. It's got all kinds of shit. I mean, stay good for it.
But they also don't have terrorism there. They seem like a well-managed Islamic
Oh
state.
no, they got fucking shitloads. Jakarta, Indonesia had fucking Sharia police. They had like fucking ISIS there in fucking Jakarta, Indonesia. They're running around with fucking rattan sticks attacking fucking people walking around with like women without jobs and shit. Yeah, they left out of Syria and then they went to that area. And there's parts of Indonesia and Malaysia and shit you don't even fucking go. Because it's just nothing but fucking terrorists.
Sure.
Well, you have to be careful when you talk about Indonesians because you're going to have a bunch of libtards going to defend Barack Obama. That was his pappy. He was in Indonesia. He's got probably those little Santorini.
He was an interesting one too. I always talk about the six U.S. presidents and the vice president that are all cousins. I mean, like almost like coincidence. It's like really, it's like okay, so you have George Bush, Jeb Bush, FBI, all those kind of shit, and then on top of that, you have fucking Lolo Santoro, who was was the fucking guy who ran kill squads in Indonesia. Who got funded by a bank out of Honolulu, Hawaii, and that funded by the fucking federal government. Was what we ended up finding.
You said a bank out of where?
It was a bank out of Honolulu, out of Hawaii. And what's funny is the lady who actually worked for that bank, it was one of like the financiers or like the ladies that like all this type of shit for like the kill squads in Indonesia for the Shell Corporation. Shell Oil. That fucking woman was Barack Obama's fucking grandma. And the same shit with Barack Obama's fucking dad, Barry Obama or whatever. His dad, the fucking David, whatever, or Kenya, whatever the fuck it was, he was also working for the fucking Shell Corporation as well. It's like, you see the connection, it's like the grandma has this connection.
And that same fucking bank where Michael Obama began her law career or his law career, whatever. And that same bank.
Almost that Moro died. He was like $1 billion or something like that.
He was one of the most racist men in the world.
And he is not leaving $500 billion between, or $500 million between Barack Obama and his mom, and another $500 billion between his Indonesians.
Crazy.
So if you go to Obama's Wikipedia, his first job was at the Business International Corporation, which is a CIA front group, which merged with a British intelligence organization. How far removed is America really from Great Britain?
Well, one of the things I was going to mention, like, think about fucking Obama. Just look at his track record, what he did as president. Like, he continued wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. He started war in fucking Syria. He pushed through fucking Romney Care, which ended up becoming the fucking Affordable Care Act, the Obamacare. Like, what do you like see the correlation here and go, these guys are cousins, and it almost seems like this guy married Barack Obama other than like, his public appearance of like, I'm a Democrat, progressive. Like, outside of that, it really seems like he was like the fucking third term fucking George Bush.
Yes, and I think, if I think, this place was really to secure the black vote, to make sure that vote stays in the Democratic Party. And we voted shit damn near 98% at that time.
Have you guys ever watched the guy, this like white, blonde hair, blue eyes, like ex-Mormon guy, and he does like these he does investigations and he investigates like what was it? We're investigatory documentaries where he goes and he like delves into like these corporations like BlackRock and shit, or like Kennedy assassination, illegal landing, and he like goes so fucking deep into the shit. It's fucking phenomenal, man. And I always wondered if you do like the comparison between like Barack Obama and the Bush administration, which made me like see if there's any similarities. Like, it's just overthinking this because it seemed like he's like in cahoots. Because I used to think those two fucking hated each other, and I see them in like one like it was like Trump's inaugurals and Snowflake concerts. Yeah, I know, and I see them and they were like playing with a fucking raincoat. Because George Bush Jr. was like trying to put the raincoat on, and like Barack's laughing at you, and then I'm like thinking, wait a minute, like I know from personal experience when I fucking can't stand somebody and I hate them and I talk mad shit about them. If I'm sitting next to that motherfucker, I'm not fucking laughing and giggling, chuckling it up and shit. But like, and you see this with, you know, Trump will be cordial and shake their hand and then say a few words and shit. But he like just stay the fuck on the side and stands the fuck out and he's like, I ain't fucking talking to you this whole fucking time. Just sit there and shut the fuck up. Like, he can't stand them. And you can tell when he's around Obama and Bush. Like, these two motherfuckers like brothers, and I'm like, holy shit, like maybe this is like some kind of fucking conspiracy going on. I mean,
you would see them at baseball games and shit, just weird.
Show me shit.
Now, I would tell you, years ago, I was screaming from the rooftop of this stuff. I just got tired out. It's like, wait a minute, George Bush, Prescott, this motherfucker was over here. Because we were told that they got their money through oil. Remember the story back in the 80s?
Well, yeah, here's the thing, keep people fast. People will sit here when you tell them this, and they'll be like, oh, I looked up, they're like 18 cousins, they're 2 times removed or some shit like that. Like, do you not know fucking rich people who made these motherfuckers were, like, they have so much fucking money, and so much living and fucking all this type of shit. They know they're fucking 18 cousins. And you and I don't know where fucking half that person's second cousin. But he sees motherfuckers, oh, these are 13 plus twice removed. Like, they know who the fuck these people are. They associate with them. You know, that's how they keep this shit in the fucking family. But yeah, I know it's conspiratorial, but it's just very fucking convenient to be some presidents that are like fucking all super close together and shit, know each other. And are really
like I'm sitting here years and years ago before even the clubhouse talking to people. And they thought I was crazy. Prescott Bush, what money did he have in oil? This motherfucker was over in Germany building railroads to ship tubes. That's how he was started, but who was prior to him to fund him? How did he get those contracts? Crazy. And nobody can say anything.
you know what's funny is you'll tell about these 6 or 7 presidents where he and the vice president put out, you know, like a couple of years, like 38 cousins. It's like it's Lyndon B. Johnson, Truman, Carter, Bush Jr., Bush Sr., Obama, fucking, like, it's crazy to think that fucking George Bush Jr. and fucking Dick started fucking Morgan Rock after I set off the seats, which is all the full production of fucking US petrochemical fucking Euro. And next thing you know, like the day that was like a year prior to the fucking 9/11 shit. And then the day we take back that they switch back to US petrochemical. And both we put fucking smell the car. Oh, flesh. Oh shit, that's convenient.
Hey, this motherfucker was raised in the U.S. It's like crazy as hell. What was, I don't know, what was consulate or president, when Hillary was secretary, when they got that strike over there in Africa.
Oh, something the white guy.
No, black guy. Blew his shit up when he said, yo, I'm going on my own gold standard. Wow, your ass done it. Which country?
No. But it was the guy that they like, he was stuck over there. He was supposed to get out of there and shit. They were supposed to get out there. And then they just didn't really leave it open. And then constantly or whatever. And this guy fucking rock. And there's like fucking shit picked in. And they trying to get the streets. And then nobody on call.
Yeah, and guess why? And guess why Hillary Clinton said that happened? Benghazi.
Was the president of, was it, Liberia or Libya or some shit?
Yeah, but it was under like the Clinton shit.
No, I'm talking about the one I'm talking about.
You talking about before Gaddafi?
Yes, when they blew his ass up.
Well, he got a pole shoved up his ass as the terrorists in that country decided to take out their chief terrorist.
No, he just wanted to step away from everything. He said, we gonna make our own TDP. We gonna build our own company. Don't let it not. You gone.
It's easy to pin all that on Hillary, but the Europeans, NATO, were definitely involved in that coup d'etat.
And most people don't even remember it was Secretary of State.
She tried to pin.
She came back and like, what?
She tried to pin
I'm gonna run
Benghazi.
over here because Junior just flew his goddamn plane in the river. I'm gonna be governor over here now.
She tried to pin Benghazi on that Muhammad movie. I don't know, Rich, if you remember that, but she claimed that the Muhammad movie is what caused the violent overthrow of the U.S. Embassy.
Or maybe I'm stuck in the Matrix. When she was Secretary of State, that motherfucker left.
Who left?
Hillary. That was upstairs. Left. That's when Kennedy plane went down, right? Just going over here.
Alright, who's the ambassador? Ambassador Chris Stevens was the guy that they drove to the police in Benghazi. That's the guy. They fucked it.
Yeah. She demanded the special forces stand down. Oh, he also got, I think, impaled by a pole, right?
Yeah, she was the lovely.
What difference does it make anymore? What difference does it make anymore?
We saw, we got
You know, she's from Chicago. She's from Park Ridge. They say that her grandfather is like a famous Irish mafia chieftain. Was it the grandfather or the father?
Imagine being the fucking kids in this fucking US ambassador, Chris Stevens, being the fucking kids having access as now adults to go and click on the fucking internet and see their dad being drugged by this fucking.
That's fucked up, man. Come on,
Yeah,
God.
like,
That's
no, I'm
fucked
saying it, because
I get it. That's fucked up.
what I'm getting at. My dad, like, was.
Yeah, I don't think he had any kids.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's like a hypothetical. Hypothetical.
I'm saying, like, okay, imagine if that was your dad. You know, you go to the internet, like, look at it, and it's like fucking traumatized. Like, that's why all these fucking Muslims being wiped up the face of the fucking earth.
Well, you know, I don't believe anything Obama says. I mean, when he came out on that red carpet and he said that they just dumped Osama bin Laden's body off the back of the aircraft carrier to the ocean, like in hindsight, I mean, that's got to be a straight up fucking lie.
That was a big time lie.
I mean, what do you think about
I
this?
just want to know this, how you told us, or the reporters or whatever told us, this man is on dialysis in a fucking mountain. Come on, dog. This is bullshit.
Well, what was the movie called? Zero Dark 30 or something?
I don't know. I never watched it.
I'm just saying that the whole operation with the stealth helicopter flying into that Pakistani compound, like to me, all of that seems like scripted and maybe not necessarily a true story at all. And there's been all kinds of like incidences with the people who have been involved in that Bin Laden abduction. I just wonder, like, was he really alive? Did he die somewhere else? Or is he just like a figment of the CIA's imagination to a certain extent? I mean, the videos of him with the double lookalikes. I mean, there's just like, was he the ghost specter used as a mind virus to infect us all?
You were the fall guy. That's all it was. In my opinion, you're the fall guy.
I mean, the irony is, it's like he was a CIA agent or asset before fighting the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, and then
you're a fall guy.
Yeah, he became undesirable.
Just like Saddam, you're a fall guy.
Oh yeah, so John, Chris Stevens was not gay. That was posted by a right-wing extremist on the group.
Really?
He actually had a fiance named Lydia. I'm sorry, Liddy Denier.
Dude, your gaydar doesn't go off when you see that guy's photo? Your gaydar doesn't go off when you see that guy's photo?
No, just he had a fiance. That was a woman.
Okay, let me recheck this. Hold on. What's his name? Chris Stevens?
Yeah, I'll share it. This is former fiance of Ambassador Chris Stevens. Acts as a voice for upcoming election. Liddy Denier spoke to hundreds of students in Bridgewater College on Tuesday, calling Chris Stevens an American hero.
Dude, no kids. No kids. Was Chris Stevens married? Stevens himself never married. His mother was a cellist. And in '76 married Robert Conway, a music critic with the San Francisco Chronicle. Anyways, it's a shame that this guy, was assassinated.
I'm not saying he didn't look like a fake.
Think about it.
He's a Democrat. A member of Alpha Tau Omega, graduated with a JD from the University of California, received a Master's of Science from the National War College of National Defense Damn, his degree didn't save his life. He joined the U.S. Foreign Service as international trade attorney.
This shit is crazy.
Section chief in Jerusalem, political officer in Damascus, economic officer in Riyadh. This motherfucker got around. This bastard. Spoke English, French, and Arabic.
Don't tell her. Is it a Yin Stevens or is it like an Stevens? Because Stevens, you got PhDs, you got once a few less than
Two Navy SEALs died of saving the American survivors. Tyrone Woods.
Change it from a PH to a B and slide on it.
CIA. Yeah, the fact that Wikipedia doesn't mention anything, I mean, it doesn't matter if it was a Peter Buffer, I'm just saying that, you know. That's what I heard. Okay, I don't think I can actually stay up anymore, so good night. God bless. Farewell.